Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1901 Delegation Arms. Ves felt incredibly relieved after he confirmed that the MTA frigate departed from the Kesseling system shortly after reaching orbit. When he traveled to the LMC's headquarters, he reunited with Lucky and the Larkinson mandate. Meow. Nya. Oh, you cuties. I missed you so much. While the golden cat enjoyed his ministrations, Lucky dodged his attempts and floated beyond his reach. Damn it, Lucky! Did you miss me at all during the last week? Meow meow. This is not a vacation. You better work hard to pump out another gem. As a gem cat, don't you find it shameful that you produce so few gems? I could easily order a replacement mechanical cat from Centerpoint and not see any difference. Meow. This raised Lucky's hackles. After throwing Ves a dirty look, he disappeared by phasing through the roof. Ves hoped that Lucky was attempting to work hard to produce another greater gem, because he was seriously short on them right now after utilizing 5 of them at the same time. When Ves settled into his chair, Gavin soon arrived with a data pad in his hand. Welcome back, boss. Cut the crap and tell me how our situation has changed. Well, it's pretty clear that you've managed to create a masterwork mech. That much has become public. That was to be expected when the MTA delegation insisted on piloting the Quint in open space. There was no way to hide its masterwork state from someone who knew their mechs. Practically any competent mech designer should be able to tell that the Quint was a masterwork after studying a few seconds of footage. Great. How have the Ilvanans responded? While you were preoccupied with hosting a master mech designer, Kalsi made sure to liaise with the Kuran dynasty in order to keep the locals at bay. The Ilvanans have expressed a lot of interest in your latest work. My bright warrior design has nothing to do with the Ilvanans. Gavin shrugged. They don't seem to understand that fact. In their view, any mech design you came up with is always tied to the Ilvanan faith. You're the bright martyr after all. Some Ilvanans have even begun to spread a rumor that claims that the main reason why you managed to become the youngest masterwork mech designer in the star cluster is because your Quint has been blessed by Prophet Ilvain. That's nonsense. Ves banged his table, scaring the golden cat and huddling inside the Larkinson mandate. Ilvain had nothing to do with my work. The Quint stands for the Larkinson clan, not the Ilvanan people. Attributing my masterwork mech to someone else devalues my contribution. Of course, Ves conveniently left out that he himself relied heavily on both Mr. S and Mr. L to elevate his Quint to masterwork quality. We knew you would respond like that, boss. Kalsi made sure to keep the Ilvanans from disturbing us while doing her best to encourage them to squash this rumor. Ves expected this measure to be of limited effectiveness. Perhaps the Kuran dynasty as a whole was glad to see this rumor spread. The more he became tied to the Ilvanans, the better. Do I need to speak with the Ilvanans in person? Gavin shook his head. Unless you really want to play the diplomat, you can leave everything to us. Your clan's executive council has done pretty in managing most major issues. Your relatives addressed a lot of important matters such as security, starship delivery, materials supply, and many other concerns in accordance with the directions you've set. You don't have to lead every major initiative anymore, boss. That was true. Ves expressly delegated many of those responsibilities to others. As far as everyone was concerned, the governance system he established was working as intended. He somewhat missed exercising greater control. He felt somewhat ill at ease with all of the delegation that went on these days. In his worst moments, he even felt trapped within the structure he created for himself. It was as if he had no choice but to squeeze himself into a certain mold because everyone else around him expected him to behave in a certain manner. He shook his head. His situation hadn't come to this point yet. He still possessed an enormous amount of power, wealth, prestige, and standing to be able to take charge if necessary. He decided to change the topic. Tell me about the publicity we've planned. Well, since the MTA delegation departed on schedule, we can hold a press conference tomorrow at the soonest. Everything is ready. We've reserved an appropriate venue on a space station and invited a decent amount of reputable industry reporters on short notice. We even managed to score an interview opportunity immediately afterwards with your favorite news publication, the Rim Ward Star Herald. Ves looked very pleased at that. In truth, he didn't really have the time to scour the news every day, so it wasn't as if he was a loyal subscriber to the Herald. It was simply one of the prestigious news portals in this region of space. That at least counted for something. How should I approach this interview, Benny? I've consulted with a couple of public relations managers and other media specialists. We came up with a likely list of questions the reporter from the Herald will ask. We also took the liberty of coming up with suggestions on how to best answer these questions to ensure we gain as much advantage from this publicity opportunity as possible. Unlike last time, your accomplishment will truly capture the attention of the Star Cluster's mech community. Masterwork mechs were mainly a big deal to industry insiders. They weren't as notable to the mech market because of their extreme scarcity and lack of clear performance enhancements. As for laymen who weren't involved with mechs, they couldn't even tell the difference between a standard mech and a masterwork mech. For this reason, only industry reporters attended tomorrow's press conference. The interview conducted by the Rim Ward Star Herald might expose Ves to a wider audience, but his accomplishment would only be remembered by those who worked with mechs on a daily basis. Okay then. Let's talk about the bad news. How much trouble have we attracted? I'm not the right person to answer this question, Gavin replied. I believe one of your own men, Michael Crinden, is ready to fill you in. From what I have gathered, there are signs pointing to potential trouble. It's not very clear if anything is happening though, so that means there are no acute threats. Ves still didn't feel reassured. You know, if you don't feel secure enough, you can remedy that by hiring mercenaries. Mercenaries? Ves adopted an ugly look. My experiences with hiring mercenaries has been less than stellar. The battle criers turned out to be alright, but that was because they consisted of kinners. He still recalled his disappointment in the Udi's Mudriders when he hired them to protect the mech nursery during his apprentice days. Are you thinking about the Mudriders? Gavin asked. He nodded. We don't have to repeat that experience, boss. At that time, there weren't many mercenary corps available for hire. It's different now. Our budget is vastly higher and our reputation ensures that we can approach the largest and most reputable mercenary outfits without getting turned away. His assistant had a point. Ves seriously mulled over this option after he bought into those reasons. While his mech forces grew in strength every day, Ves wasn't confident that they could fend off all of the threats that might be targeting him right now. 1,000 mechs was not enough. The protection of the Glory Battalion was also not enough. With all the attention he attracted, he wouldn't feel safe until he enjoyed the protection of at least another 1,000 mechs. Explore this option, Ves commanded. Reach out to any reputable mercenary organizations in the vicinity and see if they're willing to accept a contract from us. I hope we don't have to scrape the bottom of the barrel this time. Don't worry. The LMC is not the company of the past, and your personal reputation has vastly exceeded that of any journeyman in the local region. We won't be forced to pick an outfit with a black mark on its record again. Good. VS paused for a moment before a serious issue popped up in the mind. If we successfully manage to contract some mercenary corps, suppose we encounter an ambush prepared by the Friday Coalition. Will the mercenaries even fight against the Friday Mechs? Gavin briefly consulted his data pad again. I'm afraid not, boss. There is a standard clause in each mercenary contract that states that mercenaries aren't compelled to fight against mechs that are a class higher than what they are capable of fielding. Third-class mercenary corps will only fight against third-class mechs. This meant that the mercenaries wouldn't hesitate to give way to the Friday men. While VS already anticipated something like this, he still looked troubled. The only other way to defend against the Friday Coalition was to hire a second-class mercenary corps, but these kinds of outfits were hard to find in lesser states. It was still useful to hire regular mercenaries. They might not be able to resist the Friday Coalition, but they would always be able to lighten the burden against regular opponents. Okay, then proceed exploring this option, but make sure that they have a good reputation. The last thing I want to see is my own mercenaries turning their mechs around to attack my forces. Will do, boss. After that, they discussed some miscellaneous issues before Gavin left to enact his latest instructions. VS sat in his office and fiddled with the Larkinson mandate for a moment. The golden cat purred comfortably as VS massaged her intangible body with his spiritual projection. He began to consider his upcoming agenda. First, he planned to hold a press conference and conduct an interview. Shortly afterwards, he wanted to proceed with the long-delayed implantation surgery. While he was out, he wanted his organizations to prepare for the long migration to the Sentinel Kingdom. Along the way, he wanted his large and sprawling fleet to stop by the Bentheim system. He wanted to meet with the members of the old family in person for what might possibly be the last time. Aside from that, he also wanted to witness the possible end of the Sand War. Perhaps he could grant one of Devia Stark's favors during this time so that she could move on from her trauma. VS knew that it wasn't really safe to travel back to the Bright Republic. If necessary, he was willing to split up his fleet so that only a small and expendable portion entered the Bentheim system while the rest continued on its way to the Sentinel Kingdom. All in all, depending on how long his surgery incapacitated him, he needed to depend on his subordinates to hold the fort and keep his enterprises together. I really hope they are up to the task of running my organizations in my absence, he muttered. Fortunately, if everything went well, he'd be out for a week at most before he could manage to regain confidence. Even if he was stuck on a hospital bed for another week, he could still keep tabs on any developments and issue instructions from the infirmary. It's almost time, he whispered with anticipation. The Archimedes rebel that he was about to integrate would be a game-changer for him. By expanding his cognitive functions and digitizing a portion of them, VS would gain some considerable advantages that would skyrocket his productivity. He expected to become a much better mech designer once his implant came online. This was extremely handy to him because he was just about ready to design his first proper second-class mech. No matter how much more complex these mechs can be, with the help of my implant, I'll never get lost. Chapter 1902 Grounded. In the Friday Coalition, there existed many prosperous star systems. One of the more notable ones was the Warsaw Giant system. It hosted what many Friday men arguably considered the best mech design institution in Coalition space. The Clarion University of Mech Design was a sprawling behemoth that established extensive symbiotic relationships with the Gage dynasty. While there were several rival institutions that possessed the capital to compete against Clarion's prestige and influence, it was nonetheless the foremost school in every aspiring mech design student's mind. Those who managed to receive an invitation to study at Clarion were some of the most fortunate individuals. Those who managed to rise up from obscurity and pass the notoriously difficult and grueling entry examinations were valued even higher. This was how an ordinary young woman managed to do so well and catch the attention of one of the great master mech designers residing at Warsaw Giant. Years of frantic study, extensive augmentation, assisting her master in various projects ensued. Soon enough, she became qualified to design her own mechs, even managing to publish a few modestly successful mech designs in the Friday Coalition's notoriously oversaturated and ultra-competitive mech market. In recognition of her talent, ability, and contributions, the Gage dynasty invited her to become one of its retainers. If she worked hard enough and continued to increase her value, then a day might come where she might receive an offer to be adopted into the great dynasty. This was always one of her greatest goals in life. To become a member of the Gage dynasty meant that she would be granted the greatest amount of support in her future climb towards master. To any mech designer, the promotion from apprentice to journeyman was like a natural moat that blocked all but a random number of lucky mech designers. Even the smartest, talented, and most promising apprentices never managed to find an opportunity to advance. Meanwhile, many of their lesser deserving rivals breezed past this threshold as if it was nothing more than a curtain. On the other hand, no amount of luck and random chance could ever allow a senior to reach master. Only hard work, a solid foundation, a huge amount of funding, and a willingness to plunge into the unknown could give seniors a sliver of a chance to advance to master. While Lady Aisling Curver was confident in her ability to become a master through her own efforts, if she enjoyed the full support of the Gage dynasty, then her ascension was much more assured. Just like the famed master Carmen Olsen, reaching master at 100 years old was her ultimate goal. Advancing quickly would not only provide her with more time to perform true cutting-edge research, but also do wonders in raising her profile. Of course, achieving this feat was not the only way for an ambitious mech designer to stand out from the mech industry and attract attention. In a private estate situated in a pristine forested landscape, Aisling sat on her sofa while tuning into a public broadcast. The rumors are true. The voice of the man she obsessed over rang clear through the advanced speakers of her room. The mech you see before you is a certified masterwork mech. The Quint is an exceptional copy of our Bright Warrior design, which is based around a modular mech platform with 4 different configurations. Through the assistance of an anonymous benefactor, my partner and I not only managed to design the best mech our collaboration has produced, but also managed to turn our inaugural copy into a masterwork. She pinched her fingers and spread them out in a diagonal fashion, causing the projection of the broadcast to grow larger until it dominated half of the elegantly decorated leisure room. The brilliant-looking woman in a dress spoke up next. Not only has a master of the Mech Trade Association conveyed her appreciation towards the Quint, she has also confirmed in person that Ves and I have substantially contributed to the making of this masterwork mech. After the Honorable Master Moira Willix inspected our work in person, the MTA has officially bestowed us both with masterwork certificates. Starting from today, Ves and I have officially become the youngest masterwork mech designers from the Yana Star Cluster. That could have been me, she growled from her gritted teeth as she glared at the grinning woman standing next to the man that could have been hers. That cow doesn't deserve Ves. She's ruining him. She already ruined him, in fact. If she hadn't brainwashed him into becoming a Hexer slave, he wouldn't have hijacked our ship. A more demure-looking woman wearing a plain suit shook her head. Let it be, Aisling. What's done is done. You have had your chance. Your master has rejected your proposal to chase after Ves again. He's a problem for the Coalition Reserve Corps now. You should instead focus on redeeming yourself and get back in your master's good graces. The aftermath of the Scarlet Rose's hijacking hadn't gone well. Ves Larkinson not only managed to kill off the entire crew of the Scarlet Rose, but subsequently managed to take over the ship and her complement of mechs long enough to return to safety. What was worse was that Hexer reinforcements also defeated the Terranak and her mechs, taking the ship as an extra prize. While Lady Curver wasn't responsible for these losses, her decisions to kidnap Ves and bring him back to Warsaw Giant directly led to these unfortunate turn of events. Suffice to say, the CRC was quite displeased with Lady Curver. Her master had to bail her out and keep her in place to minimize the repercussions of her missteps. She hated it. Aisling was not only stuck on Warsaw Giant, but also had to go back to assisting her master's design projects. This meant that she was unable to devote any time to her own projects, thereby slowing down her own progress. What was worse for Aisling was that while she returned to doing marginal grunt work for Master Huron, Gloriana Woden proceeded to reunite with Ves and design the most impressive mech up to his point in this career. Let me be honest. Ves spoke. We did not achieve this remarkable accomplishment alone. If you access the MTA's public record on the Quint, you will notice that Master Willix reserved a considerable amount of credit to a mech designer known as Mr. S. Due to his own wishes, I cannot speak any further about his identity. All I can say is that Mr. S is one of my greatest benefactors and one of the most important reasons why I managed to reach this point. Master Willix herself expressed great respect for Mr. S's abilities. Not only did he assist us in perfecting the Bright Warrior design, he also facilitated our entry into the ranks of masterwork mech designers. Gloriana took over in addressing the crowd of reporters. Let me be clear. We are true masterwork mech designers. Without the months we've spent on designing the Bright Warrior and the value we've provided to the Quint, our first mech built exclusively for the Larkinson clan would have never become so remarkable. If you have any cause to doubt our masterwork certificates, then you can always take it up with Master Willix of the MTA. Naturally, no reporter at the press conference dared to issue a challenge. Nobody was crazy enough to call a master mech designer a liar, let alone one who was part of the hierarchy of one of the most powerful organizations in the galaxy. Gloriana smiled at the crowd and the recorders with supreme satisfaction. She even leaned into Ves in order to show off her affection for her lover. That could have been me, Aisling repeated with a heated face. The impressive and sublime appearance Quint looming over the heads of the loving pair practically taunted her. The masterwork mech's existence was like a dagger stabbed into her heart. It physically hurt her to continue staring at the mech that bore the touch of both her greatest crush and her most hated rival. While Aisling stewed over what could have happened if her scheme went according to plan, Patricia calmly observed the words and mannerisms of the two mech designers. She picked up plenty of clues and made several important observations. My guess is true, she softly noted. Ves Larkinson used to be an average mech design student at Rittersberg. He should have never been able to rise so quickly. Even before he managed to become Master Olsen's apprentice, his trajectory had already started to jump upwards. There was no way he could have risen so remarkably without a benefactor. The question is what makes Ves so special in those early days. His design philosophy, I bet, Aisling shouted. Ves has developed a great design philosophy. It would have matched so well with mine, but instead he hooked up with a hexer who possessed a much more boring design philosophy. How could he possibly be so stupid to favor her as opposed to me? We could have designed the most powerful teamwork-oriented mechs in the star sector. With his glows and my neural networks, we could have empowered entire mech armies and give our side a decisive advantage against the hexers. There was no way to turn back time for Aisling. Even if the rumors were true that the Big Two developed or adapted alien technology that enables them to travel through time, someone like Aisling would never be able to access such restricted technology. For all intents and purposes, Aisling forever lost her moment to convert Ves to her side. Patricia directed a veiled look at her colleague and superior. She suffered her own share of problems after the hijacking of the Scarlet Rose. Though she managed to escape greater punishment as well, she sometimes regretted her decision. Spending time with a jealous and lovesick fool like Aisling was wearing on her patience. It became increasingly harder to maintain a calm and rational mood when she was in the presence of a petulant child. Even though Patricia respected Aisling's talent and accomplishments in mech design, the latter's rapid success also came paired with strong mood swings and an extreme personality. "It is odd how the pair frequently referred to Mr. S and Master Willix," she observed while ignoring Aisling's outbursts. "I believe they are trying to protect themselves by implicitly sending the message that they enjoyed the support of a genuine master and a suspected master." The other mech designer in the room paused her tantrum. "That doesn't sound very clever. If they're working too hard, then that suggests that their supposed protection might very well be an illusion. It is well known that the mech designers from the MTA aren't allowed to meddle in private affairs and state affairs." "That is true," Patricia nodded. "And I think Ves and Gloriana are aware of this fact as well. Even so, Master Willix likely favors them in private. This counts for at least something, as it is never a good idea to earn the ire of one of the masters presiding over our entire star sector." This meant that the pair would still be able to achieve their goals of deterring potential troublemakers from going after their lives. What Patricia could see, others could see as well. Therefore, even if a lot of powerful people throughout the star sector began to notice the pair for the first time, they didn't do more than seeking ways to reach out to them with attractive offers. When Gloriana proceeded to mention that the Woden dynasty of the Hexadric hegemony officially supported the pair, most of those plans evaporated into dust. Almost no one who was already on the side of the Hexers wished to become associated with those rabid women. "VS is rooting for the wrong side," Aisling said glumly. As the Quint began to demonstrate its performance by deploying into space, she no longer wanted to watch the broadcast any longer. She flicked her finger, causing the projection to fade. "You're right, Patricia. Mulling over my regrets won't get me anywhere. If I want to keep up with that Hexer witch and remain worthy to VS, I have to work earnestly to get back in my master's good graces." She wasn't willing to give up. Chapter 1903 New Relationships. Inside a highly congested space station in the Bentheim system, a lot of spacers and mech pilots were idling and relaxing at its many bars and other establishments of varying repute. Ever since the Sandmen stopped throwing their fleets against human territories like a flood, the defenders of the star systems that had been pushed to the brink all sighed in relief. When the latest developments became known, the Bright Republic quickly grew alarmed while the other states thanked their lucky stars that they weren't in the way of the final Sandman offensive. Several months had gone by since the Sand War entered into an entirely different phase. As far as the more far-flung states like the Reynald Republic was concerned, the Sand War was pretty much over. Only the states in the vicinity of the former Coman Federation still sweated like buckets. The Bright Republic may have been the obvious target, but the Vesia Kingdom, Ilvain Protectorate, independent state of Pilis, and various other states might very well be next. For this reason, the diplomats from the Bright Republic worked overtime in trying to solicit help from the surrounding states and beyond. In the meantime, the Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps eagerly took advantage of the months-long lull in battle to reorganize their deployments and prepare for the clash that everyone saw coming. Though a lot of Brighters wanted to mourn and take stock of the immense amount of death and loss they suffered, the government didn't allow its population to let down its guard. A large amount of peaceful soldiers regularly patrolled the streets of the major cities. They not only helped with enforcing martial law, but also instilled the correct moods among the citizens who simply wanted to forget about the Sandmen. "The Sand War isn't over." This phrase was repeated over and over across all manner of official communication. The Brighters had to avoid falling asleep just when the Sandmen were about to come back to strike one last blow against the state that had stopped them in their tracks. Since the Bentheim system was the likely target of the rumored Sandman planet, the Mech Corps and Starfighter Corps reassigned a large amount of regiments and divisions to this star system. Despite the congestion, despite the logistical challenges, Bentheim grew more and more formidable as soldiers and defenders from all over the state converged on the port system. This naturally led to a lot of congestion, especially at sites where all of them liked to spend their time while on leave. At a particularly dingy drinking establishment that had clearly seen better days, rhythmic music blasted softly from the ceiling. A low light left much of the interior in shadow, with only a scarlet-purple glow providing enough light for the patrons to pick up their glasses of beer or banter with the right comrades. At a cramped booth located in the corner of the top floor of the bar, two young women were waiting for their third companion to return with their orders. Ordinarily, a serving bot should have brought their drinks to their table, but all of the bots long gone out of order. Really now? Keddy scowled. Of all the places we could have chosen, why did he settle for this drinking hole? The ventilation system is on its last legs. The floor is sticky with spilled liquids. The walls and ceiling are already starting to corrode. Through the laughter and banter of the other patrons, the noise also started to grate on her ears. While the former pirate was not unaccustomed to rougher crowds, she could always count on her fellow swords maidens to back her up if someone looked at her wrong. Now, plenty of the men sitting in the nearby chairs, booths, and bar stools were openly leering at the two women. Though everyone here had the good sense to avoid going any further, the uncouth stares still bothered Keddies to no end. If not for the very tight security systems keeping the space station in order, she would have felt tempted to march towards her admirers to poke their eyes. Those mercenaries and gangers are not worth your time. Riella spoke from the other side of the booth. Don't forget why we are here. Soon enough, we might have to depend on them as comrades in arms. A solemn silence passed between the two women. Heya, babes! Why the glum faces? A loud and very male voice interrupted their musing. 3 large mugs of beer slammed against the tabletop. The newcomer soon sat down next to Riella and placed her hand on the curve of her bottom. Riella swatted his arm with a slap. Not here! Keep your hands to yourself! I wasn't doing anything, babe, Vincent Ricklin retorted with mock innocence. I was just appreciating your Larkinson charm. Have I told you that you're gorgeous? I really don't know why the two of you got along in the first place. Keddies interrupted as she took a swig of her beer. Vincent isn't so bad once you get to know him. Riella smirked as she partook in her own drink. He's kind of like Dietrich but better in every way. I like some excitement in my life, you know. It also helps that he pilots an impressive mech. Vincent laughed as he swung his hand around her shoulder. Ha! I really do have to thank your cousin for designing my Adonis Colossus. A lot more people have begun to admire my mech ever since he appeared on the news again. I can sell my mech for a fortune if I ever accept one of the many offers that people have sent to me. You can't believe what some of these rich guys are prepared to exchange for a custom mech developed by your cousin. I really hope you aren't letting your greed get the better of yourself. Keddies frowned. From what I know of VS, your Adonis Colossus is only designed to work with you. You'll desecrate your mech if you pass it on to someone else. Hey, I was just talking, babe. I love my Adonis Colossus. It's the best mech that I could ever pilot. It has brought me so much fame and success. I'd be a fool to give it away. The only mech designer at the booth nodded with satisfaction. At least you know your priorities. I feel kinda jealous, actually. Riella sighed. The prideful soldiers and other mechs I've piloted recently are not as good as yours. I really wished I pressed my relation with VS a bit harder. Maybe that masterwork mech of his could have been mine. Hey! The light skirmisher that I'm designing for you won't disappoint you, Riella. I'm already planning to show it to Ves so that he can make a pass on my design and instill it with one of his glows. Is that even possible? Vincent scratched his head. I'm not sure, but I've tried my best to adhere to his guidelines, so I think it will work. It won't be entirely your design anymore, though. You'll get to pilot a better mech. Ah, that's right. Despite the ongoing sand war, everyone was already starting to think ahead. What would they do after human space was no longer being threatened by the Sandman? With so many devastated states and star systems, a huge wave of reclamation and reconstruction would soon take place. Just like the invasion of the Red Ocean, there was plenty of treasure to find among the wreckage of the former border states. Where there was treasure, there would doubtlessly be a lot of rivals looking to harvest most of the gains. Vincent Ricklin saw a great opportunity here. As long as he and his Ricklin's rollers picked up a lot of valuable salvage, he could grow his mercenary corps further. Perhaps he might even be able to claim his own planet. As Vincent grinned and laughed at the prospect of ruling his own planet, both women shared a peculiar look. Really, Riella? Why date this dolt? He's fun and he's great in bed. What's not to like? You're not growing any younger. You should start looking for something more permanent than a casual fling. Hey, babe, don't call me a casual fling. Vincent pulled himself out of his latest daydream. He squeezed Riella's shoulder. I'm really serious about my girl here. Riella is much more than the girls I've been seeing in the past. She can be quite the tigress on and off the battlefield, if you know what I mean. Keddies did not look amused at Vincent's obvious wink. Ugh. I don't even know why I bother. Hey now, Keddies. Riella began to look concerned. Having someone by your side who you can click with is a great way to spend your time. I would have gone stir-crazy from all the drilling sessions if not for Vincent here. Maybe you should take a page from our book and start dating yourself. I feel like a hexer. None of the boys here are great. They don't understand me. Not like him. Female hexers who are disgusted with boys like to hook up with their own kind, right? Keddies offered them a grim smile. The women here are not much better. It's not what I want. Back in my old outfit, I always considered my fellow swords maidens to be sisters. I don't want to distort that impression by looking at them in a different way. Do you have the hots for Ves? Riella immediately slapped her man on the cheek. Vincent! Don't be rude. We talked about this. This is a sore point for Keddies. Oh, you poor girl. I'm not as fragile as you think I am. The young mech designer sighed and shook her head. Ves has Gloriana now. They look happy with each other, and I'm happy for them. I always felt that Ves was too good for me. It's best that things turned out this way. Oh, Keddies. The exiled Larkinson stretched out her arm in order to hold Keddy's hand. If I was still with Ves, I would have smacked some sense in him. If I knew he had a fetish for hexers like Gloriana, I would have smacked his face until he turned back to normal. He really missed out on a sweet girl like you who looked up to him all the time. That part of my life is over. Just let it be. I have already started to look ahead. Do you need me to introduce you to some buddies of mine? Vincent offered. I know all kinds of fellows who would love to. I'm fine, Vincent. I can manage on my own. Your buddies are all thugs and lowlives, Riella complained. I know they have been covering your back during your rebel days, but you should really professionalize your outfit. At its current state, it's far from my blood claws and barely better than Dietrich's pathetic whalers. Didn't that loser get kicked out from his own gang? That's not the point. I'm telling you, Vincent. There's no future for you if you continue to run Ricklin's rollers like a terrorist cell. I'm working on it. This isn't something I can change in a day. He said this the last time, and the time before that. Nothing seemed to have changed. To Riella, Rickland's rollers acted more like a bunch of bros with mechs rather than a reliable fighting force. I heard Ves and his followers are about to return to the Bright Republic, if only briefly. Riella changed the topic. My family is quite abuzz about this. What have you heard, kiddies? Are you looking forward to returning to his side? You've already spent quite a lot of time with me. While I'm glad to keep you company, I feel like you are missing out on opportunities. Keddies frowned. She wasn't quite sure how to answer this question. Would it be better for her to return to Ves, or try to find her own way to success? Chapter 1904 Excessive Precautions. Ves spent several hours in the public eye. He not only held a press conference with various reporters from the Protectorate and other states, he also held an interview for the Rimward Star-Herald. He reiterated much of the same points he mentioned during the press conference. He also revealed some innocent details about the Bright Warrior design and the Quint. In addition, he had an opportunity to present an image of himself that was a bit more eccentric and exaggerated than he was in reality. Though Ves hadn't outright donned his crazy hat during that time, he put on a lighter version that hopefully made him appear less than right in the head in some instances. He didn't care whether people thought less of him. He always kept Master Willix's words in mind that his mechs should do the talking in these cases. As long as he continued to design great mechs, all of the criticism and naysayers against him would lose their sting. Even if Ves claimed that his mechs were literally the embodiments of vile, ancient demons from the abyss, his customers would still pilot his mechs his glee as long as their machines brought them victory in battle. In the mech industry, the mech designer was an important brand, but not the main determination in whether a mech model achieved commercial success. Plenty of poorly regarded mech designers managed to make the right choices and design a successful mech. In addition, plenty of reliable mech designers wasted months on a design only to achieve a fraction of their expected sales. Though Ves enjoyed a greater share of success than his peers, that was due to various reasons. For one, he never designed a commercial mech he didn't believe in. While that led to a severe dearth of choices in the LMC's mech catalog, pretty much every mech for sale was useful in some capacity. He always thought carefully on what the market demanded and what he could offer to meet those demands. His desire to uphold his reputation and grow the reputation of the LMC as a supplier of high-quality mechs caused him to care a lot about the market reaction of his products. So far, Ves was quite happy with his progress, but he could always do better. After receiving Master Willix's tutelage for an entire week, he had a much better picture of his strengths and shortcomings. One of the best and most comprehensive ways to upgrade his design capabilities was to integrate a cranial implant in his brain. This was the key to catching up Gloriana. It didn't miss his notice that his girlfriend probably harvested much more gains from turning the Quint into a masterwork mech and receiving lots of valuable insights from Master Willix. Though Gloriana wouldn't be advancing to senior anytime soon, Ves estimated that all of the lessons she learned and insights she gained could very well bring forth her promotion by a decade. This was catastrophic news from Ves. Feeling the surgery from Gloriana's very obvious glee, Ves slogged through the press conference and interview with a touch of impatience. While he knew that these events were vital opportunities to shape his public perception and send out the right messages, his mind no longer lingered on the present. When the interviewer from the Herald finally wrapped up the session and departed the venue, Ves sighed and stroked Lucky's back. Finally! You look like you have to go to the bathroom but had to hold it in. I know you're eager to start the surgery, but this is important as well. I know, Gloriana. It's just that I can't wait much longer. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Now, there's nothing that can delay my augmentation any longer. I'm going to be a completely new mech designer after this surgery. I can finally enjoy some of the benefits that you've been enjoying for years." His girlfriend smiled and leaned against his arm. "Cranial implants do improve the design experience, but never forget that it is the brain you were born with that is supposed to be in charge. Don't use the implant as a crutch. If you stop exercising your mind like you did up until now, you'll stop advancing." "I already know that, Gloriana. Master Willix has also helpfully reminded us that we shouldn't grow too dependent on each other. Maybe we should design some mechs on our own from time to time, if only make sure we can still produce hits by ourselves." The prospect of designing a mech without VS did not sit well with her. She scrunched her face and pinched his cheek. "Let's discuss that later. For now, you should head to Rania and prepare for your big day." They left the public venue the LMC had rented and traveled back to the Avatar base. There, the Frozen Leaf sat parked in the large landing zone. Dr. Rania decided to bring her personal ship down in order to transfer some of the advanced medical machine and equipment to the surgery room prepared specifically for this purpose. Due to his paranoia and fear that anything might go wrong while people operated on his brain, VS made a huge number of ridiculous demands. The room where the surgery would take place was located underground. The main chamber was built like a bunker surrounded by other bunkers. A decent amount of briar alloy and other advanced materials lined the walls, causing the underground fortification to be strong enough to withstand both nuclear explosions and asteroid impacts. An independent redundant power system powered a whole host of life support systems, allowing for a completely closed circulation of air and water, thereby preventing any outside contaminants from infiltrating the operating room. A robust array of anti-grav modules precisely regulated even the tiniest tremors and gravity fluctuations. They also acted as inertial dampeners in the event the underground fortification suffered a severe impact. As for the security arrangements, nearly all of the available avatars of myth had been deployed to defend the base, and remain alert against any possible infiltrations or unauthorized intrusions. The security suites had been beefed with a multitude of high-powered scanning arrays that were all tuned to detect different kinds of stealth systems. All non-essential employees had been given a day off, leaving the Avatar base noticeably less noisy. Without the mech technicians, administrative staff and other workers, only the mech pilots and guard infantry remained at their assigned positions. Hundreds of gold and black mechs bearing the golden cat of the Larkinson clan and the Vesuvian mech that represented their troop patrolled the base in concentric circles. Above in high orbit, the space-borne contingent of the avatars of myth kept a very close watch on any elements in space that might pose a threat to sight on the surface. The revised shield of Sama with its tough and incredibly sturdy briar alloy attracted a fair amount of attention. Yet what impressed outside observers even more was the two mech companies of bright warriors. 40 illuminating warriors, 20 nova warriors, 10 solar warriors and 10 shining warriors all made for an imposing sight as they patrolled in formation. When VS tasked his avatars and others to implement this expensive and extremely excessive security cordon, Commander Melker quickly decried the waste. "Are you crazy, VS? Do you know how many mechs we could have built with the money you are investing in these security measures?" "It's my money," VS answered back then. "In my opinion, these precautions aren't good enough, but I can't wait any longer. I'm taking a very risky gamble here." Melker laughed. "Risky? With all of these guards and security equipment in place, not even a drop of rain can approach your treatment facility." "Well, regardless of what you think, my avatars belong to me. If I choose to deploy your full roster to stand guard, then you better obey my instructions." Aside from arranging the avatars to stand guard, he also assigned a considerable amount of living sentinels to guard the outer perimeter. In addition, He also requested Gloriana to assign as many troops from the Glory Battalion as possible. She managed to assign at least 20 second-class mechs and mech pilots to guard the inner perimeter. Now that the Woden dynasty guaranteed his safety, the Glory Warriors did not disdain to guard a foreign boy anymore. Perhaps the most important piece of the defense plan was the presence of Venerable Brutus. His star dancer silently hovered above the fortified entrance of the underground facility with its laser rifle warmed and ready to take out any approaching threat. In addition to the mechs, a few guards on foot also stood guard at strategic locations within the underground fortification. They guarded the interior of the facility alongside the more numerous guard infantry. A day after the press conference, Ves wore a simple gown. He inspected the highly fortified and completely isolated operating room with his vulcanized scanner for the 10th time in the last 2 hours. Lucky lazily floated from one corner to another corner, as he watched out for any spy bugs and other unwanted intrusions. "Did you find anything, Lucky?" Meow. "I know you didn't find anything 53 times before, but you never know if someone slipped something in at the last minute." Meow meow meow. "Don't complain. If anything goes wrong, I can easily die. This is the most precarious moment of my life." Though everyone around him was quite exasperated with his paranoia, Ves didn't care. He would rather be overprepared than underprepared. If nothing went wrong in the next couple of hours, then he would gladly accept this outcome. Even if it seemed that all of his preparations went to waste, Ves would still believe that his security precautions formed an effective deterrent against his enemies. Moments later, Dr. Lupo briefly entered the operation room. He was garbed in a high-tech operating uniform that provided a lot of conveniences while at the same time keeping him completely sterile and free of contaminants. "It's time. Please put away your possessions and lay down on the main operating table. We will start with the final steps before the surgery within a couple of minutes." "Understood." Once Ves put away his Vulcani with the rest of his possessions, he laid in place, but not before looking at each of the guards assigned to keep watch in the operating room. Aside from Nita, Ves assigned a handful of guards with close ties to the Larkinsons as well as a handful of Glory Warriors that his girlfriend personally recommended. Each of them could potentially pose a threat to him, but Ves already had some measures in place to watch the Watchers. In fact, he also enlisted some other personnel to watch the Watchers that watched the Watchers. Once the final preparations were complete, the surgeons entered the operating room. Dr. Rania entered first. She held a secure case which stored the highly modified Archimedes verbal bioimplant. Dr. Lupo entered immediately afterwards. Though he lacked the depth and breadth of Rania's knowledge, his high learning ability allowed him to gain a lot of relevant competences that would doubtlessly be of help for this delicate operation. Aside from the 2 exobiologists, 6 more older-looking individuals entered the room. The newcomers wore very different operating suits. Their markings each signified that they were senior implant surgeons and nurses employed by different medical facilities from the Ilvain Protectorate. Ves wasn't relieved with letting Dr. Rania and Dr. Lupo perform the entire surgery by themselves. Months ago, he specifically ordered Kalsi to reach out to the Kurin dynasty and dispatch some of the best implant surgeons the Protectorate could offer. After Ves, Krindon and Nita personally verified their reliability and ability, they cleared surgeons and nurses to participate in the operation. Because their addition happened on short notice, both Rania and Lupo objected to this sudden development. Ves overruled their objections though. He wanted those Ilvainian medical professionals to be on hand to act as another check. Even though Ves was well aware that the Ilvainians might very pose a threat to him as well. "We can begin now. Is there anything you wish to say or do before we begin?" "In fact, there is something I want to do before we begin." He spoke and withdrew a device. Please proceed with the surgery immediately after I'm done. He activated the device, causing an energy screen similar to that employed by Master Willix to surround his operating table. Now that he gained some privacy, he moved quickly in summoning his system comm. Once he activated its interface, he quickly browsed the skill tree and spent a hefty chunk of design points on another mastery. Light Skirmisher Mastery I, 40,000 DP. VS grinned. Since I'll be out for at least a week, I might as well be productive and make good use of my temporary hiatus. As the system comm quickly dematerialized, an intangible hook quickly latched onto his consciousness and dragged it out of his mind. Chapter 1905 Vulnerable. He looks so vulnerable, Gloriana commented as she observed the macabre-looking operation from the observation room. I understand now why he fears this operation so much. He's completely defenseless if anything goes wrong. VS had always been a proactive person to her. He liked to take action because he was often forced into situations where he needed to react. For him to place himself at the mercy of others seemed uncharacteristic. He was placing a lot of faith in his precautions and subordinates. Though his preparations seemed excessive, there was still a chance that something might go wrong. I won't let anything happen, Gloriana whispered to herself. VS needs to make it through. For the operation, it was better if the patient was as inactive and dormant as possible. This was because the bioimplant had to root inside the brain tissue and form active new connections. This delicate and extremely precarious step could easily go wrong if the wrong wires got plugged in the wrong sockets. With VS seemingly out cold, his brain activity had dropped at an unusually low level, but that was not entirely bad. While this made it a little bit more difficult to identify which parts of his brain was responsible for a specific function, Rania and Lupo had already performed this task beforehand. With the relatively low levels of brain activity, it became a bit easier to forge a smooth connection and determine whether it functioned properly. A mind that was inactive also produced less clutter, thereby providing their scanners with a clear view of what went on in the patient's mind. The surgery began shortly after the surgeons confirmed that VS was out for at least a while. The Ilvanan implant surgeons cooperated smoothly with Dr. Lupo and Dr. Rania. Though they were older and more experienced, Rania insisted on taking the lead this time. Let her take charge, Gloriana commanded after she patched into a channel. Rania is better trained and can fully utilize all of the tools and machinery at her disposal. She trusted Rania to do right by VS and turn her boyfriend into a much more productive mech designer. Hi. I can't wait to design a mech with the new VS. With his new implant, he can partially digitize his mind. I can form a connection with him with my own implant. This would negate the need for speech, as they could just transfer a lot of data to each other without the need to package it. This would doubtlessly push their collaboration to the next level. Melody, who stood behind her, tooted her voice. The Archimedes Rebel implant is quite formidable, especially when it comes to data storage. Has it not come to your attention that VS has decided to go through with the surgery because of you? He is very concerned about the possibility that you will overtake him. With this new implant, he might be able to even the score. Gloriana smirked. He can try. I've made some massive gains lately. As long as I process my gains and figure out what they mean to me, my upcoming designs will definitely be an evolution compared to my previous works. In fact, she preferred it if VS became better. Only when he could keep up with her would Gloriana be able to design the best mechs. His contribution was indispensable to her, so she was truly pleased that VS worked hard to avoid falling behind. While she would still love VS even if his progress no longer matched her own, she would still feel disappointed. She partnered with VS with the expectation that he would be able to stimulate her design philosophy and push her to greater heights. She sighed. She really hoped nothing went wrong during the next couple of hours. Meow. Clixie passed her paw through the projection that depicted the operation. Her furry limb passed through the table right next to the operating table where Lucky vigilantly guarded the surroundings. Do you want to go to Lucky? Meow. We can't. You'd have to be put into a sterile suit, and I know you hate that. Besides, you just need to wait a few hours before the surgery is done. The Rebarthan sentinel cat's paw subsequently passed through Nita's projection. Unlike before, her high-quality combat armor featured an attachment which held a very important object. In order to guard his body against threats with a more spiritual nature, he insisted on keeping the Larkinson mandate in the operation room. Though none could see the golden cat barring VS, the presence of the Larkinson mandate in the room had a noticeable effect on the surgeons and nurses. Each of them felt considerably more determined in trying to make this operation a success. Gloriana frowned and wanted to look away when some implements managed to open up her boyfriend's head. While various advanced machinery went to work in trying to keep it in a stable condition, she still didn't want her memories to be tainted by VS in such a vulnerable state. She didn't allow herself to look away. VS was her boyfriend, and he could easily become something more. She owed it to him to witness his operation in person, if only to stay alert and intervene if something went amiss. Of course, she knew that she likely wouldn't be needed to step in. VS prepared so many security precautions and formed so many different contingency plans that almost every possibility had been taken into account. More than an hour went by as the surgeons carefully prepared the patient's exposed brain for the implantation procedure. Gloriana didn't understand much of what Rania and Lupo were doing with her boyfriend's head, but the assisting Nilvanan surgeons and nurses voiced no complaint, so they must be doing something right. At some point, the implant was ready to be inserted in the brain. This was the most important step of the operation, as the initial insertion and integration would determine how quickly VS could assimilate the Archimedes Rebal and turn it into his own strength. Anything that might go wrong at this stage would easily lead to complications that prolonged the recovery period. If the complications were serious enough, then permanent brain damage, or even brain death, was a very real possibility. Rania and Lupo carefully worked together to control a delicate machine that slowly lowered the multi-layered bioimplant to the patient's cranium. A lot of reactions started to take place. As the implant sank between V's brain tissue, the initial neural connections slowly took shape. All of the implant surgeons carefully observed the projected sensor data and multi-spectrum scans for any anomalies and complications. At the same time, the bioimplant began to sink deeper as it headed closer to the center of the brain. In order to ensure that the Archimedes Rebal formed the best possible integration with VS, it had to be set in a very specific portion of his brain. Settling it in any other possible part would definitely degrade the implant's functionality. If this step was botched, then the implant might warp the patient's personality and cognition to the point where their friends and family wouldn't be able to recognize them anymore. Though Gloriana didn't understand most of the readings projected by the interfaces in the observation room, they all looked relatively stable. Time passed by. As the implant started to settle in the right place, more and more connections formed between the exterior connectors of the implant and the brain. Due to the Briar alloy shell and Sintra umbra sleeve enveloping the Archimedes Rebal, Rania had to develop a special organic outer layer in order to ensure it would stay in place. Various curled tubes that were enveloped by multiple different layers of materials extended from the implant from multiple directions. Their addition made the implant look like a very small and exotic octopus-like exobeast. The unnerving bioconnectors extending from the tubes started to bond with specific portions of brain tissue. Rania and Lupo had to guide this process manually. Fortunately, both of them proved very adept with this critical process. Gloriana slowly relaxed as no major complications had occurred as of yet. While Ves wasn't exactly the easiest patient to integrate with an advanced implant, the surgeons were managing the operation with great care and expertise. It was at this point that Dr. Lupo jerked his hand, thereby manipulating the controls to botch the integration process in a fatal fashion. Halt! An alarm immediately swept the operation chamber while more alarms rang throughout the observation room and everywhere else. What is going on? Ves! Is Ves okay? Meow! Nita and the other guards immediately brought their rifles to bear on the surgeons. Lucky instantly jumped from his perch and floated above Lupo's head, ready to slice it apart. The Larkinson mandate glowed as the golden cat sensed that something had gone awry. No one moved except for Rania, who still needed to guide the integration process. Even though she was forced to concentrate on her work, she still looked aghast at her fellow exobiologist. You could have killed him! How can you betray us? How can you betray your own employer? She was shocked because Ves should have definitely died, or at least suffered serious damage to his brain. This was because despite all of his precautions and despite all of the security measures, the implantation surgery still had to be done by hand. All of the tools and equipment that Rania brought from her ship only played an assisting function. She didn't own any surgery machines that could perform the operation by themselves without any human intervention. This basically meant that Rania and Lupo had full access to the patient's most important organ. Even though there were safeguards in place meant to prevent accidental slips or harmful sabotage, they only kicked in when they recognized a serious threat. Lupo, who familiarized with the machines and their rules of operation, neatly avoided tripping long enough until it was too late. Ves should have suffered a nasty hole in his brain. Some brain tissue should have been damaged beyond repair, and the Archimedes Rebel's integration process should have encountered serious problems that couldn't be fixed. Yet to everyone's astonishment, ever since Lupo started to jerk the controls, his body started to freeze. An energy field surrounded his body that restricted his movements and forcibly kept him in place. Even though he succeeded in his attempt to relay harmful instructions in the device he was controlling, it failed to execute his commands. This wasn't supposed to happen. Lupo was supposed to have direct control over the device due to the need to react spontaneously if any critical complications arose. The safeguards should have kicked in half a second later at the very least. Are you surprised your sabotage failed to kick off? A shimmering form appeared into existence behind Dr. Lupo. Calabas, garbed in an infiltrator suit, pointed an unknown device at the exobiologist and culinary enthusiast. Despite all of the anti-stealth scanners installed throughout the perimeter and interior of the underground facility, Calabas's hidden presence went completely unnoticed. Well, all but a couple of cats failed to detect her presence. Meow? Meow? This was why I was here. Thank you for keeping my presence quiet, Lucky. Meow. Ves should be okay. I was keeping my eye on Lupo Guernica for the entire time. I suspected that he might have some issue, and it turned out that I was right. She pressed a button on her device, allowing Lupo to gain enough control to speak. I failed. He spoke flatly, not even bothering to deny that he showed ill intent. You did. Would you like to tell us why? Dr. Lupo smiled ruefully. I have no excuses, only regrets. I know my fate is sealed. I'll be going now. Enjoy your impending defeat. His body suddenly went limp as if it lost all life. Before Calabast and everyone else had time to process his abrupt death, a second alarm began to ring. The guards shifted in their combat armor as they all received urgent transmissions. "We are under attack," Nita announced. "Thousands of mercenaries have emerged from hiding to launch an attack on our positions. Some of them are even fielding second-class mechs." Calabast looked surprised. "That's not possible. What of the Alvanins?" Nita looked grim. "There is a total communication lockdown. The Cronin dynasty and the other Alvanin forces have shown no signs of stopping the incoming mercenaries. In fact, the local Alvanin forces are actually forming a blockade around our forces." A look of realization appeared on her face. "We have been betrayed." Chapter 1906 Counterintelligence. No matter how many alarms were ringing, the surgery had to proceed. Halting at this moment would not only hamper the functioning of the implant, but also lead to massive complications that would certainly cripple the patient. "Assist me!" Dr. Rania shouted at the Alvanin surgeons. "Take over from the late Dr. Lupo and make sure to maintain the right rhythm. This interruption and stall has already led to adverse effects." While the damage wasn't significant, it was very difficult to remedy the minor flaws that occurred when the integration process of some of the bioconnectors proceeded without direction. Not did they have to prolong the surgery to undo some of the damage, but Rania also feared that her patient required much more time to recover from the operation. Waking up after a week of slumber was out of the question. While Rania and the Alvanin surgeons desperately sought to get the operation back on track as best as possible, the guards all became a lot more alert. They no longer showed any signs of remaining as unobtrusive as possible and loomed closer with their weapons on a hair trigger. The corpse of Dr. Lupo disappeared through the floor, which folded apart upon someone's command. As Calabast swiftly swept the chamber one last time, she exited the operation room and entered the adjacent observation room. "Calabast!" Gloriana turned around and shouted while her calm was active. "What is going on? Why are we under attack? What is the Alvanin government doing?" "We've been betrayed," Calabast responded. Though she didn't activate her own calm, her eyes flitted about as if she was manipulating an internal interface with her mind. For some reason, Calabast managed to circumvent the jamming and receive crucial information. "Explain." "The reports I'm receiving are sporadic, but the agents I've installed in the Protectorate's government are being cleaned up at a rapid pace. This makes no sense." "Why?" "The Alvanins shouldn't be able to identify more than a handful of them. I've been exceedingly thorough in inserting them to turn them into my informants. The only way they could have swept so many of my assets is if they had help from the Friday Coalition, and not yesterday. I fear that at least some portions of the Alvanin government has been collaborating with the Friday men for months or years." "What?" Gloriana furiously marched up to Calabast and pointed an accusatory finger at her. "You were supposed to be on guard against these kinds of schemes. VS always complained that you weren't pulling your weight, and he's right. Some spy you are. A true diva agent would never allow herself to be blindsided by some lowly Alvanins. What have you even done for us lately?" "I've been guarding against your Wodins," Calabast hit back. "In addition, I have done more than inserting my agents in the Alvanin government. You'll see the results soon enough." "That doesn't address the fact that we are under attack. What is even going on outside?" "Numerous mercenary corps that have been hiding in various places in orbit and on the surface are bearing down on our people and assets. Commander Magdalena and Raymond Billingsley Larkinson have taken temporary charge over our military and non-military personnel. Fortunately, due to the extreme preparations and precautions that VS insisted upon, none of our people have wandered off and most of our critical assets are already secured aboard our ships." The LMC and the Larkinson clan had already been planning to leave Kesseling 8, but Ves insisted on moving the schedule ahead in case something awful happened during the operation. Even though most Larkinsons objected to the hasty and disruptive schedule, it worked out quite well in the end as no one was caught outside. Gloriana gritted her teeth as she felt as if everything around her was falling apart. She couldn't stand unexpected surprises. "We've managed to make limited contact with the Glory Battalion through the backup hardline communication channels," Melody suddenly announced. "Your brother Brutus reports that he is preparing to go into action. An unknown and indeterminate amount of third-class mechs and second-class mechs are approaching our location from various hidden locations strewn throughout Krent." "What is he doing? Tell my brother to shoot them down before they get close. The Star Dancer's effective range should be long enough to cover the entire city. The unknown hostiles are using civilian houses and structures as cover. Shoot them down," Gloriana repeated. "Why is he showing concern to our lessers when our lives are at stake? Since the Ilvanans are in collusion with the Fridaymen or whoever is targeting us, then they might as well reap their rewards. Brutus should be trying to save our lives, not the lives of some strangers." "I will convey your instructions to Brutus." A few moments after Melody silently corresponded with the expert pilot, she turned back to Gloriana. "It's done. Brutus is sniping the initial wave of hostile mercenary mechs." "Good." The female Woden smirked, but widened her eyes yet again immediately afterwards. "Wait. Don't we employ a huge amount of Ilvanans these days? They're practically in complete control over our fleet." "Ahem." Calabas coughed. "About that, you don't have to be concerned about the loyalty of Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin and the other Ilvanans we've employed." Gloriana turned back to the spy. "Explain." "One of my other major preoccupations in the last couple of months has been to screen our new recruits and determine their loyalty and dedication to the Bright Martyr. After a lot of investigation, I've discovered that they are all genuinely devoted to Ves. There is no doubt that they will fight and die on his behalf." "How can that be when their very own government has stabbed us in the back? Shouldn't the entire Protectorate be up in arms about this betrayal? The Ilvanans are acting against their very own martyred follower." This did not conform to their existing priorities. Calabast had genuinely been caught off guard by their government's sudden turnaround. As sporadic information kept transmitting into her own cranial implant, she gradually reconstructed the events that led to this disastrous situation. The Ilvane Protectorate is the only Hexer-aligned state in an ocean of coalition-aligned states, Calabas reminded Gloriana. During the centuries of peace, this situation persisted without much friction because the Friday men never showed much interest in this little stain on their maps. The Komodo War changed all of this, I take it, Gloriana guessed. Calabas nodded. The Ilvane Protectorate took on another meaning to the Friday men after the war broke out. Even though it is an inconsequential third-rate state, its inconvenient placement poses a considerable threat against its dominion over the coalition-aligned states. It is a liability that has to be removed. If you could figure that out, then why didn't you guard against this possible betrayal? I did. Calabas defended herself. As I've mentioned before, I built up an extensive information network in the Ilvanan government in order to be on the lookout for any overtures to the Friday men. What I didn't take sufficiently into account was the possibility that the government forged ties with them in advance. I fear that most of my clandestine actions have been exposed because the Friday men have placed their own spies in the Ilvanan government to work on counterintelligence. In other words, Calabas entered a spider web weaved by the Friday men without knowing it. She had been caught in the web while being none the wiser. Gloriana frowned and rubbed her chin. Okay, I understand why the coalition would target the Protectorate, but why did the Protectorate play along? The will of the Ilvanan people is highly in favor of Ves. The government should never be able to get away with their actions. The three leading dynasties have a responsibility to protect the Ilvanan people and preserve the Ilvanan faith, the spy explained. While the Ilvanans can come across as dogmatic, do you really think the leaders of the Protectorate are ready to doom their entire state, people, and fate in order to stand up to their own beliefs? Between total annihilation and selling out their bright martyr, the latter sounds a lot more attractive. What about their people? A huge proportion of the Ilvanan population would definitely be in up arms against this betrayal. The leaders know that. Calabash shook her head. It appears they have implemented two separate measures. First, they instituted martial law and locked down communications throughout all Protectorate space. While it is impossible to impose a complete and total communications blackout, their attempts are working out quite well so far, meaning that the events on Kesseling 8 are unlikely to spread to the rest of the Protectorate. What about their soldiers? There is a considerable garrison of protectors of the flock in the Kesseling system. Are they really going to stand by while the bright martyr himself is in danger? The Cronin dynasty are obliged to protect the flock. Just like their leaders, the soldiers will choose to protect their own friends, family, and people. You should also remember that the Cronins have always been trained to obey orders. They can never bring themselves to break the rules and regulations that have been drilled into their minds since they underwent military training. Traitors. It's called realpolitik, Gloriana. The Ilvanan government and military may be based around the Ilvanan faith, but it is their people they truly care about. The Friday Coalition forced them to make a very painful choice. Either they must choose to give up their state, beliefs, and way of life, or they must stand aside while the bright martyr dies or loses his freedom. If Gloriana was in their position, she would definitely choose to save Ves, but the problem was that she was not in charge. She looked glum. Then, is the entire Protectorate against us? Will they stop us from leaving? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Calabash smirked. First, just because their superiors ordered the Cronins to blockade us doesn't necessarily mean they will obey these orders to the letter. Second, not every Ilvanan has betrayed us or decided to stand aside. The folk who joined the LMC or joined the crew of our expanding fleet are all on our side. How do you know that? Because they all belong to a faction called the New Ilvain Dynasty. What? You mean the terrorist cult led by a clone of the Great Prophet? I'll let the so-called living prophet explain the situation to you himself. Calabash snapped her fingers, causing a projection of a young man in a piloting suit to appear in the observation room. Miss Woden, Miss Arnland, I am pleased to meet you both. He bowed. Are you supposed to be Ilvain? Gloriana frowned. You look younger than I thought. No matter what form I take, I will always be the great prophet that has founded our faith, the handsome man fervently claimed before composing himself again. You can call me James if that makes you feel more comfortable. Mr. Larkinson knows my current incarnation better by this name. Gloriana did not look amused. She ignored the projection of James and turned to Calabash. Why did you befriend this clone? Please don't call me a clone. The projection insisted and spread his arms while tilting his head in the air. I am Ilvain reborn. I am the prophet who ascended into the heavens but chose to descend to lead my people to the proper path. The state that my flock has founded under my name has gone astray. I shall. Calabash pinched her fingers, muting the projection. Okay, that was a bad idea. Regardless of what you may think of James, his true believers are rife within our organizations. For better or worse, we need to keep the New Ilvain dynasty as our allies. Without their help, the majority of our ships won't fly. Now that I think of it, it seems that the living prophet may have anticipated this crisis. Inwardly, she felt ashamed of herself. A crackpot clone managed to predict and prepare for this calamity, while she herself had failed to detect any clues. The suspected Friday Men counterintelligence agents stationed in the Protectorate may have been able to hinder her attempts at gathering information, but they weren't capable of stopping the supposed prophetic powers of a delusional terrorist leader. Chapter 1907 Not Alone. Everything was a mess. Dr. Lupo attempted to ruin V's brain. No one figured how the Friday Men managed to compromise an exobiologist who had always been passionate about his research and not much else. Whether he was bribed, coerced, or manipulated to commit his sabotage, that was something for later. Right now, their enemies sprung another surprise attack after their first attempt had failed. Where did all of these mercenaries come from? Gloriana wrung her hands in worry. I thought the Ylvain Protectorate didn't have a strong mercenary tradition. They're all foreign outfits, Calabas noted. Not a single Ylvainan will agree to raising their arms against the Bright Martyr and his people. This is why the attackers aren't counting on the Cronin dynasty to do their dirty work, but instead invited various mercenary corps from neighboring states to act as their cannon fodder. The Friday Coalition seemed to have inserted a lot of mercenary outfits in the Kesseling system. Now, they stepped out of hiding and all began to launch an offensive against Ves and his people. What was even more shocking was that the true believers under the lead of their living prophet had been infiltrating the LMC, the avatars of myth and the living sentinels for months. Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin and virtually every enthusiastic Ylvainan that chose to join one of these organizations turned out to be a hidden member of this prohibited but widespread Ylvainan cult. Gloriana detested chaos. She vastly preferred to operate during a time of order where she could calmly think and come up with a plan to address her many challenges. A time of crisis was one of her worst nightmares. When every assumption became questionable and when the ongoing situation changed by the second, she felt swamped by the deluge of emergencies that required clear direction to resolve. Where was Ves when she needed him? He seemed to thrive whenever a crisis erupted. Oh yeah, he's out. The timing of this attack couldn't have come at a worse moment. With Ves out of action, his enterprise not only lacked a unified direction, but also a figurehead who could rally his family and subordinates. Not only that, but an unconscious Ves meant that they didn't have a bright martyr who could confront the Ylvainan people and solicit their support in resisting this vile betrayal. Ves. She picked up Clixie and hugged her in concern. What am I going to do without you? Fortunately, she wasn't alone in this. The Larkinson clan was under the lead of the Executive Council in times of war and crises. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and 8 other councillors took charge of the LMC and other dependents. Their steady leadership and high authority prevented the spread of panic and made sure to keep the evacuation efforts on track. The ships parked at various sites throughout Krent were being filled with mechs, assets, and people at a rapid pace. Though the Larkinson clan and the mech forces had to leave a lot of valuable behind due to lack of time, right now no one cared about those heavy goods and supplies. Their lives and freedom were much more important. The avatars of myth under the lead of Commander Melker displayed absolute dedication in defending Ves and the Larkinson clan, whether in orbit or on land. Meanwhile, Commander Magdalena and her living sentinels assisted the avatars. What the sentinels lacked in quality, they made up for it with quantity. Soon enough, the first waves of foreign mercenary mechs arrived to assault the targets. Their offensive was split up in 2 different prongs. A smaller group of mechs assaulted the space-borne mech contingents of the avatars and sentinels in high orbit. Their goal was to secure orbital superiority and prevent any ships on the surface of Kesseling 8 from escaping the planet. Even though almost 1,000 mercenary mechs bore down on the outnumbered avatars and sentinels, the Larkinsons and other fellow mech pilots did not shy away from the fight. Defeat these mercs at all costs, Commander Melker shouted over the command channel. We must keep the passage open in order to provide all of our people a window of escape. No retreat! No retreat! As the waves of mechs started to pelt at each other with long-range weapons before clashing against each other up close, the foreign mercenaries finally found out why their targets refused to give way. Two of their mech companies were vastly more powerful than their other companies. Unlike the Dawnbringers, Desolate Soldiers, and Aurora Titans, the Bright Warriors were uniformly better than them in every possible metric. The Shining Warriors heedlessly charged forward and smashed their nigh-indestructible lances through the armor of the few second-class mechs that had been assigned to bolster the mercenary horde. The Solar Warriors flew alongside the Aurora Titans and other Space Knights to defend the more vulnerable mechs of the Avatars and Sentinels against a barrage of lasers, missiles, and projectiles. The Illuminating Warriors proved to be exceptionally tricky to defeat. Not only did they pour a huge amount of laser fire as if heat management was not an immediate concern, they also endured returns volleys without showing any damage. Even as light skirmishers and other melee mechs sought to close in on the resilient rifleman mechs, the Nova Warriors intercepted these swift opponents and struck their opponents down, while making no pretense at parrying their attacks. Hardly any Bright Warrior suffered a scratch during this clash. What should have been a stomp by the mercenaries turned out to be a one-sided massacre, as none of the enemy mechs managed to inflict more damage than a couple dents onto the tough new mech model. A larger horde of land-bound and aerial mechs emerged from hidden warehouses, containers, and other hiding locations strewn throughout Krent. What was remarkable about the ground attack was that it featured a lot more second-class mechs. Around 6 mech companies in total had been smuggled onto the Kesseling 8 for the last couple of months. As the Glory Battalion directed its long-range scanners at these mechs that could pose a real threat to it, the sensor operators discovered that many of the second-class mechs turned out to belong to CRC instead of some mercenary outfit from the Coalition. The appearance of these mechs with clear CRC markings proved that the Friday men were ultimate aggressors. Inside his Star Dancer, Brutus practically saw red when he observed these Friday men mechs coming closer. It was clear to the expert pilot that Ves Larkinson was the primary target of this surprise attack. That did not sit well with Brutus. The Friday men were his most hated opponents. Not only did they threaten to kill the source of his sister's happiness, they wouldn't let her off either. So this is what you've been hiding in your secret base of yours. You can shove your equality of yours in your throat, he cried out as he fired his Gauss rifle as fast as its firing rate allowed. The magnetically accelerated projectiles sliced through the planet's atmosphere and punched through at least one structure or obstacle before punching through the chests or legs of the CRC mechs. Yet for every CRC mech that fell, several more took its place. There were more than a couple of hundred second-class mechs storming towards the underground facility where V's crucial implantation surgery was taking place. What was almost as bad was that almost 1,000 third-class mechs approached as well. The Glory Battalion could have mopped up these inferiors in a breeze if not for the CRC mechs bearing down on them. Even if he was an expert pilot, Brutus would have to expend a lot of time and effort to defeat so many enemy second-class mechs. The odds are against us. Commander Magdalena spoke in a private channel to a select few mech officers. The Glory Battalion can't contain the second-class mechs of the Coalition Reserve Corps. If even a single squad directs its attention against our inferior mechs, our casualties will quickly mount. We have no choice, Commander, a mech captain from the Sentinels remarked. We have our own problems to contend with. We need to prevent the third-class mechs from getting through our lines. Once they breach our defenses, they can easily envelop us or proceed to attack underground facility. There wasn't much time to discuss. Soon, all of the ranged mechs started to exchange fire regardless of collateral damage. While the Avatar base boasted thick, sturdy walls and various defensive emplacements, they could only hinder the attackers at best. As mechs from land and from the air, the amount of firepower exchanged between the two sides reached an intensity that was rarely seen outside of war. Krent, the capital city of Kesseling VIII, instantly turned into hell as both sides completely disregarded any considerations to limit their fire. The unwitting Ilvanans residing in Krent all cried in panic as hundreds of them died whenever a mech-grade shell or laser beam landed in a building. Even the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr and the Grand Cathedral of Ilvain's Mercy failed to escape the rain of fire that chaotically swept throughout the entire city. The Cronin dynasty, which had largely stood aside and pretended that the fighting didn't exist, finally moved into action. The duty-bound soldiers did not attack the mercenaries and CRC mechs responsible for provoking this destructive battle. They did not attack the Glory Battalion or the mech forces that belonged to VS that generated the most collateral damage. Instead, they enveloped the church, cathedral, and other structures of great signature with their mechs in order to prevent any further harm from befalling them. Though many of the mech pilots and grunts wanted to do more, they received strict orders not to take any sides in the current battle. As the waves of attackers started to approach the outnumbered defenders, Commander Magdalena looked increasingly grave. "They're coming!" Even though the Crystal Lords and other ranged mechs managed to soften up the wave of mercenaries, plenty of third-class mechs still made it through. "We should have hired our own mercenaries sooner," she angrily muttered to herself. Perhaps it was better that they didn't. She recognized some of the markings on the enemy mechs and discovered that they belonged to some of the mercenary corps that they were hoping to hire to protect them as they made their way to the Sentinel Kingdom. The collision between melee mechs was a violent affair. Land-bound and aerial mechs from both sides dropped in rapid tempo as the mech pilot fought as if their lives depended on their efforts. The Sentinels fared the worst out of the defenders. The cockpits of their mechs continued to launch into the air as the mercenaries seemed to take a sadistic amount of pleasure in bullying the weakest link. The furious offensive pressured the defenders immediately. If not for their glows and their strong commitment to their duty, the Sentinels would have already started to falter. The Star Dancer flew furiously in the air as it wielded both its Gauss rifle and dual-typed laser and particle beam rifle in both hands. Bright blue beams of penetrating particle fire impacted the various CRC mechs, which exerted a huge amount of pressure on the heavily outnumbered mechs of the Glory Battalion. Gauss round after Gauss round spat out from the other rifle in a different direction, causing some of the more formidable and heavier armored second-class mechs to drop after suffering critical damage to their weak points. Even though the expert pilot was downing Friday Man mechs left and right, his Star Dancer was only a single mech. Just as the enormous mob of mechs under the command of the Coalition Reserve Corps threatened to breach the defensive lines, a sudden volley of laser and ballistic fire struck the rear of the attacking outfits. "The Ilvanans! Have they come to help us?" The mechs that appeared behind the waves of attackers all belonged to the Cronin dynasty. Their mech pilots all violated their orders and went AWOL after they figured out that their own dynasty and government was prepared to throw the bright martyr to the wolves. At the lead of this modest group of renegade mechs were two very familiar and very noticeable mechs. "That's Zeal. Did Ton Melon defect? But what is that other transcendent messenger? It doesn't fit with the other 5 copies." The transcendent messenger next to Zeal was noticeably different in many ways. It looked a bit rougher, and it possessed a distinctly different external appearance. Yet there was one aspect about the mech that was remarkable. Its Ilvanan glow radiated throughout the battlefield as if a god had descended onto the surface. Inside the cockpit, a very familiar-looking mech pilot smiled with absolute certainty as he beheld the chaotic battle. He activated the speakers of his mech as its rescue particle generator went into overdrive by surrounding his mech with an overpowering white glow. "Attacking one of my martyred followers is heresy. Let us smite these unbelievers and show my fallen protectorate how far they have strayed from the truth. Chapter 1908 Mech Colonel Adrian Jeeves. Kesseling 8 managed to escape the ravages of the Sand War. It didn't escape the Komodo War. Swept by the increasingly heated conflict between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony, the Ylvain Protectorate finally buckled under the pressure. With the survival of its faith, people, and state at stake, its government chose pragmatism over idealism. What bright martyr! What blessing of Ylvain! Would saving or shielding the bright martyr stop the Friday Coalition from annihilating their state? Would allowing Ves Larkinson to escape from its territory unscathed save the Protectorate from being ganged up by the surrounding states? The treaties the Protectorate signed with the Bright Republic, Vesia Kingdom, and other states were worth nothing. The deliverers that used to save their star systems from getting overrun by the relentless Sandman swarm configurations completely lost their value. As long as the Friday Coalition exerted some pressure, those states that should have felt grateful to the Protectorate for saving their people and star systems could easily turn into its mortal enemies. This was the tragedy that befell all lesser states. No matter what kind of diplomacy they pursued, everything they built could easily collapse with a single word from a greater state. In a hidden starship parked in an unknown location inside the Kesseling system, a dark command center lit up with the glows of dozens of projections. Various officers and specialists garbed in the uniform of the CRC studied and manipulated the consoles with great attentiveness. A single individual sat on a center command chair placed in the center of the command center. A whole array of projections displaying both battle footage and tactical overviews surrounded him from every side. "The battle in orbit is proceeding poorly, sir," an aide remarked to the man sitting on the throne. "Resistance is greater than expected. While our numbers estimate has been on the mark, we have grossly underestimated the battle effectiveness of this new Bright Warrior model. It is far more resilient than we have expected, which makes it difficult for our mercenary friends to damage any of the configurations of this modular platform. At best, the battle will devolve into a stalemate, but that depends heavily on whether our second-class mechs can fend off the Bright Warriors." Mech Colonel Adrian Jeeves rubbed his stubbled chin. "It is a shame if we are unable to achieve victory in space, but we invested most of our assets on land for a reason. Killing or capturing Ves Larkinson is our only objective. Taking him off the board is a crucial step in our plan to subdue the Ylvain Protectorate and consolidate our control of the local region." His salt and pepper hair and curled mustache gave the 80-year-old mech officer a dignified and valiant impression. As a senior officer from the Vanguard Group, Colonel Jeeves had worked hard to climb up the ranks of the CRC. Compared to the Gage dynasty or the Kansa clan, the Vanguard Group was one of the weakest partners of the coalition. Though it possessed a decent military presence, its economic and industrial might was too poor to keep up with the development of the other partners, thereby causing it to grow less relevant over time. For the sake of the existence of the Vanguard Group as a worthy partner of the coalition, officers like Jeeves had to excel in as many aspects as possible in order to make their group respected. That meant he was determined to succeed in his plan this time. One way or another, Ves Larkinson had to die or fall into the custody of the CRC. Allowing this valuable element to continue its associations with the Ylvainans and Hexers would definitely hinder the Friday men in several ways. As long as the Bright Martyr remained on the board, the Ylvainan people could never be pacified. If the Bright Martyr took his alliance with the Hexers to a deeper level and designed one of his characteristic mechs for them, he might be able to swing the Komodo War just like he swung the Sand War. Though the latter concern sounded a bit too alarmist to Jeeves and his fellow Friday men, the possibility of it alone was too much to bear. Since one of their targets of opportunity just happened to be in the neighborhood when the CRC was about to subdue the Protectorate government, it might as well target one of its recent annoyances. "The battle on land is still in our favor, sir," but the insertion of the so-called true believers and their living prophet is dividing the attention of our mercenaries. Our land assets are less likely to achieve a breakthrough if they are forced to split their attention. The true believers don't have the numbers to sway this engagement. The mech colonel sneered. The only purpose of the lesser mercenaries is to occupy the third-class combatants of our enemies. No matter how many surprises our foes present, only second-class mechs can defeat second-class mechs in this battle. Our CRC mechs are succumbing too rapidly against the Star Dancer, sir. Venerable Brutus Woden possesses too much of an advantage in this battle. Does he really think we haven't taken his presence into account? Valentine will take care of him soon enough. Though the CRC hit some snags, together with the mercenaries it hired, the defenders were being pressured at every turn. In space, hundreds of mercenaries flooded against the avatars, battle criers and sentinel mechs as if they were completely disregarding their safety. In truth, the CRC promised to reimburse all of their losses as long as the mercenaries made a decent effort to fight. This caused the foreign mercenaries to adopt a strategy where they pursued mutual destruction. They disregarded the safety of their mechs and only chose to prioritize the lives of their mech pilots. As long as the pilots had enough time to eject and return to safety, it didn't matter if their mechs were trashed. In fact, the mercenary corps participating in the attack wanted their mechs to be wrecked so that they could use the compensation from the CRC to buy brand new mechs with better specs and modern components. The regular mechs of the defenders couldn't keep up with the intensity exhibited by the attackers. Only the avatars handled the pressure the best, and of their mech companies, 2 of them happened to perform valiantly. The Bright Warrior model unexpectedly performed far beyond the other mechs fielded by the defenders. Though their regular mechs succumbed to the onslaught at a worrying pace, sometimes taking their mech pilots with them, the Bright Warriors dished out several times as much damage. Even when they were outnumbered 3-1, the defenders were slowly gaining the upper hand. "Ha ha! This new mech is great, sis!" Iman laughed over his private channel with his captain and superior officer. "The Nova Warrior is so tough! Enemy attacks are crashing against my machine like sand hitting a wall. They can't do anything but scratch its coating." The gold and black Nova Warrior in question had fallen out of formation in order to rampage in the midst of a squad of mercenary mechs. Since the swordsman mech configuration had gotten too close, the foreign mercenaries all ganged up on the interloper. They even employed a rudimentary formation that was supposed to surround the hostile mech and cut off all of its escape routes. Yet a dozen seconds later, the Nova Warrior withstood a score of hits while making sure to evade any powerful blows directed to its slightly vulnerable flight system. In return, Iman Ingvar boldly buelled through whichever mech was in the way and cut their frames with brute force. Though the Nova Warrior seemed to be doing well, Casella Ingvar worried about her brother. Even as her illuminating warrior sniped at the assaulting mechs with its laser rifle, she used her authority to order some elements of the Second Space-Borne Company to advance in her brother's direction. Unfortunately, they were already preoccupied with their own opponents. Even though the Bright Warriors were faring well against their current opponents, there were too many enemies to go through. She decided to solicit help from another direction. "Joshua!" She opened a channel to her friend. "Please help my brother! The mercenaries are encircling his Nova Warrior." "I can't," Joshua replied with a straying voice. "Commander Melker needs me to take out the second-class mechs that are propping up the mercenaries and massacring our own forces." Salvation came from a different direction, though. Casella observed with astonishment from her illuminating warrior's sensors as a large and deceptively slow mech buelled its way to her stricken brother. Even as more and more mercenary mechs attempted to down the overextended Nova Warrior, a last-gen Space Knight suddenly imposed its considerable bulk in their way. The Shield of Samar finally showed its worth against an onslaught of melee opponents, as Ves Larkinson smashed through their mechs. Despite its mobility disadvantage, the shield of Samar cleverly waited for its opponents to make their approach before bashing its heavy tower shield or stabbing with the sword. If the defense of the Nova warrior was already perverse enough, then the shield of Samar conveyed an image of total invincibility. Paired with its protective glow that mingled fairly well with the Brotherhood-oriented glow of the bright warrior model, the shield of Samar demoralized the mercenary mech pilots who continually failed to achieve any measurable results. "Press the attack!" Janzi barked to Iman. "I'll cover your back. If we want to break the mercenaries, we must wreak havoc in their lines. Go forth!" Wait a moment!" Casella interrupted. "My mech company can't keep up with your mechs." As Casella argued with the expert candidate and her brother, the Quint finally made its first true debut in battle. Joshua King interfaced deeper with the masterwork mech than he had ever done before. With the survival of his boss and the avatars at stake, Joshua felt as if he had been thrown right back into the sand war. The biggest difference was that he was piloting a much better mech than a desolate soldier. Though Joshua somewhat missed the deliverer he practiced with for months, he knew in his heart that he wasn't completely suitable to pilot such a mech. It had been designed to pair with an Ilvanen, and even if Joshua tried to play nice with their faith, showing respect was not enough. Instead, a mech designed to serve the Larkinson clan and embody all of its values was much more to his liking. With the high-capacity neural interface offering greater depth of immersion than before, Joshua did not hesitate to merge his psyche deeper with his mech than ever before. Despite the lack of practice, Joshua became increasingly more in tune with his fantastic masterwork mech over the course of the abrupt and chaotic engagement. A true battle was the best practice ground. The high stakes and the lives that depended the outcome of the battle drove Joshua to push himself to the utmost. "We can't afford to lose. The space corridor must remain open." Right now, due to the extreme threat of the second-class mechs that were downing Avatar and Sentinel mechs every other second, the Quint entered into battle with its Lancer mech configuration. With a valiant cry, Joshua drove his Quint straight towards a powerful CRC swordsman mech. "Ha! Do you think your pitiful charge can stop my Extralis? My mech's defenses are more than you can possibly comprehend." The advanced mech held a sword in one arm and projected an energy shield from its other arm. It had noticed the Quint charging in its direction and braced itself to meet the impact. There wasn't much time left for additional maneuvers. As the Quint reached the Extralis mech, its spear impacted the energy shield in a violent collision. After a bright flash, the Quint zipped past its target with only a moderate reduction of speed. Though the point of its lance looked severely compromised, Joshua grinned as he exulted in his first victory. Floating behind the Quint was a debris field composed of several large chunks that used to belong to the Extralis mech. Its arrogant pilot hadn't overestimated the defense of his well-rounded second-class mech. Instead, he failed to realize that the damage the Quint could inflict with its charges was 30% higher than the Shining Warrior mechs. This distinction was crucial, and failing to recognize this difference led to the downfall of yet another precious second-class mech. Chapter 1909 Damning Decree. The Bright Warriors and the Quint of the first and second space-borne mech companies of the Avatars slowly tilted the space battle in its favor. Even though the Avatars, battle criers and sentinels were losing a lot of mechs and a fair number of mech pilots, the defenders denied the CRC from taking orbital supremacy over Kesseling 8. This was extremely crucial for various reasons. Control over the space above the planet not only prevented the Friday Men from blocking the ascent of the starships that belonged to VS, but also stopped them from flinging artificial meteorites and all sorts of ordnance down to the surface. Though the battle in space went well for the defenders, the battle on land was not as smooth. As Krent's idyllic peace was shattered by the lasers and projectiles exchanged between the two sides, the heavily outnumbered defenders tried desperately to stop the attackers from advancing to the underground facility where the surgery still proceeded. With Ves out the picture, it was up to the remaining leaders of his organizations to hold the line and keep up morale. The number disparity on land was much greater than in space. The CRC prepared much more assets for their land attack because their only goal was to take care of Ves. Once this crucial leader and mech designer died or fell into its hands, the rest of his enterprise became irrelevant. For this reason, more than 1,000 mercenary mechs and a hefty amount of second-class mechs assaulted the defenders like a flood crashing against a dike. Among the defenders, the Glory Battalion served as the bulwark. Yet even the Glory Warriors found themselves outnumbered by the opposing Friday-men mechs. During the furious battle, Venerable Brutus fired his rifles continuously at the approaching waves of second-class mechs. Even though his Star Dancer was wielding 2 rifles at the same time, his aim remained inhumanly impeccable as ever. Gauss rounds smashed through weak points with ease. Most of the time, the stricken mechs immediately lost a lot of functionality, opening themselves up to easy follow-up blows from the other Glory Warriors. His dual-type energy rifle was even deadlier. Supplied with an abundant amount of power from the Star Dancer's powerful reactor, Brutus did not hesitate to switch his rifle to particle beam mode. Rays after rays of bright blue beams tore through the enemy mechs like unstoppable needles. Sometimes, the particle rays even tore through half a dozen mechs at the same time as the lesser mechs operated. The mercenaries hardly possessed the capacity to resist the extremely destructive antiprotons that made up the thin beams. Though the firepower exhibited by the Star Dancer single-handedly stalled the advance of the CRC mechs despite their overwhelming numbers, Brutus was far from relaxed. The main reason why his Star Dancer swayed the battle on the surface so much was that it was designed to deliver as much peak performance as its frame could allow. It fared much less in an extended engagement and battles of attrition. The Star Dancer only carried so many magazines for its powerful Gauss rifle. Its energy reserves, while prodigiously huge compared to regular second-class mechs, were being rapidly consumed in order to fuel the dual-type energy rifle's hungry appetite. Therefore, it was crucial for Brutus to make the most of his firepower. He needed to take out as many CRC mechs as possible to decrease the losses suffered by the defenders and give them a chance to turn the tide of the battle. Just as Brutus figured that the trend of the battle was slowly moving in his favor, his mech signaled an acute threat was approaching from his flank. With a series of thoughts, the Star Dancer glided out of the way of a barrage of powerful pulses of energy. A very distinctive CRC light mech emerged out of the crowd of attackers and flew in the air in order to close in on the retreating expert mech of the Glory Battalion. No mech would ever close in on an enemy expert mech unless it had the strength to stand a chance. The reason why Brutus took this single adversary far more seriously than the other mechs of the CRC was because his sensors alerted him to a crucial fact. The light mech that was closing in on his own mech was an expert mech. "Brutus Woden!" The light mech speakers broadcasted a female voice in the open. "You'll have to get past me if you want to bully my younger brothers and sisters. Your strength is wasted on the weak and divided coalition, you delusional apostate!" Brutus shouted back as his Star Dancer returned its Gauss rifle to its back. "Don't call me apostate, you bootlicking boy! I am Venerable Rain Valentine. Remember my name because I'll be the only woman who will be owning you in this battle." The light mech Brutus faced was a marauder type. Though it was a little heavier and bulkier than light skirmishers, it possessed a versatile offensive profile. By default, Marauder mechs wielded both one-handed swords and submachine guns, sometimes at the same time. Optimized for harassment and opportunistic close-ranged flanking attacks. A Marauder mech pilot had to be well-versed in multiple difficult skills in order to make the most out of this risky mech type. So far, the Star Dancer's mobility staved off an interception, but Valentine's screaming blade was narrowing the distance with each second that passed. "My saber screams for your blood! Stop running so you can obediently offer your eunuch body to my blade!" Brutus scowled. Of all the opponents he faced, he hated fighting against women the most. Every woman from the Friday Coalition he encountered on and off the battlefield were tragic figures. Raised in the ignorance and lies of their state, they each fought against the truth espoused by the Hexers. It hurt Brutus that he was unable to persuade his foes into acknowledging that women deserved to rule over men rather than settle for the false notion of equality. Each time he tried, the female Friday men rebuffed him in the strongest terms. There was no saving these deluded women. He ignored Venerable Valentine's taunts, and instead attempted to rebuff her screaming blade by pelting her mech with precise bursts of particle beams. He switched his rifle from a persistent beam mode into short, pulsed activations. He did so in order to ration his Star Dancer's energy expenditure. Longer beams might make it easier for him to inflict at least some damage onto the screaming blade, but his target's superior mobility would ensure that most of its power went to waste. While over 80% the pulse beams went wide, this was still a win in his book as the Marauder mech exhibited an extraordinary degree of evasion. While Brutus was skilled enough to ensure he landed his shots at least 99% of the time against regular opponents, Venerable Valentine excelled in dueling against ranged expert mechs. She slowly adjusted to his firing patterns, causing her screaming blade to suffer less and less damage. "Taste my blade!" The screaming blade spurted out a burst of speed, boosting it forward while being surrounded by the characteristic glow of true resonance. Brutus, though under acute danger, did not flinch from this expected occurrence. Instead, he smoothly danced his expert mech out of the way of a glowing red saber that would cut off one of the Star Dancer's crucial arms. Though he managed to evade the first significant attack, he was still in trouble. Ranged mechs like his Star Dancer never held the upper hand against swift and agile mechs. Whether he could fend off the screaming blade therefore depended hugely on whether he had the skill, experience, and resonance strength to overcome this considerable disadvantage. "You are not the only one who can resonate with your mech," Brutus grunted with a scowl. "Let me show you my dance." The Star Dancer began to glow as the resonating materials built into its frame began to react to his force of will. The mech started to shimmer in various rainbow colors while exhibited several unpredictable staccato evasive movements. While the screaming blade had turned around to land another lethal blow, the Star Dancer impossibly moved out of the way at the last second. Though the screaming blade's saber could have nicked the Star Dancer with its resonating weapon, the ranged mech managed to remain unscathed. "Ugh!" Venerable Valentine grunted in irritation. "You're a fool if you think that trick will save your mech from getting butchered. I like peeling the shells of tricky mechs like yours the most." While the two expert mechs danced against each other in the air, on the ground the larger engagement still continued without any interruption. The absence of Brutus Woden instantly doubled or tripled the pressure directed against the defenders. The Glory Battalion faced the brunt of this adverse development as the CRC mechs were no longer suppressed. The Friday men mech pilots could finally put their advantage in numbers to good use. Their mechs assaulted the Glory Battalion without any further ado. Both sides fielded different mechs and employed different fighting methods. However, the quality of their mechs and the training of their mech pilots were roughly on the same level. The CRC mech pilots exhibited a bit more discipline and coordination, while the Glory Warriors were significantly more spirited. Not only had the Woden dynasty trained the Glory Warriors to be absolutely obedient and devoted, They also received another mental boost in the form of many of the glows exhibited by the nearby LMC Mechs. The Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, and occasional desolate soldiers all turned the crowded and chaotic battlefield into a heroic stand to the mech pilots on their side. Even the handful of deliverers piloted by the newly recruited Ilvanans added a touch of righteousness and fanaticism to the moods of the glory warriors. That wasn't all. While all of the glows blended together to produce a dynamic aura that lifted the spirits of the defenders, the attackers weren't left off either. Regardless if the glows affected a foreign third-class mercenary pilot or a well-trained second-class mech pilot, they both received the same degree of mental suppression. The mercenary mech pilots exhibited a lot more hesitation in their attacks after becoming affected by the targeted hostility from the glows. It was as if the mechs they faced all couldn't wait to end their lives. The Friday Men mech pilots, whether they belonged to the CRC or one of the mercenary corps it contracted on a long-term basis, exhibited a considerably greater degree of mental resilience. By relying on the strength of their superior training, the direct opponents of the Glory Battalion only displayed some suppression despite the effects piling onto their mentalities. Even so, the impact of the glows shouldn't be discounted. Without them, the defenders would have already lost a lot of morale, while their attackers would have kept their spirits long enough to breach the defensive lines. As it was, slowing the offensive gave the defenders an opportunity to reverse the battle trend. The arrival of the Living Prophet, Ton Melon, and their band of defecting Cronins made a considerable difference. Forced to defend their mob from multiple sides, the attacking mercenaries were forced to defend their rear. What was worse was that the sacred glows radiating from the prototype and production copy of the Transcendent Messenger design became increasingly more obnoxious. Ilvain himself seemed to descend onto the battlefield as the prototype piloted by James began to radiate the purest faith and certainty that an Ilvanan mech had ever showed. "Let my will be heard," the young living prophet broadcasted in the open. "The Kuran dynasty, Kronos dynasty, and Poxco dynasty has forsaken the tenets of my faith. By choosing to ally themselves with the Friday Coalition instead of abiding by their beliefs, I decree that they shall be stripped of my blessings. From this moment onwards, the fallen protectorate will never enjoy my grace again." The moment the living prophet made his decree, something remarkable occurred throughout the territories of the protectorate. Every single holy soldier, deliverer, and transcendent messenger aside from the ones piloted by the defectors lost their glows. Almost every Ilvanan mech pilot, mech technician, and other people panicked as they discovered that the great prophet had disappeared from their mechs. Due to the statewide communications blackout, nobody knew what was taking place in the Kesseling system, but the sudden withdrawal of all of those glows couldn't be hidden at all. Mass panic erupted throughout the entire protectorate as the Ilvanan people collectively became hysterical. Chapter 1910 Emerging Heroes. The influence of the living prophet's damning decree couldn't be understated. The sudden disappearance of all of the glows that had continued to reassure and inspire the Ilvanans was immense. Mournful shouts and yells rang throughout the streets as the patrolling holy soldiers suddenly lost their sacred quality. Angry shouts and ferocious accusations started to fling in every direction as mech pilots, mech technicians, and mech designers mistakenly blamed each other for killing their mechs. As the parties that made the decisive choice to defect to the Friday Coalition, the leaders of the three leading dynasties immediately came under an immense amount of pressure. Though they had instituted a communications blackout that cut off every Ilvanan's awareness of what was going on in a different city, planet, or star system, not all of the quantum entanglement nodes connected to the galactic net fell under the government's sway. Many starships possessed their own individual quantum entanglement nodes, and if they weren't controlled by the three leading dynasties, then there was a considerable chance that their captains defied orders to block their nodes. Furthermore, some obstinate Ilvanans also defied the orders of their superiors, especially when they learned that this was all part of a plot to hide an attack on the Bright Martyr. All of this defiance meant that a scattered and sporadic network of communication was still in place when the Battle of Kesseling 8 erupted. Not only did billions of Ilvanans learn about the battle, a portion of them even figured out that the Protectorate government was complicit in the attack. While the authorities managed to exert enough control to suppress the unrest and limit its spread, all hell broke loose once the damning decree came into effect. The wrath of Great Prophet descended on the Ilvanans without warning and with no chance for mercy. Aside from the score of mechs piloted by the Cronin defectors at Kesseling 8, every other LMC mech that was under the protection of Ilvain's spiritual fragment suddenly lost their greatest and most valuable property. All life went out from the mechs, as the Great Prophet seemed to have forsaken the people that allowed the three leading dynasties to turn the Protectorate away from his faith. Millions, if not billions of Ilvanans collapsed onto their knees. They cried and pleaded forgiveness towards the heavens. "Please! I'm sorry for cheating on my wife. I will do everything to atone for myself. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. I'll overthrow our greedy leaders ourselves if that is what it takes to bring our Protectorate back to the light. Please enlighten me, Prophet. What will it take to regain your grace? I want nothing more than to deploy my mechs against the Friday men that are targeting the Bright Martyr, but I'm in a completely different star system." No matter how much the Ilvanans decried the unfairness, the Great Prophet had made his choice. Through his actions, the founder of their faith had signaled that the state founded by the three leading dynasties no longer represented his will. As more and more Ilvanans came to this conclusion, their rage, despair, and desperation instantly reached new heights. Many Ilvanans began to flaunt martial law in order to protest or riot against the administration. Some of the enforcers and soldiers that were supposed to maintain actually joined the civilians instead of trying to suppress them. Their own mechs had all lost their blessings in front of their eyes, causing them to experience just as much despair. Though the entire state rapidly descended into fury, anguish, and chaos, the Battle of Kesseling 8 still raged on. Regardless if the entire Protectorate was on the brink of collapse, the CRC still wanted to win this battle. With Brutus Woden pressed to his limits by Rain Valentine, the rest of the combatants had to fend for themselves without the support of their expert pilots. This was very bad news to the defenders, as the influence of the glows and the intervention of the living prophet and his band of defectors was not enough to overcome the disparity in numbers and in might. The crucial advantage held by the Friday men was their crushing numbers of second-class mechs. Each of them were able to fly or run on the ground, and all of them were clad in superior alloys consisting of alloys that cost as much as several third-class mech companies. Not only that, but the mercenary mechs that screened these precious mechs posed a very huge hindrance against any attempts at ganging up on them. The avatars, sentinels, battle criers, and Cronin defectors failed to gain any advantage against the flood of mercenaries that numbered roughly 1,000 mechs at the beginning. Even though the quality of mercenary mechs and the training of the foreign mech pilots weren't stellar, their huge advantage in numbers and willingness to trade blows for blows caused the Larkinson mech pilots and their comrade to fall back again and again. Unlike the battle in space, the battle on land featured less individual heroes that could rally the defenders and serve as a beacon of hope in this crucial clash. The best that the land-bound mech contingent could offer was Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. His aerial light skirmisher darted through the skies with immense speed. The blazing Zephyr dodged and weaved through a huge barrage of enemy fire, evading most of it while enduring just a couple of hits on its light layer briar alloy that had recently been applied to the mech. While the hasty replacement of its armor system severely affected his light skirmisher's balance, Tusa thanked himself for accepting this offer to upgrade his mech, because in a major like this, his blazing Zephyr would have already been downed if he insisted on maintaining the original form of his mech. As he took out aerial threat after aerial threat, he zipped and weaved past several enemy light mechs that constantly tried to take his blazing Zephyr down. Damn it! These second-class mechs are unshakable. Against regular mercenary mechs, his mech possessed a decisive advantage, but the mechs fielded by the Coalition Reserve Corps proved to be unassailable. Their superior performance and vastly tougher armor caused Tusa to feel profoundly helpless. Even if his considerable skills in battle allowed him to outmaneuver his arrogant opponents, the heated daggers wielded by his blazing Zephyr barely sank into his targets, even if Tusa specifically targeted the seams or weak points. Goddamn Friday men! I'm never piloting a mech as weak as mine again if I have any say about it, he murmured to himself. VS should better design a new mech for me after this is over. I can't stand letting these Friday men get the better out of me. Just because your mechs are tougher doesn't mean you're better. The disparity in skill could not overcome the disparity in performance, at least not to this degree. Every Larkinson, retainer and employee shared Tusa's frustrations. The mechs fielded by the CRC were better than their own in every way. Not only that, but their mech pilots exhibited superior skill as their training allowed them to make the most out of their machines. If not for the flank attack and the initial suppression from Venerable Brutus, the CRC would have been able to overrun the defenders at this point. Even though the Larkinsons lost the protection of a friendly expert pilot, none of them despaired. Instead, their will to fight burned hotter as they resisted with as much valiance they could show. While the Avatars and Sentinels were unable to pose a threat against the CRC mechs, they could at least assist the Glory Battalion by shielding them from the tides of cheap but voluminous mercenary mechs. The mercenaries showed little cohesion between their outfits, or even within their outfits. The Friday men hadn't been very discerning when they hired them, which meant that the skill of their pilots and the quality of their mechs were noticeably below standard. Yet for every skilled Larkinson mech pilot, there were at least 2 or 3 uncouth mercenary mech pilots who were more than willing to gang up on their opponents. Such a significant number disparity caused the defenders to suffer continuous losses in both mechs and mech pilots. Though many mech pilots managed to eject to safety in time, some attacks were simply too sudden to avoid. In a large and intensive battle like this, deaths couldn't be avoided. The amount of Larkinson blood being spilled would make many clan members weep. However, this was no time to think about the losses. The continued survival of the nascent Larkinson clan was still in question. If the Avatars and Sentinels collapsed, if the CRC managed to reach VS, or if the Larkinson clan lost heart, then all would be lost. It was in these moments when the courage and duty displayed by the Larkinsons showed their true value. Even if they were at a disadvantage, even if they weren't entirely sure why the Friday men wanted to kill them, the Larkinson mech pilots each fought as valiantly as they did against the Visians. For the clan! For the Larkinson bloodline! For the cat! What? Never mind, just fight! With the Larkinsons setting an inspiring example, the non-Larkinsons employed by the Avatars and Sentinels also endured. While their morale was not in the best condition, at the very least they weren't trying to abandon the fight and flee the battlefield. Of the combatants taking part in the battle, the modest number of battle criers made a significant difference as well. Their unflinching dedication to hold the line was absolute. As Kinnerbondsmen, the battle criers were bound to defend their owner at any cost. Dietrich Kratz was one of the few members of the battle criers that wasn't part of the Kinner tribe. As such, he possessed a much more sober outlook towards this battle than his Kinner comrades. They're mad. They would rather die than fail their orders. He didn't understand the Kinners. Despite serving with them for quite some time, Dietrich still failed to learn why the Kinners were so absolute in their obedience to their employers or buyers. He even felt as if they weren't humans sometimes. Humans were selfish. Humans only looked out to themselves. Humans would never die for the sake of a stranger. Throughout his time growing up among Walter's whalers, Dietrich thought he already understood the depth of human nature. The betrayal that occurred after his father's death showed him that he had been too naive in his outlook. After losing his father's legacy and suffering an immense blow to his confidence, he thought that no one was different from the whalers. For example, he believed that Riella refused to take their fling any further because he didn't bring enough benefits. He guessed that Ves only desired to hire him because he still possessed some value. He thought the Kinners were only pretending to be absolutely loyal in order to maintain the reputation of their people and tribe. While all of that may be true, in this perilous battle, Dietrich discovered that the battle criers viewed loyalty in a much different way from other people. Whereas other people were like fickle and duplicitous cats, the battle criers were more akin to slavishly loyal dogs. Though he always knew that the battle criers he fought alongside with were reliable, this was the first time that Dietrich saw their true nature. For the battle criers! For the Kinner tribe! For our sons and daughters! Though the battle criers showed plenty of fervor and enthusiasm, their foes still downed their mechs one by one at a worrying pace. While the attackers lost their mechs faster than their defenders, soon the latter would run out of mechs to fight. Meanwhile, the CRC's advantage over the dwindling number of glory warriors continued to increase. As the battle seemed to turn for the worse for the Larkinson clan, a rear formation consisting of rifleman mechs and other ranged mechs suddenly suffered a major upheaval. The vulnerable mercenary mechs all exhibited cuts that separated their arms from their torsos or outright cut their frames in half. Several companies that predominantly comprised of swordmen mechs emerged from another flank. The battle is not yet over, Larkinsons! The swordsmaidens shall fight by your side! With Commander Dice's announcement, the mob of mercenary mechs came under heavy pressure as their other flank were being savaged by a ferocious band of sword-wielding mechs that employed both savagery and skill. Chapter 1911 Tethered. The battle on land turned more chaotic after the intervention of two additional groups of combatants. While the Living Prophet and Commander Dice did not bring enough mechs to overcome the numbers disparity, the timing and direction of their attacks profoundly disturbed the attacking force. The reserves covering the rear along with the vulnerable ranged mechs supporting the mechs at the front all came under heavy attack. Though the combined force of CRC mechs and foreign mercenary mechs still possessed more than enough mechs to address the newcomers, the influence to their morale was significant. No army liked to be surrounded from different directions. A mech force especially didn't want to be attacked from the rear, which normally served as their fallback point or escape route. The Cronin defectors and sword maidens also exerted a lot of pressure in different ways that significantly impacted the confidence of the mercenary mech pilots. Our faith shall shatter your will. Tremble before my majesty. First, the glow exuded by the prototype Transcendent Messenger exceeded the glows of any mech. Its glow was so strong and palpitating that the defectors from the Cronin dynasty wholeheartedly believed that the Living Prophet was truly the Great Prophet. Not only did the prototype exude a presence that would make any Ilvanan prostrate before the mech, its righteous fury and its piercing judgment caused every foreign mercenary mech pilot to quake. Many of the secularists among the attackers suddenly started to shudder in fear. Did gods exist? Was Prophet Ilvain truly passing judgment on them? Even though these fears sounded absurd, many mercenaries couldn't help suspect that their actions had very real repercussions on their souls. As a consequence of this invisible suppression, the mercenary mechs lagged even further when they were pressing the attack. If not for the rich rewards and strict warnings given by the Coalition Reserve Corps, the mercenaries might have started to retreat by now. Sword maidens! Commander Dice shouted over the command channel. "Chop these flimsy mechs apart, and show them that the frontier still lives! Chop! Chop! Chop!" The swordsman mechs piloted by the sword maidens all stormed forward with blades held with both hands. Unlike other ordinary mech pilots, the sword maidens exhibited a passion and skill for swordsmanship that could not be equaled by an academy-trained mech pilot. The swords maidens lived and breathed with their personal swords, carrying them everywhere and training with them until their sweat soaked their hard bodies. Their brutal physical conditioning and harsh drilling in the unique style of swordsmanship developed by the late Commander Lydia all yielded fantastic results when translated to mech piloting. The sword maiden style had been geared towards giving human warriors a chance at slaying a ferocious exabeast while armed with nothing but a sword. Each sword maiden not only underwent a harsh regime of training that was equivalent to the training programs for elites, but also passed a brutal graduation ritual that forced them to hunt and kill a deadly exabeast on an untamed planet. Though this strict training regime had always limited the growth of the sword maidens as an outfit, it ensured that every single mech pilot of theirs was extremely strong, skilled, and determined in battle. With an expert candidate in the form of Commander Dice leading the charge, the sword maiden mechs sliced and diced their way through the hasty formation of mercenaries. Though the mercenary mechs still held the weight of numbers, most of them were directing their attention to the front. It took time for the commanders of the respective mercenary corps to order their subordinates to turn their mechs around and face the new threat. "Ha!" the commander laughed. "This is just like slaughtering Gizla lizards. These mercs expected to lean on their Friday man masters to do the heavy lifting. They're as spineless as the bottom feeders of the frontier when they have to face us alone." Much of that had to do with the oppressive glows impacting the confidence of the mech pilots. The LMC mechs fielded by the avatars and sentinels along with the living prophet's transcendent messenger all showed how powerful V's design philosophy could be in the right hands. With the sword maiden mechs cutting a swathe through the rear lines of the mercenaries, the impact to their morale was particularly huge. With all of the blows the mercenaries suffered at the rear, their offensive truly started to stall. The avatars and sentinels defending the underground facility received a much-needed reprieve. The pressure exerted on them by the attackers reduced by a significant margin, allowing them to catch their breath and reorganize their formations to better cope with the challenges they faced. The ferocity of the sword maidens knew no bounds. Hardly any mercenary mech lasted more than a dozen seconds against the sword maiden mechs. Through a combination of unrelenting aggression, exquisite teamwork, and undaunted momentum, the former frontier pirates became such an acute threat that even Colonel Jeeves began to frown in his command center. "Where do these rabble keep coming from?" The senior officer banged his fist against the armrest of his command chair. "Why have we not accounted for their strength?" "Sir, since we have been able to smuggle in our mech companies onto Kesseling 8, other groups should have been able to do so as well. Most of our intelligence support was mostly directed towards blinding our target's intelligence assets. We neither had the time nor the resources to scout Kesseling 8 extensively." The CRC admittedly rushed this surprise attack ahead of time when they learned that Ves Larkinson would be undergoing surgery soon and depart from the planet shortly afterwards. Along with the lack of resources directed towards the conversion of the Ilvain Protectorate to the Coalition's side, Colonel Jeeves made the decision to shore up his shortcomings by hiring mercenaries. Right now, those mercenaries should be supporting the main offensive while preventing any interlopers from disturbing their mission. The mercenaries weren't allowed to falter. If they all abandoned their mission, then his CRC mechs would become exposed. Not only would the Glory Battalion be able to direct their full attention towards his assets without any disturbance, but the lesser mechs would be able to intervene in the battle as well. Even if the remaining defenders only fielded third-class mechs, their quantity was still very considerable. As long as they ganged up on a couple of second-class mechs at a time, it was not impossible for them to whittle away the strength of the main attacking force. Any distraction that ensued would tip the balance in the favor of the Glory Battalion, thereby reducing the odds of victory by a significant margin. These sword-wielding maniacs need to be neutralized, Colonel Jeeves decided. Allocate some defensive mechs to stand in their path. Once their momentum stalls, their threat level won't pose any problems anymore. What about the so-called living prophet, sir? This charlatan needs to be squashed directly. Dispatch an elite squad to crush his mech. In fact, shoot down his cockpit if he tries to eject. This farcical terrorist leader will continue to hinder our takeover of this state if he is allowed to retreat. The CRC colonel's orders soon came into effect. As the mercenaries became increasingly less certain about their chances of victory, a number of Friday men mechs suddenly split off from the main formations and rapidly advanced towards the hostile mechs attacking from the rear. With their powerful flight systems, the two squads closed the distance with prodigious speed. The mercenaries became a little more relieved now that their rear lines. Damn! Those Friday men are really angry now, Commander Dice cursed. Get ready, sword maidens! The true challenge starts here. Treat them like we're hunting exobeasts. A squad composed predominantly of night mechs landed on the ground with thunderous thuds. Every part of their design was wrapped in thick, protective shells. Their all-encompassing armor system not only covered every part of their frames with armor, but their integrated shielding devices also projected various energy fields over their shields, but more importantly their weak points. No matter how well their opponents attempted to outmaneuver them, with their twin defenses, the Friday men night mechs could never be felled in a single blow. Yet their formidable defenses did not deter the sword maidens at all. Commander Dice's mech raised its huge sword in the air. Look at these conceited Friday men. They only sent 12 of their mechs to us. Do they think we hit like little girls? Show these tin cans what our swords can really do! The sword maiden mechs did not pull back their aggression at all. They charged at the prepared Friday men mechs as if the tech and training disparity didn't exist. The second-class night mechs were faster, stronger and more versatile than the mechs piloted by the sword maidens. Even before the sword maidens managed to close the distance, the night mechs flew in the air to escape the reach of their adversaries while at the same time firing missiles from various ports of their frames. In an instant, almost a dozen swordsman mechs succumbed to the powerful missiles. They fell so fast that their mech pilots didn't have the time to eject before their cockpits was lost in the sea of explosions. Despite these losses, the rest of the sword maidens didn't falter. Even when the night mechs flew far beyond the reach of their swords, their mechs never let go of their swords or brought out their backup pistols, if they even had any. Instead, once they closed within several hundred meters of the flying night mechs, Commander Dice and her subordinates all activated the special function built within their mechs. Did you think we're defenseless against flying mechs? Think again! Hooks attached to thick cables suddenly launched from the sword maiden mechs. As the hooks all attempted to entangle the night mechs, the alarmed mech pilots either tried to evade to cut the thick cables. Though the night mechs managed to evade or intercept at least half of the tethered hooks, the other half managed to grab or spool around the limbs of the mechs. Though the CRC mechs were very much capable of shaking off these bonds, the sword maidens didn't give them the time. The swordsman mechs attempted to drag the night mechs down. Though the flight systems built into the night mechs were powerful enough to lift their weight under standard gravity, it was a stretch to think they could lift another mech. Though the swordsman mechs all strained to drag the flying mechs to the ground, by dividing the load among multiple machines, their tethering systems barely managed to keep working. Once the night mechs were dragged within reach, multiple sword maidens laid in wait with their sharp and sturdy swords. None of the trapped Fridayman mechs could avoid the swift and powerful thrusts. Most of them avoided the thickest part of the armor and relentlessly hit against the shields covering their vulnerable weak points. Though the shields withstood the barrage with apparent ease, the Fridayman mech pilots noted with alarm that their shielding systems were slowly being overloaded. With the Glory Battalion pinning the remaining CRC mechs down, it wasn't easy for the Fridaymen to dispatch additional reinforcements to rescue the stricken Night mechs. Though a number of mercenary mechs and CRC mechs moved to reinforce the stricken mechs, the remaining Sword Maiden mechs were well prepared to fend off the sporadic rescue attempts. Abort our counterattack against the Living Prophet and divert our elite squad to rescue our defensive mechs. We can't, sir. The Cronin traitors are overwhelming our elites. What? How? Additional reinforcements have arrived. 3 Cronin mech companies stationed throughout Krent have gone AWOL and moved to support the Living Prophet. These blasted Ilvanins! Their faith is blinding their good sense. The Cronin defectors only numbered around 50 mechs at the start, but rapidly grew in numbers as additional Cronin mech pilots arrived to support the Living Prophet. Our blessings have returned. Praise Ilvain! The Living Prophet is our salvation. Only he can return us to the true faith. The reason why these Cronins decided to defy their superiors and support the defecting side was simple. The LMC mechs in their possession slowly regained their glows when they moved towards the Living Prophet. If they did the opposite, then their glows would definitely disappear again. To the Ilvanins, such an outcome was intolerable. The mech pilots who had become accustomed to the reassuring glows of the holy soldiers and deliverers believed that this was a test from the Great Prophet. The only way to regain the grace of the Great Prophet was to fight by his side even if they made enemies with the rest of their state. The 3 leading dynasties have forsaken the Prophet. Only the true Ilvain dynasty serves the Prophet's will. Though the elite squad of CRC mechs felled plenty of Cronin mechs within the blink of an eye, they couldn't stop the rest from mobbing them from each direction. The fanatical Cronin mech pilots ignored every danger and risk of death in order to madly tear the second-class mechs apart. Chapter 1912 Rippling Futures. Though the Swords Maidens managed to exhaust the defenses of the Night mechs and wreck each of them, they paid a very heavy price for their victory. Less than 20 Sword Maiden mechs remained operational. Commander Dice lost over 2/3 of the mechs she had brought to reinforce the defenders. Though she didn't mourn the loss of mechs, she winced at the thought of losing some of her sisters. The Night mechs and the other Fridayman mechs punched far above what their mechs were capable of withstanding. Against such superior machines, too many Sword Maidens died unjustly. The attacks directed against their mechs punched through their cockpits with such penetration power that their female mech pilots never had the opportunity to pull the emergency ejection lever. While the Sword Maidens were saddened by their losses, the Cronins suffered an even greater tragedy. With almost 200s mobbing the elite CRC squad, the numbers disparity had grown too great for the elite mechs to fend them all off, especially when the distances were so short. Their ranged mechs barely had the time to fell a few dozen mechs before all of the melee Cronin mechs started to surround and separate the CRC mechs from each other by physically exerting their considerable weight. Once separated, each elite mech had to fend off against at least 8 lesser mechs at the same time. While it was very much possible for a second-class mech to defeat 10 third-class mechs at the same time, it was very difficult to do so without the space and breathing to maneuver and bring their weapons to bear. The Cronin dynasty trained their mech pilots well. As a professional mech military, the Cronins taught their mech pilots various tactics on how to tackle superior mechs. If a point ever came where they were ordered to attack second-class mechs, every Cronin followed the same multi-step plan. First, hug their arms. Even if the artificial musculature of these mechs are stronger than you can ever imagine, enveloping them with the mass of an entire medium mech will definitely hamper their functioning. With one or two Cronin mechs physically grabbing hold and pinning down the arms of the CRC mechs, the Friday men knew that they had made a huge mistake in closing in on the Cronin mechs. Unlike the other lesser rabble, the Cronins were fully fledged military mech pilots. Even if their strength still wasn't very impressive by the standards of the Friday Coalition, the discipline and teamwork exhibited by over 100 high-spirited mech pilots was not something to be taken lightly. Their arrogance and underestimation of those they considered to be inferior would force them to pay dearly. Second, remove their weapons. If the second-class mechs employ interchangeable weapons, then it is not as hard as you think to overpower their fingers and pry their rifles or swords from their hands. If they carry any integrated weapon modules, then just do your best to wreck or bash them apart with continuous attacks. These integrated weapon modules are just as vulnerable as any other weak point. Even as Cronin mech after Cronin mech got blasted away by the secondary armament built into the frames of the elite CRC mechs, the Ilvanan defectors did not abandon their plan. Several mechs maneuvered around the machines, keeping the arms of the enemy mechs trapped. After the Cronin mechs came within reach, they based, pulled or pried the ranged and melee weapons held by the mechs from their rightful owners. The loss of their primary weaponry alarmed the Friday men mech pilots quite a lot, but once the crazy Cronins rapidly bashed the areas of their mechs which held their secondary armaments, they turned to full-blown panic. "We're trapped. Colonel Jeeves, we request immediate assistance. Reinforcements are on their way. Don't give up." Once the mechs lost their weapons, they no longer posed a serious threat against the surviving Cronin mechs. The Living Prophet issued some quick orders. Half of the Cronin mechs separated from the elite squad in order to hinder the advance of the reinforcing mercenary mechs and CRC mechs. Though the Cronin defectors suffered enormously, the elite CRC squad no longer exited. After losing their weapons, the trapped mechs soon lost their footing as the Cronin mechs purposefully tripped them onto the ground. Once they lay prone and vulnerable, the Cronin mechs didn't hesitate to bash their more vulnerable parts with weapon attacks or trampling attacks. Stepping onto the second-class mechs with the weight of another mech was not only satisfying, but also effective at crushing weaker parts while deforming the armor covering the stronger parts. Due to all of these sudden developments, Colonel Jeeves looked at the tactical overview in shock. The mercenary mechs no longer exhibited any drive. His CRC mechs no longer enjoyed a numerical superiority against the Glory Battalion. In fact, the Hexers were beginning to gain the upper hand as more and more momentum swung in their favor. "The battle is no longer under our control, sir. Resistance is heavier than expected. We should cut our losses," his aide advised. "We can still win." Colonel Jeeves gritted his teeth. His curly mustache twitched as he rapidly considered various tactics to address the threats from the rear. The Sword Maidens and Cronin defectors may have downed a fair number of second-class mechs, but their strength had diminished. They wouldn't be able to resist another wave. Even if the colonel wasn't able to direct any of his surviving CRC mechs against the flankers, he could still instruct the mercenaries to mob the remaining hostile elements harrying the rear. "Sir, look! More Cronin mechs are making their way on the battlefield." In the extended map that encompassed half of Krent, hundreds of mech signatures started moving straight towards the site of the battle. Though the scattered patrols and elements would still take some time to reach the battle, it didn't take a lot of thinking to conclude that these reinforcements were definitely on the side of the defectors. The Ilvanan leaders had made it more than clear that the Ilvanans could never be ordered into attacking the Bright Martyr. This meant that hundreds of mechs would soon begin to trickle in and continue to replenish the ranks of the flanking forces. All the while, the dwindling mercenaries would continue to lose their mechs and become less able to shield his CRC mechs from getting harassed from multiple directions. Once that happened, the losses could easily surpass his bottom line. Once his forces suffered such a total defeat, the colonel's standing within the CRC would definitely be ruined. Though Colonel Jeeves didn't necessarily care about his personal reputation, he knew that his disgrace would also extend to the Vanguard group. "I can't allow the other partners to use this potential fiasco as an excuse to suppress the Vanguard group," he whispered. Between a total defeat and a partial defeat, either outcome appealed to him. Yet victory seemed to shift further and further away as his forces had already lost their numerical advantage. In the end, he issued a very painful order. "Retreat. Fall back as orderly as possible. I believe our adversaries won't press their pursuit. What of Venerable Valentine? The Screaming Blade has slowly gained the upper hand against the Star Dancer. However, Venerable Brutus has proven to be very tricky. He has abandoned all attempts to hit back against his opponent in order to focus fully on evasion. For the last 5 minutes, he has managed to stall Venerable Valentine by dodging all of her attacks. Shameless!" Though Colonel Jeeves looked down on the bootlicking expert pilot, he had to admit that the woman worshipper made the right tactical choice. Light mechs always possessed an advantage against ranged mechs. While this rule of thumb was less applicable when it came to expert mechs, the Screaming Blade still possessed an edge against the Star Dancer. Yet due to Brutus' earnest attempts at evasion, the blood that Venerable Valentine craved was nowhere to be seen. "Coward! You male hexers are so craven! I knew the hexers robbed your pride as a man, but this is a new low. You're an insult to expert pilots!" The Star Dancer shimmered with a fluctuating rainbow glow as it illogically moved out of the way of yet another saber swing. Throughout the engagement, the heated and empowered red blade of the Screaming Blade failed to inflict more than some surface scratches against the armor of the Star Dancer. The mech was simply too slippery for her to land a solid hit. The Screaming Blade did its best to take out the Star Dancer. A purple haze emanated from its frame as Rain Valentine activated her mech's own mobility resonance ability. The problem was that unlike the Star Dancer, the Screaming Blade didn't possess a way to augment its agility. Instead, its mobility resonance ability mainly empowered its straight-line acceleration, allowing it to rapidly close the distance on a distant target. Though this had served Venerable Valentine well against most opponents, the Star Dancer she currently faced was just swift and agile enough to react and evade against all of her swooping attacks. This caused the two expert mechs to fall into a stalemate. Both expert pilots bet on their endurance and hoped to last longer than their opponent, because maintaining these empowered states was very taxing on their resonance strength and energy reserves. The general retreat ordered by Colonel Jeeves put a stop to this dance. Once Venerable Valentine received her latest instructions, she grunted in frustration. "What a waste! How come these third-raters and dirty bootlickers trounced our forces? We had the upper hand." Yet no matter how much she complained, she couldn't reverse the orders that instructed the surviving mercenary mechs and CRC mechs to disengage and retreat to the fallback point. "This isn't over yet, Brutus!" the female expert pilot hissed through the open channel. Her mech raised its saber menacingly at its foe. "My Screaming Blade may have failed to taste your blood, but your tactics won't work next time. Once my crew adjusts the configuration of my mech, you won't be able to escape my attacks again." The Star Dancer hovered in the air while it slowly lost its shimmering rainbow glow. It bowed at the Screaming Blade. "If you wish to dance with me again, then I shall always be ready to accompany you for another waltz." "Grow a pair!" Venerable Valentine no longer lingered any longer. With her friendlies starting to disappear back into the city, she needed to leave as well before the Glory Battalion boxed her Screaming Blade in with its surviving mechs. The departure of the CRC expert mech caused every remaining defender to sigh in relief. Now that they had withstood and repelled the Friday man's surprise attack, they finally started to take stock of the losses. Damn! Just look at how many wrecks are strewn on the ground. This place has turned into a junkyard. Overall, the original defenders lost over half of their mechs. The reinforcements fared worse, especially the Cronin reinforcements, who mainly employed risky swarming tactics against the enemy's second-class mechs. While their bold tactics succeeded in felling a fair amount of CRC mechs, the Cronin defectors still suffered enormously. Commander Magdalena, who presided over the avatars and sentinels, hailed the transcendent messenger piloted by the living prophet. Mr. Prophet, thank you for your assistance. Call me James, if that is what makes you comfortable, a young but charismatic voice replied. I know you have many questions. This is not the time to ask them. I suggest you proceed with taking charge of your surviving and order your support personnel to scavenge and triage the surviving wounded. Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin should have already dispatched a handful of transport ships and light carriers to our location to pick up the salvage and take in the wrecks. You! The old Larkinson commander sputtered. How can you read my mind? How come the fleet coordinator accepted your orders? Is she one of yours? I am Ylvain reborn. The past, present, and future are all within my grasp. As if, Magdalena scoffed. I'd be more inclined to believe you if you weren't so obviously unprepared to aid us against this surprise attack. Just admit it. You were just as blindsided by the CRC as us. I knew this attack was coming. I tried to prevent it as best as possible. I attempted to persuade the three leading dynasties to reconsider their betrayal. Their leaders disappointed me by going through with their blasphemous intentions. If you were truly capable of seeing the future, then you would have anticipated their obstinacy. It's not that simple. The future is always in flux. Each response I make directly affects the future trends in an unpredictable and chaotic fashion. Commander Magdalena no longer had the patience to listen to the nonsense of a clone. She cut off the channel and began to issue the necessary orders to clean up this battlefield and reorganize their remaining forces. Just because the Friday men pulled back didn't mean they could launch a second attack. Chapter 1913 Picking Up the Pieces. Almost 1,000 different mechs had fallen on the surface of Kesseling 8. The amount of value destroyed during this engagement was enough to make anyone bleed. Ves and the Larkinson clan invested heavily in expanding the avatars and sentinels in recent times. Now, all of their efforts were almost entirely undone as the land-bound contingent of the two mech forces lost a lot of mechs after they were taken out with contemptuous ease by the Coalition Reserve Corps or the flood of mercenaries. The battle criers suffered substantially as well. Though not as numerous or attention-grabbing as the other forces, their unflinching Kinner loyalty compelled them to brave every possible danger directed at them. They would rather die than allow their owner to fall victim to his enemy. The Cronin defectors lost a huge amount of mechs as they had been the most valiant in confronting the attackers. Their fanatical devotion towards Prophet Ylvain all compelled them to throw themselves into battle against vastly superior mechs without enjoying the protection of the Glory Battalion. Though the glows of their LMC mechs had returned, the Cronin mech pilots all turned numb as they had no idea what they should do now. Many of them had families that tied them down to the Protectorate. Would they have to abandon everything they worked for in order to avoid punishment from the Friday Coalition or their own superiors? Fortunately, the living prophet was ready to lead the flock of lost sheep. His transcendent messenger along with the zeal approached the scattered formation of military mechs and began to envelop them in a warm glow that was unmistakably pure and sacred. If you truly believe, then you should not have any doubt, James softly said as his mech seemed to fade a bit as its glow seemed to have run out of steam. The Protectorate as you knew it is gone. The Kurans, Poxkas, and Kronins have turned their back on the true faith. The beliefs they upheld are corrupted by their self-serving distortions. It is not without reason that I retracted by my blessings from the rest of the Protectorate. While James worked to convert the confused and listless Kronins to his side, the other combatants started to pick up the pieces. Various ships belonging to the Larkinson clan emerged from various locations, including the Avatar base. Though a fair number of functional aerial mechs had been assigned to escort them to the battlefield, the CRC did not attempt to take them down, which was a huge relief. Once the ships landed on the cleared locations of the battlefield, various mechs, bots, and people started to go to work. The highest priority was to rescue the trapped mech pilots who survived the fall of their mechs, but were unable to eject to safety. The next priority was to ensure that the mechs belonging to the hostiles were properly neutralized. Many of the surviving friendly mechs cautiously swept through each downed mech and made sure they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. The third priority was to recover any salvage that could allow the damaged forces to regain some of their strength. Though the crew on scavenger duty prioritized the recovery of LMC mechs, they also showed no hesitation in stealing the remains of second-class CRC mechs. Even if it was not that easy to restore them to functionality, if the mech technicians could accomplish this task at all, at the very least their materials could be recycled to yield all kinds of valuables. Though the mechs they lost could be replaced with time, effort, and money, the lives who perished in this battle could never be regained. Some of the Larkinsons already started crying or mourning for the loss of their family, friends, or comrades. This battle was much more brutal than a typical engagement against the Vesians. Not only was the attack too sudden, but the CRC mechs were also extraordinarily lethal against third-class mechs. A small but considerable portion of fallen consisted of Larkinsons. Notable people who left a part of their blood and spirit in the Larkinson Mandate had become the very first Larkinsons who died to preserve the future of their clan. Skilled mech pilots like Rode Larkinson could have enjoyed a bright future as a skilled second-class mech pilot if not for getting speared by a spear attack that punched straight through the thick chest armor of his striker mech like it was cheese. Though resentment and recriminations welled in the bitter survivors, they were professional enough to keep their complaints to themselves. As long as they remained under threat, they needed to focus on their immediate survival. Casting blame at this point would only invalidate the sacrifices of the fallen. They did not die only for the survivors to squabble amongst themselves and make themselves vulnerable for another attack. Commander Magdalena frowned and pressed her forehead with her fingers after she issued the latest raft of orders. We won, but we can't fight this kind of battle again. We lost too many mechs and mech pilots. The strength of the defenders had fallen to a new low. Even the Glory Battalion was smarting as the CRC mech pilots directed most of their attacks towards those they considered their equal in battle. Fortunately, the Glory Warriors boasted a much higher survival rate. Even if their mechs succumbed in battle, they offered enough defenses for the Glory Warriors to eject in time and reach safety. This meant that as long as the Glory Battalion received enough time to repair their fallen mechs, it could quickly exhibit 80 to 90% of its original strength. As the hasty evacuation proceeded with haste, the underground facility finally exhibited a change. A number of armored plating shifted apart as some underground rooms began to shuffle in order to make way for a floating and detached chamber. This was the operation room built according to V's design. Inside this precious chamber, Rania and the Ovanan surgeons were still focusing on facilitating the connection and integration of the Archimedes Rubal implant with the patient's brain. Though the furious battle that happened on the surface didn't do the operation any good, the underground facility was so well designed that even the largest impacts only resulted in a minor tremble by the time the ripples reached the center. Now that it was clear that the Larkinsons needed to evacuate the planet, Gloriana activated one of the contingency functions that allowed the operation chamber to separate and float in the air. Soon, Gloriana's stellar chaser arrived to take the operation chamber in her cargo hold before ascending into orbit while being escorted by the remaining operational Glory Mechs. Since it was clear that the Coalition Reserve Corps was targeting Ves, bringing him away would directly decrease the danger directed at the remaining assets and people on the surface. The Larkinson clan still required a few more hours to complete their evacuation. Though the victims of the attack wanted to flee the Kesseling system as fast as possible, they couldn't afford to leave too many assets behind. If the Friday Coalition were determined to pursue them, then they needed to be prepared for battle as best as possible. Due to the Ylvain Protectorate's unfortunate position in the Komodo Star sector, it would take at least several months to flee to a Hex-aligned region of space. With Ves still out of the picture, the leaders of his respective organizations tried to keep everything together as best as possible. Even though the CRC and their mercenaries were beaten black and blue, Kesseling 8 simply wasn't safe anymore. Not only were the Larkinsons afraid of the arrival of enemy reinforcements, they were also concerned by the growing anarchy in the Kesseling system. As ground zero of the battle that led to the disappearance of the glows throughout the Ylvain Protectorate, the local Ylvainans had all become hysterical. The destructive battle that led to the defeat of the CRC had ruined half the city of Krent. Countless shops, office buildings, and residential apartments had fallen from the collateral damage that both sides inflicted without any restraint. Though the casualties among the civilians no longer rose as much when they reached the nearest underground shelters, over 100,000 Ylvainans still lost their lives in the span of half an hour. The death, chaos, destruction, and outrage all caused the services and existing order on the industrial planet to break down. In order to avoid getting swept by the protesting and rioting Ylvainans, the Larkinsons tried to hurry up their evacuation as expediently as possible. Within Gloriana's stateroom aboard the Stellar Chaser, two Hexers were having a very important conversation. Slap! You failed! Again! How many times has it been, Calabast? I deserve that, the former intelligence operative said flatly. I won't allow you to lay a hand on me again. You are welcome to try if you want to lose your hand. Gloriana scowled and pressed her fists against her hips. Don't act all superior against me. We all trusted you to foresee these kinds of attacks in advance. How could you have missed so many suspicious movements? I have told Ves time and time again that intelligence gathering is not precise. In addition, this time I faced an entire team of Fridaymen intelligence agents who were proficient in counterintelligence. They successfully negated much of the work I put in the Protectorate. Excuses. You Vrakins are always so easy to weasel your way out of blame whenever you fail. I don't even know why Ves continues to see you as an equal partner. If it was up to me, I would have already booted you from your partnership. Calabas sneered at the younger woman. I may have dropped the ball this time, but you can't imagine how many times I saved V's hide. It's the nature of my profession that most of my successes go unsung while some of my failures become painfully clear. If you don't appreciate what I bring to the table, then I don't care. Once Ves wakes up, he'll back me up. He's a sensible boy. He won't be waking any time soon due to your intelligence failure, Gloriana shouted. According to Rania, the complications that arose disturbed the integration process between the bioimplant and my boyfriend's brain tissue. While she has managed to fix most of the damage, Ves will certainly need to be out for at least a month before it is safe enough for him to wake. A month without Ves. I feel tempted to celebrate. Don't joke around. With all of the losses the Larkinson clan and our other mech pilots have suffered, some of the survivors are already furious at our leadership. If Ves didn't provoke the Friday Coalition or led their people to a state that was in their crosshairs, so many mech pilots would have never died. This is a good test of leadership for the people that Ves put in charge in his absence. Will they rise to the challenge? As long as they pass this challenge, Ves will definitely be able to entrust them with greater responsibility. Don't treat this like a mere test, you heartless spy. Everything that Ves has built is at risk. I know, Calabash calmly replied. Am I concerned? Yes. Am I afraid? No. Don't underestimate how much influence Ves has built up. Even if he's incapacitated, people like Mech Larkinson and Raymond Billingsley Larkinson are too invested in Ves to let this incident tear down everything they have been working towards. I believe as long as the Larkinson clan can get past this crisis, it will emerge stronger and more cohesive than ever before. It is only in the direst of situations that people's true nature becomes clear. Nothing Calabash said so far reassured Gloriana. Though she wasn't a Larkinson, she was bound by the clan by the Larkinson mandate resting on her neck. Ves had invested so much in the Larkinson clan that she felt compelled to protect his interests. She would never be able to forgive herself if Ves woke up only to find out that his clan voted to disband itself. Chapter 1914 Stepping Up. An exodus ensued after the Battle of Kesseling 8. After a hard-fought victory, the forces aligned with Ves and the Larkinson clan cleaned up the battleground and picked up as much valuable scrap the cargo holds of their vessels could hold. No one believed the crisis was over. The Coalition Reserve Corps may be one of the lesser paramilitary branches of the Friday Coalition, but when it gathered all of its might, the CRC could easily overrun dozens of lesser states in an instant. The only reason why the Larkinsons managed to foil the CRC's surprise attack was that it possessed a very broad mandate. It had to split up its forces across multiple territories in order to fulfill a multitude of different responsibilities. However, just because the CRC spread its forces out didn't mean it had to stay that way. As long as the need was great enough, the CRC could easily order their nearby assets to converge on each other like the Sandman converged in the former Coman Federation. Just like the Sandman planet that was rumored to attack the Bentheim system, the CRC could very well form an armada that could easily defeat the forces of the Larkinson clan 10 times over. Every leader under Ves knew the precariousness of their situation. If the Friday Coalition truly decided to expand the Komodo War to the lesser states, then they were basically stranded deep behind enemy lines. The distance towards the nearest state that was under the Hexadric hegemony's umbrella of protection was at least 2 months away, and that only assumed their fleet would travel on the most direct and predictable route. Ves would know what to do in this situation. Gloriana sighed as she leaned her head against her palm. He's been in these kinds of flight situations several times. She missed Ves. She missed his decisiveness during a crisis. Though Rania recently informed her that Ves made it through the extended implantation surgery without any permanent impairments, it would still take at least a month for him to heal the remaining damage. Damn traitorous doctor, she scowled. You got off far too easily. She always thought that Ves went a little overboard with his preparations and precautions, but now she realized that he was very right to invest so much in prevention and disaster preparation. It's not paranoia if they are really out to get you. She felt as if she understood this phrase for the very first time after this long and exhausting day. Previously, she thought that her boyfriend irrationally feared the prospect of installing a cranial implant in his head. Back at the hegemony, her peers installed such implants all the time with hardly any stories about botched surgeries or problems related to sabotage. Yet her friends and acquaintances weren't like Ves. They weren't third-raters who managed to provoke the CRC. They weren't as talented as Ves, nor did they possess an inkling of his potential. None of the mech designers he knew possessed the power to influence the course of a war or swing the destiny of entire states like Ves. Even when he was in a coma, her boyfriend still managed to make an absolute mess out of the Ylvain Protectorate. With the scattered communications blackout, the Battle of Kesseling 8 couldn't be hidden from the population for long. Many Ylvainans soon found out the truth, and their rage and ire at the government was immense. In fact, many members among the middle and lower ranks of the Kirin, Poxco and Cronin dynasty joined the opposition as well. The loss of the great prophet's grace was very evident. No one had to look any further than all of the holy soldiers and deliverer mechs that lost their blessed glows. How could any devout Ylvainen support the blasphemous actions of their leadership? A huge uprising swept throughout the Ylvain Protectorate, causing the entire state apparatus to become completely paralyzed. While Gloriana didn't really excel in crisis leadership, she knew that she needed to take advantage of the current circumstances while they were still favorable. With the absence of Ves, his remaining people lacked a single voice. He never appointed a second in command. No one possessed enough clout to step up and be accepted as the temporary leader in charge of the Larkinson clan. To address the issue of leadership, Gloriana convened an emergency meeting in the conference room of the Stellar Chaser. Various shuttles arrived at her personal ship. Various passengers continued to enter the opulently decorated conference room. The new entrants all frowned when they took in the Hexer influences in the interior design. The conference table was shaped like a hexagon. 6 unobtrusive but very symbolic images were projected from 6 sides. Along with what the passengers saw when they walked through the corridors, it became clearer and clearer that Gloriana was completely different from the rest of them. Their apprehension and alienation towards Hexers only increased. Unfortunately, Gloriana failed to pick up their discomfort. If Ves was still awake, he would have convened a meeting on the Barracuda or the partially refitted Scarlet Rose rather than the Stellar Chaser. Meow. Clixie flicked her head against her owner's palm. Gloriana smiled and petted Clixie's head. I'll do my best. The cat went back to the center of the table in order to brush her body against a very large and ornate book. The Larkinson mandate placed on the center of the table could not be missed. Its inspiring glow, which was identical to that of the famed glory warrior mechs that had earned them a decisive victory in space, was core to the identity of the Larkinson clan. No one was allowed to take outright possession of the book. Ves surprisingly designated Nita as the primary caretaker of the book. Right now, Nita refused to leave the recovery room where Ves was resting after his surgery. Therefore, the book temporarily fell into the care of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, but only for this meeting. The glow of the book reminded Gloriana what she needed to do. The people depending on Ves needed direction. During this pivotal moment, she needed to step up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Her clear and cultured voice interrupted the low conversation between the attendees. Though she fell short in some aspects, Gloriana was very much at home in other aspects. She adopted a serious and imposing demeanor as she sat at the conference table. Everyone who had been invited for the meeting settled down and turned their attention to the woman they needed to keep happy in order to save their lives. No matter what they thought about Hexers or the hegemony, they all knew they had to play nice with them. No one else in the Star Sector could protect them against the aggression from the Friday Coalition. Therefore, a certain degree of tension descended on the conference room. Not everyone was happy with their current circumstances. They never wanted to become enemies of the Friday Coalition. Fortunately, this was just a smaller meeting. Gloriana only invited those who were likely to be on V's side. We managed to achieve a very great victory, but we have all suffered greatly in return. She spoke in a measured way. We can mourn later when we are out of the reach of the Friday men. What is more important is that we need to discuss how to go forward. Let us begin with our troop disposition. How many mechs and mech pilots have we lost? Everyone looked at each other before Commander Magdalena Larkinson decided to bite the bullet. The living sentinels have been savaged. Over 200 of our mech pilots have either perished or have become permanently unfit to pilot a mech. We've lost at least double the amount of mechs. The good news is that while our land-bound mech companies have suffered a disproportionate amount of losses, our space-borne assets are in a much better shape. My sentinels are still reasonably combat effective in any space-borne engagements. Commander Melker stood up next. The avatars of myth have suffered a similar proportion of losses. We lost around 150 mech pilots, though most of them were recent recruits. Like the Sentinels, our land-bound combat capabilities are severely crippled. Not only have we lost a lot of mech pilots, but we don't even have enough intact mechs to put up a decent fight on a terrestrial environment. Your space-borne combat capabilities are still strong, correct? Gloriana interjected. Melker nodded. A grim smile appeared below his visor. The bright warrior that you and Ves designed has proven to be remarkably effective against a mixed force of mercenaries and second-class mechs. Admittedly, we faced much less CRC mechs in space than on land, but we are all immensely grateful that your mech has given us a chance to defeat second-class mechs without resorting to reckless dogpiling tactics. As the Sentinel Commander and the Avatar Commander projected a brief overview of casualties and the state of their current forces, everyone lightened up a bit. The casualties suffered by the Avatars and Sentinels in space was fairly light. The CRC heavily underestimated their space-borne contingents, not expecting that the so-called bridge mechs could defeat their superior mechs. What about you, Commander Dice? Gloriana turned to the dark-skinned woman who attracted more than her fair share of attention. Surprisingly, it was Calabast who was sitting next to the Sword Maiden Commander who opened her mouth. My Sword Maidens have lost over 40 mech pilots and even more mechs. Our space-borne assets, though relatively small, are still fully intact, as I saw no reason to deploy them during the previous battle. We can still make a contribution in any space battle. No one begrudged the Sword Maidens for holding back their mechs in space. The impact they made on the land battle was very great, and the losses they suffered when they boldly confronted the squad of CRC defensive mechs was horrendous. Our Glory Battalion is effectively down a mech company, Venerable Brutus stoically said. While our mech companies may be slanted towards land or space, they can fight in both environments. We haven't lost as many mech pilots as the other forces. This means that as long as we can restore our mechs, our excess mech pilots can contribute their strength once again. A short pause ensued as everyone tried to estimate how well they could withstand any follow-up attacks. At the risk of sounding callous, we are rather fortunate, Overin Larkinson mentioned. As Benjamin Larkinson's brother, and the Speaker of the Larkinson Assembly, the old and respectable Overin was one of the most important civilian leaders of the clan. As a veteran mech pilot who had gone through his fair share of war in his youth, Overin was no stranger to crises. His words, while blunt, served to focus everyone's attention to their current needs. I agree, Director Clinton Larkinson said. Our land-bound losses, while grievous, can be disregarded for the moment. Right now, we must flee across a large stretch of space before we can shake off the inevitable retaliation from the CRC. There is no reason to land on any planets during our flight. For this reason, we should focus all of our efforts on repairing our space-borne assets and transferring as many land-bound mech pilots to space-borne units as we can. Stick them into our spare desolate soldiers if needed. Almost just as old as Overin, Clinton had also been bestowed with authority within the clan. He was currently one of the few respectable Larkinsons who had received the assent of the Assembly to assume a position within the all-important Larkinson court. Though it wasn't entirely proper for Director Clinton to attend this kind of meeting, he cared too much for the Larkinsons to miss out on this pivotal meeting. Your suggestion is in line with my thoughts, Commander Magdalena nodded in support. The director and judge made a very sensible argument. Hardly anyone objected to its merits, so the attendants all agreed to prioritize their ability to fight in space. This quick consensus may have been a small victory, but it put everyone in the right mood. A faint optimism spread throughout the conference room. Their situation wasn't as untenable as they feared. As long as they enhanced their strength in space, they might be able to make it to safety. Chapter 19:15 Belonging. After gaining an overview on their current state and the amount of manpower, assets, and resources at their disposal, the attendees quickly began to form an action plan. They decided to focus their efforts on enhancing or restoring as much space-borne combat capacity as possible. They assigned expanded responsibilities to various leaders. A lot needed to be done, and many people needed to step up in order to manage the vastly increased workload. They also addressed the elephant in the room. It was no secret now that a vast majority of the Ilvanans that joined their various organizations were actually members of the true Ilvane dynasty. Known as a cult and terrorist group within the Protectorate, most of the Larkinsons never thought that the Living Prophet and his band of fanatics would side with them against the entire Protectorate. No one really possessed a good grasp on Prophet James Ilvane, or just James as his current incarnation preferred to be called. The handsome, brown-haired young man shared a disturbing amount of similarities of the older, bearded and inviolable depictions of the original prophet. The fact that he was a clone unsettled many people. It was well known in the galaxy that clones weren't really equal to normal sentient life. Many of them exhibited severe mental defects and impairments. Even if their bodies were completely identical to another human being down to the tiniest cell, there was still a huge difference in how alive they were and how human they could act. Compared to the stereotypical view of clones of flawed Frankenstein monsters or idiots who possessed the intelligence of a 6-year-old, James appeared no different from any charismatic cult leader. The presence he exuded and the natural charm he exhibited with his pleasant smile made it clear that he was not deficient when it came to socializing with other people. With everyone's attention turning to James, the living prophet spread his arms. Please don't regard me with such suspicion. We are all brothers and sisters now. My true believers and I have decisively thrown my lot with the Larkinson clan. We are committed to support Mr. Larkinson and his clan no matter where he wants to take us. I believe that following him will lead my worshippers to a much brighter future than remaining in a state that has egregiously forsaken its faith and principles in favor of expedience. Though he sounded well-meaning, no one could believe that James didn't have ulterior motives in mind when he and his true believers secretly joined the LMC and growing fleets and mech units of the Avatars and Sentinels. The fact that Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin decided to sit demurely next to James signified that he wielded an uncomfortable amount in their group. We never asked for you to join us, Gloriana said. Please enlighten us, James. Why are you here? The reasons for our joining are myriad. Let me reassure you that we do not intend to hijack the Larkinson clan or attempt to impose our beliefs on you. We just want to be part of great undertakings started by Mr. Larkinson. As my bright martyr, I am very clear on how great he is and how much he is able to accomplish in the future. Consider our participation as an investment. We are willing to provide your group with badly needed manpower in the form of ship crew, mech pilots, and other specialists that you so desperately need. Every investment expects a return. Director Clinton frowned. What is it that you are aiming for? If you just want to find a new home for your true believers, then you can easily do so on your own. I don't understand why you are willing to share power. Though James tried to reassure the other Larkinsons, they still harbored a lot of suspicions on his motives. The true believers could single-handedly cripple the functioning of most their ships if the living prophet gave the command. This effectively gave the radical Ilvanans a huge amount of leverage at this point of time. No Larkinson wanted to be beholden to another power ever again. James was aware of their concerns. His smile hadn't faded at all. He faced the room of skeptical Larkinsons and wary Wodens with the assurance that he would be able to allay their suspicions. Ophelia Cronin moved without warning. She leaned over the conference table and snatched the Larkinson mandate. Mel? Though Clixie looked alarmed, she refrained from taking action as Gloriana gestured her to remain still. Ophelia carefully held the ornate tome and reverently offered it to James. James raised one hand in the air and placed his other hand on the cover until his palm rested over the solid medallion that depicted the head of the golden cat. The atmosphere in the conference room changed. We are friends of the Larkinson clan. Please believe me when I say that we am committed to support your endeavors. My true believers will always serve their functions honestly as long as they are treated fairly. Let the Larkinson mandate judge me whether I am sincere. To everyone's surprise, the Larkinson mandate seemed to emanate a little more warmth. Instinctively, everyone connected to the Larkinson mandate felt that the book actually approved of James. At the very least, he appeared to be truly sincere. Gloriana didn't feel relieved, though. Just because James and the true believers were harmless now didn't mean they remained that way. Is this okay? Melker puzzlingly frowned. We're just supposed to follow the cue of a book? That's the Larkinson mandate you're talking about. It's not a regular book. A contentious argument ensued on whether they should take the Larkinson mandate seriously. Even if it possessed a dynamic glow, it was still a simple object? How could it possibly have a say in this meeting? Ahem! Gloriana slapped the table with her palm. Before you discuss any further, let me show you what Ves has to say about his joining. Is Ves alive? She shook her head. No. He is still in a coma, and will remain so until his new implant has fully integrated with his brain. What I meant is that Ves has prepared a very extensive database of contingency plans. He has already accounted for many possible situations, such as what we have to do in the event of an attack or what needs to be done if the Protectorate turns hostile to our group. I saw no need to bring them up since our previous decisions largely fall in line with his intentions. Ves prepared a contingency plan for the true believers? He did. Gloriana smiled ruefully. Even though he treated it as an extremely low-probability event, he actually prepared a statement in the event that James and his faithful had become attached to our group. Ves prepared over 1,000 plans and decision trees. His paranoia caused him to frantically document all of his desired responses towards all kinds of wild events. From being hunted by the Mech Trade Association to the death of 95% of the Larkinson clan, Ves prepared a contingency plan for each occurrence. A projection of Ves soon appeared above the table. Hello everyone. If you are watching this recording, then something may have happened which caused us to require the support of the new Ilvain dynasty. Let me tell you that while I do not have the greatest impression of the new living prophet and his band of faithful, I am inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. If you are hesitant on whether to accept the assistance of the true believers, please employ the Larkinson mandate as a test to see whether he is sincere. If you can't trust the living prophet, then at least trust in the judgment of our clan heirloom. That is all. Everyone blinked after the projection faded away. Many Larkinsons turned to James with an odd expression. Even before V's recording instructed them to use the Larkinson mandate, the living prophet had already taken the test. How did he know? Did he truly see the future? That's nonsense. Maybe it's all a coincidence. Can we even trust that book? Ves has spoken. Gloriana raised her voice, causing everyone else to fall silent. The Larkinson mandate has shown no hostility to James. This means he bears no ill will towards the Larkinson clan. Excuse me, Miss Woden, but what gives you the right to make decisions on behalf of our clan? Magdalena asked. The question distracted everyone from James. This was a very important point. Since the meeting started, Gloriana had taken charge all this time. This wouldn't be a problem if she was not a Woden. Gloriana didn't look flustered. She expected this question to pop up. That is a good question. She waved her hand towards the Larkinson mandate. Pass me the book. The Larkinson mandate floated from the hands of Ophelia Cronin and floated over the conference table until she grasped it as if she held her lover. With a gentle smile, she opened the book and reached the page where Ves had signed his name and left his blood on the page. She flipped the page until she reached the one where she did the same. She turned the book until her page faced the Larkinsons. Look! I took part in the founding of the Larkinson clan. I may not have tied the knot yet with Ves, but he already considers me part of his family. Will you deny my membership of the clan just because my surname is different? You are still a Woden. I can be part of multiple families, she retorted. This is very common in upper society. Now, do I need to show you a recording in which Ves affirms my right to take part in this discussion? Raymond shook his head. That isn't necessary. I have seen you with Ves many times and I know how close you are to his heart. Despite the consequences of your joining, you have also been pivotal in keeping us alive. Without Venerable Brutus and the rest of your Glory Battalion resisting the CRC's strongest assets, we wouldn't be sitting here. The fact that a number of Hexer mech pilots died for us is enough to earn my trust. A lot of mixed expressions appeared on the faces of the other Larkinsons. Though it was true that the Glory Battalion had paid a significant price to defend their group, the critics within the clan weren't very happy about the Hexers. Notwithstanding their poisonous man-hating culture, V's relationship with Gloriana was the entire reason why the Larkinsons suddenly became an enemy of the Friday Coalition. If not for the ongoing crisis, the discontent Larkinsons who were pissed about provoking such an immensely powerful enemy would have voiced their recriminations by now. Opposition against Gloriana and the Hexers had truly ballooned within a significant portion of the Larkinson clan. Once this episode had passed, the meeting resumed by addressing their flight from Protectorate space. I can assist in this. Calabas spoke up. While the Friday men have hindered my intelligence network, I still have a lot of eyes and ears inside the Protectorate, and many of the states we have to pass through in order to reach a friendly region of space. My subordinates and I have already charted a rudimentary route that steers clear of any known CRC or Coalition forces. She projected the chart above the conference table. No one except Ophelia Cronin could glean more than a few surface details from the projection. Everyone else pretty much regarded the route as a random line connecting to various starry dots. This route is moderately circuitous, but not too much to delay us overly much, the fleet coordinator remarked. The issue is that this chart suggests that the best way to avoid CRC pursuit is to pass through the ravaged and recently abandoned star systems of the states that fell during the Sand War. What? Chapter 1916 Orders are orders. In the end, the Larkinsons who attended the conference meeting agreed to the proposal to put Calabas in charge of planning their escape route. First, she was truly the most qualified individual to plan their escape. Though flawed, having at least one information network was better than possessing no network at all. Only the Wodens could offer something comparable, but the Larkinsons were very hesitant towards the idea of letting them take charge of their clan. The Larkinson clan was never supposed to become a vassal of the Woden dynasty. Hardly any Larkinsons would agree to such a ridiculous prospect. Second, As a former intelligence operative, Calabast also possessed a lot of expertise in these matters. Even if she didn't excel in space navigation, she had plenty of specialists in her employ that could provide her with the necessary scientific expertise to form a clever route. The Larkinsons lacked a strong naval tradition. They were almost completely devoted to piloting mechs. Out of all of the attendees, only Fleet Coordinator Ophelia could make an informed pushback. While I am not entirely comfortable with the suggested route, I believe it is safer than passing through active space. The Bright Republic, Vision Kingdom, and etc. are all aligned with the Friday Coalition. Though Ophelia's backing didn't count for much since she was a true believer, it was a different matter when Ves himself threw his support behind his strategic partner. Gloriana looked pained as she reluctantly tapped a button on the projected interface of her comm. Ves appeared over the conference table yet again. Hello everyone. If you see this, then a situation might have arisen where you may be wondering whether you must put your faith in the hexer known as Calabast. Let me tell you that while she is slimy, arrogant, deceitful, absent, inscrutable, and unreliable, she is still worthy of our trust because our success is linked to her own success. Both of our goals are aligned, and Calabast truly brings a lot to the table. Don't reject her voice just because she isn't a Larkinson. She can be a very staunch ally of ours. Don't underestimate her capabilities. Calabast offered everyone a shaky smile. Her relationship with Ves was obviously more than just a mere business partnership given how many insults he hurled at her. Some people even switched their gazes between Calabast and Gloriana as if there was a hidden subtext. You've heard it from the clan patriarch himself. He knows I am the only one who can successfully lead us to safety. I did so before when Ves escaped the clutches of the CRC, and I can do so again. The former spy smiled and leaned back against her chair. Let me remind you that the Friday men don't look kindly on us hexers, Gloriana noted. Calabast and I are not welcome in this region of space. We want to escape the reach of the Friday Coalition just as much as you. Therefore, even if you have cause to doubt Calabast's motives, please don't doubt her willingness to avoid our mutual enemy. This caused the Larkinsons to lay down some of their objections. While none of them really wanted to trust this strange woman completely, it was undeniable that they were on the same boat. After addressing a few more topics, the conference meeting finally came to an end. With the help of these contingency plans, everyone had a clear idea on how to go forward. Right now, they needed to do everything possible to escape pursuit. Once they reached a region of space where they were no longer under threat of annihilation, they were free to address other priorities. But until then, they better focus on saving their hides. Once the attendees bid farewell and returned to their shuttles, Calabast lingered while Raymond reverently took hold of the Larkinson mandate. Let's stop by Ves, Gloriana suggested as she picked up Clixie. Meow. Hi. Gloriana giggled, completely losing her stiff and stately demeanor. I did well, right? Meow. Oh, I'm sure Ves would be proud of my performance. The reason why the meeting proceeded so amiably is because you invited all of V's closest supporters along with some pliable guests like James, Raymond gently remarked. If you had to face the entire Larkinson clan, I can guarantee you that it won't be nearly as easy to come to a consensus. The mounting discontent among the survivors was still welling up. Plenty of Larkinsons exhibited some form of buyer's remorse. They wished they would have rather remained with the old family rather than get drawn in by one of these troubles. They soon arrived at the entrance of a heavily guarded compartment. After passing a few security checks, Gloriana, Raymond, and Calabast entered the chamber. Dr. Rania was standing next to a very advanced recovery machine. She inspected the readings projected by the pod-like machine. Gloriana carefully stepped close until she loomed above the transparent cover that showed V's body immersed in some kind of nourishing fluid. His head looked intact, but Gloriana knew that it would take a long time before Ves was ready to emerge from his coma. Meow. I want him to recover as soon as possible. It's not the same without him. If he was still awake, he would have been able to squash any possible revolt before it becomes a threat. Clixie squirmed out of her arms and jumped over to a table where a mechanical cat was watching over the pod. Meow. Meow. Meanwhile, Raymond gently returned the Larkinson mandate to Nita, who carefully slotted the book into a holder built into her suit of combat armor. That Ves decided to entrust Nita with the Larkinson mandate while he was incapacitated was a very perplexing decision. Gloriana wasn't sure why he didn't entrust it to Raymond as usual, but even she couldn't fully fathom his genius or madness. I have to leave in order to take charge of the LMC and the Executive Council. Raymond respectfully spoke to Gloriana. Hopefully, Ves can recover sooner than a month, because all of his contingency plans aren't enough to keep us going. I know, Gloriana whispered as she placed her palm on the surface of the transparent cover. Once Raymond left, Gloriana turned to her cousin. Is there anything new? No. My estimates are still the same. Rania closed the projected interface. Ves came off very lightly from the incident at the operation room. The traitor could have done more damage if his control to the operating machines hadn't been cut off. I guess we owe Calabast a lot of thanks. Yes. Thanks. I need to study and analyze the latest developments in order to optimize V's recovery. Thank you for what you've done. Once Rania departed from the compartment, Gloriana was left with Calabast, some cats, the Larkinson mandate, and a few guards she disregarded entirely. So, she spoke to Calabast. Tell me about our situation. Are we on the right track? You're doing fine so far, the older woman said as she leaned against one of the bulky medical machines. The losses we suffered are great, but our core strength is still intact. So long as Ves remains alive, we can always recover. We just have to make sure that his clan still exists when he finally wakes up from his coma. Gloriana frowned as she twirled one of her locks of hair. The Larkinson clan. The clan is too young. Even though it branched off from the Larkinson family, for all intents and purposes it is still a fragile entity. Many of the Larkinsons who decided to join the clan did so in order to pursue greatness or prosperity. Do they expect to achieve greatness without making sacrifices? Do they think they can grow rich while sitting back and relaxing all day? Ves chose the Larkinson clan's motto for a very good reason. His clansmen won't amount to anything if Ves isn't there to push them forward. I don't think your words are without merit, Gloriana, but tell that to the Larkinsons who expected a mech designer like Ves to shovel easy money into their bank accounts. Expectations and reality often seem to find a way to diverge, and this battle has brutally popped their fantasies. Over 40 Trueblood Larkinson mech pilots died, do you know that? In a clan composed of less than 1,000 members, that is a painful loss, especially when you realize that the amount of Larkinson mech pilots is only a fraction of that number. The clan suddenly lost a substantial amount of landbound mech pilots after the Battle of Kesseling 8. This meant that their representation in avatars and sentinels had dropped, especially in their landbound mech contingents. The Larkinson clan was not like the mech corps. Unlike the military, which could always supplement its lost manpower by replenishing it with transfers and fresh recruits, the Larkinson clan required decades to birth and raise new mech pilots. Therefore, these losses were especially painful to the clan. Usually, the original Larkinson family managed to keep their numbers stable because the Bright Vija Wars always erupted roughly once every generation. Even if a number of Larkinsons had fallen, the survivors would still be able to return and pass on their genes and teachings to the next generation. While this model had served the Larkinsons well, frequent battles threatened the foundation of the clan. If the clan lost too many mech pilots, it risked losing its military tradition. Just when Gloriana didn't think the situation could grow any worse, Calabash suddenly stiffened as she received some sort of message. "What is it, Calabash?" The spy looked grave. Now that the Coalition Reserve Corps moved to decouple the Protectorate from the hegemony, the Friday Coalition has shown that they are very willing to drag the lesser states in our war. Don't forget that there are more Larkinsons than the ones who have joined the clan. Gloriana widened the eyes. That means the Friday men must have exerted their influence on the Larkinsons living in the Bright Republic as well. Damn it! I hope V's grandfather and other relatives can make it out. If the Friday men truly dare to lay a hand on the Larkinsons in his old home state. It hasn't come to that. Calabash smiled. My agents have always been ready to assist the Larkinson family into evacuating the Bright Republic. Besides, they aren't being hunted right now. The CRC has dispatched most of their available assets to assist in their operations in the Protectorate. Officially, the Friday men relayed instructions to the Bright Republic to take the Larkinsons into custody. Again? How dare they? Don't be alarmed. This time is different. It seems the Bright Republic's government has learned its lesson this time. What are you talking about? Let's just say that the Brighters are less than eager to stab the backs of one of the most honorable military families of their state. The centuries of loyal service and selfless duty by the countless descendants of the Larkinson family is not something that their government can ignore. Unlike the Protectorate, power is more divided and based on laws and public opinion. Just because a couple of higher-ups and a few founding families like the Cavendishes support the measure doesn't mean the rest of the state is eager to betray their ideals and principles. Does that mean they are safe? Gloriana looked hopeful. It's complicated. Some Larkinsons have it easier than others to escape the clutches of their own government. My agents are doing the best they can to facilitate their flight, but we can't help every Larkinson. Across the Bright Republic, many areas became turbulent. This was because the Larkinson family had abruptly been designated as enemies of the state. Though the government tried its best to keep these controversial movements secret, they quickly leaked onto the galactic net within a matter of minutes. The amount of public indignation directed towards the Bright Republic's government may not be as great as their Elvanian counterparts in the Protectorate, but it could not be ignored. Practically the entire Mech Corps threw its full support behind the Larkinsons. After the disgraceful attempt to capture Ves and sell him out to the Friday Coalition, the military was highly opposed to this latest measure. Though the government was still able to dispatch Spotlight and some other groups to arrest the Larkinsons, Flashlight and many other groups were openly obstructing their progress. In one space station at Bentheim, Riella and Kedys hastily boarded her blood claw carrier under the urging of one of Calabash's agents. Hurry up! Spotlight is right on our heels! At the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense on Rittersburg, a pair of Spotlight agents immediately restrained Benjamin Larkinson and escorted him out of his office. A senior agent nodded respectfully at Benjamin. Orders are orders. I hope you understand, sir. I'm old. The elder Larkinson sighed. I don't care what happens to me. I just want the rest of my family to be safe. On a combat carrier stationed at the edge of the Bentheim system, Gansel Larkinson shook his head at the security officers that arrived at his stateroom. I appreciate your offer, but I can't in good conscience allow you to violate your orders. The young expert pilot held out his arms. Put the cuffs on me and escort me to the brig. I am confident the government will absolve us loyal Larkinsons. At an immense fleet floating in an empty star system in deep space, Ark Larkinson pressed a button on his uniform that caused all of his badges and rank insignia to fade away. He saluted the ranks of soldiers who gathered at the hangar bay to send him off. Over 1,000 soldiers returned his salute. After bidding farewell to the 1st Havensworth Division, Ark solemnly boarded his Bright Star and departed from the fleet carrier. As he flew his expert mech towards a smaller civilian vessel that would bring him and a number of other Larkinsons in his division away, his arm gripped one of the controls in a crushing grip. His face displayed so much pain and agony that his Bright Star started to shake and resonate in a discordant manner. Chapter 1917 Heartless Choice. The calamity that befell the Larkinson family was both sudden and controversial. Compliance was anything but adequate, and many Larkinsons managed to slip the net. That said, the Bright Republic still took plenty of Larkinsons into custody, including virtually every Larkinson who resided in Rittersburg. The capital planet was simply too well guarded and well regulated to give any Larkinson a chance to escape. Word of the capture of hundreds of Larkinsons, many of them spouses and children, alarmed and enraged the rest of the family. The Bright Republic went too far. Many Larkinsons exhibited a lot of indignation towards the state for bowing to the unreasonable demands of the Friday Coalition. What of their loyalty? What of their unflinching duty? How could the Bright Republic be so dishonorable to ignore centuries of service and sacrifice? The betrayed Larkinsons couldn't help but recall V's words of how foolish it was to serve a state instead of themselves. Was he right? No! If not for Ves provoking the Friday Coalition, we would have never become at odds with the patrons of the Bright Republic. It's all his fault. Rather than blaming the Bright Republic or their own choices, they instead turned their ire towards the controversial Larkinson who split off from the old family and started his own clan. You're right. It's all his fault. It's fine if he is seeking death for himself. The mood among the escaped Larkinsons was very turbulent. These discontented members of the family soon made contact with the members of the clan, causing both groups to share each other's grievances. Both of them fed from each other's indignation. Calabast, who was keeping a very close eye on the Larkinsons, noticed this alarming trend and realized that the problem had suddenly exploded to a very substantial threat to the continued existence of the Larkinson clan and everything Ves had built. This is bad, she told Gloriana after she paid a personal visit to the stellar chaser. Only a week has passed since we have left the Kesseling system, but already there is word among the clansmen that some of them want to bring Ves to account. How ungrateful! Gloriana displayed an ugly scowl. These Larkinsons continue to disappoint me. Ves should be rolling in his recovery pod if he heard about their spoiled reactions. Per Angusta ad Augusta. What part of this motto don't they understand? This kind of setback is very common among family groups in their infancy. Plenty of clans and houses have suffered worse disasters, yet managed to survive through these hardships and use the lessons they learned during those arduous times to thrive. You shouldn't blame those Larkinsons. Calabast crossed her arms. The old family are truly victims. No matter how much it wants to pretend that Ves and the clan share no relations with them anymore, their blood and heritage still share a common relation. I would be pissed as well if I was a part of the old family. Both of them fell into a momentary silence. The Larkinsons will soon demand a response, Gloriana guessed. The former spy nodded. Ves should be the one to face the angry Larkinsons. Since he isn't here, someone else needs to step up. No matter who speaks for Ves, the stakes are extremely high. Wait a minute. I think Ves prepared a contingency plan for this eventuality. Let me browse the database. After half a minute, Gloriana managed to find the right plan. She projected the recording that Ves attached to the plan. If you are watching this recording, then the old Larkinson family may have become an enemy of the state. Whether the Friday Coalition or the Bright Republic has moved into action, It is clear that the old family stands no chance against the might of an entire state. If any of these states have unjustly and dishonorably captured the members of our old family, then I can foresee that many Larkinsons from my clan and the old family will request that we should do something to free them. Either we give in whatever demands the captors issue to us, or we organize some sort of breakout attempt. His projections seemed to stand proud as his eyes swept throughout a crowd that didn't exist with an imperious stare. Don't entertain any foolish fantasies. If the old family succumb to the power of a state, how will it be any different if the clan tries to intervene? The reason why I led the Larkinson clan away from the Bright Republic is because my former home state has proved that it doesn't deserve our trust. Before I left, I warned the Larkinson family how foolish they are for continuing to cling to their duty to a state that has already stabbed a Larkinson in the back. If my blind and foolish relatives in the Bright Republic insist on putting their lives in the hands of those who don't care about them, then I don't see any need to risk everything to undo their grievous errors. Both Calabast and Gloriana looked shocked. Was this really the Ves who cared so much about family? His response would definitely result in an immense backlash from his own clan if Gloriana dared to show this recording to the clan. Ves is mad. He's being selfish. Calabast grunted with respect. He's also making the most rational choice. Whatever ransom or blackmail demand the Friday Coalition plans to issue will inevitably hamper him in a very severe way. If the Friday men really plan to push Ves around, then the most rational course of action is to write off the hostages. Let me be clear. V's projection continued. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, I have a duty to protect our clansmen. While we share a bond with the Larkinson family, I will not sacrifice the lives of the former to go on a futile quest to save the latter. This is not an action drama. Even if our clan was 10 times stronger, we still wouldn't be able to succeed in rescuing our captured family members. Therefore, instead of demanding that we sacrifice ourselves in vain, we should instead demand the captured Larkinsons to sacrifice their own lives and well-being for our sakes. As far as I'm concerned, this is the price for their foolishness. They should have taken my warning seriously if they wanted to avoid this foreseeable fate. His arguments, while twisted and outrageous, made sense. Yet even Gloriana knew that the principled and family-oriented Larkinsons would never be able to respect Ves again if his opinion on this matter became known. With everything that happened, realizing this response might very well turn over 80% of the Larkinson assembly against their founding leader. This was disastrous as the assembly could easily vote to strip Ves from his leadership position and hand it to another Larkinson. I am very much aware how harsh I sound, but don't think that I am callous or cruel. I love my clan. I love our Larkinson heritage. It is out of my love for our lineage that I choose to support the decision that best preserves the strength and future of our clan. I can promise you that while I might not be able to rescue our captured relatives, I will certainly do my utmost to avenge them. The Bright Republic or the Friday Coalition are making a big mistake if they think they have leverage over me. In order to preserve the lives and freedom of the captured, I believe it is better to resort to deterrence rather than appeasement. I like his thinking direction. Calabast smiled in approval. It's unfortunate that his relatives are Larkinsons, not Vrakins. If Ves was like this all the time, then he would fit right in with my former dynasty. He'd have to be a woman, though. True. V's projection spoke again. If you disagree with my stance, that is fine. If you want to mount a rescue attempt, then that is fine as well. Just don't drag the rest of the clan down with you. Therefore, if you are entertaining any suicidal notions, then please leave the Larkinson clan first. I don't care if you join the remnants of the old family or defect to the Friday Coalition. Just like the Larkinsons who stubbornly insisted on following tradition, you are responsible for your own actions. He is not mincing any words. Now, if you wish to leave the clan to mount a rescue attempt, or because you're disgusted by my choices, then you can leave whenever you wish as far as I'm concerned. I don't need any clansmen who turn out to be fair-weather friends. I promise that each of you will receive 1 million hex credits as a farewell gift. If you or your direct relatives have contributed significantly in battle or suffered a major loss, then you will receive 10 million hex credits. This is what you deserve. Just remember that as long as you turn your back on the clan will also turn its back on you. The Larkinson mandate will no longer recognize you if you abandon the clan in its time of need. Choose carefully and make the decision that you think is best. The projection finally disappeared, leaving Gloriana and Calabash numb. The VS they heard today was completely different from the VS who always showed at least affection towards his family. Delete it. What? I'll never do that. I'm serious. Calabash turned to the younger woman. Delete this recording and all of the files associated with this contingency plan. Didn't you just approve of his choice? I approve of his mindset. That doesn't mean I think he is making the right choice in this situation. VS may have prepared a contingency plan for thousands of scenarios, but even he can't foresee every single possibility. What are you talking about? There is a better option than the binary choice that VS thought that he would face. Calabash grinned. You mean? As long as I cash in my favors and promise some more, I might be able to persuade Diva and some other Hexer elements in the Bright Republic to break the Larkinsons out. What is out of the reach of the clan is well within the reach of our state as long as it is willing to undertake action. We just have to move quickly while the hostages haven't been transferred into the care of the Friday men. Gloriana widened her eyes as a bit of hope started to light up her darkness. That's right. The hegemony might be able to do something. It's just, will Diva or our other government institutions even care? On the surface, they won't, Calabash soberly explained. VS is just a boy. Even if he proved himself to be valuable, he's mostly a concern for your Woden dynasty. Therefore, we need to offer Diva something that will make them invested. That doesn't sound easy. I know. I'll think of something. For now, I want you to delete this recording and anything related to it. Just keeping it in the database is an immense risk. Going by its current state, the Larkinson clan will certainly disintegrate if they hear what VS has to say. Though Gloriana felt a bit hesitant, she eventually agreed with Calabash that it was for the best. She resolutely erased the recording and the rest of the documents related to the contingency plan, making sure to scrub the storage chip thoroughly in order to foil any recovery attempts. Once she was done, she turned to the spy. You've failed VS several times already. I hope you won't fail again. He won't be happy when he hears what we've done to his contingency plan. The only way to placate him is to deliver a better result than what his choice would bring. Relax. Diva should definitely be capable of rescuing the Larkinsons. Their strength shouldn't be an issue as long as the Friday men aren't involved. It is motivating them into action that is our biggest concern. I will definitely need the support of your Woden dynasty to convince them to move. I'll try my best to convince my mother. Chapter 1918 Ryan Aiden. While Calabash and Gloriana plotted to find a way to rescue the captured Larkinsons, VS remained blissfully ignorant. As his body quietly rested in a recovery pod, his consciousness had traveled far away. Dragged across both time and space, VS had barely been cognizant of where the system was taking him before his consciousness finally smacked into someone else's mind. This wasn't his first rodeo. Upon arrival, VS immediately sought to hide presence. His methods were a bit more skillful and refined since the last time he underwent a mastery experience. Through the strength of his detached mind and spirit, VS immediately became a nonentity in the mind of his host. Only after VS made sure that his consciousness was sufficiently hidden and secure did he venture his senses outwards. The mind he occupied looked very dull. Ves immediately felt a bit disappointed, but what could he expect from a first-term mastery subskill that cost only 40,000 DP? He was not in a hurry to perform an intrusive inspection. He wanted to observe everything he needed to know in a passive way. Only after he gathered enough information would he contemplate other actions. As Ves mysteriously connected to the senses of his host, he experienced a brand new life. "We are not slaves." A strong and rough hand let loose of the controls. Ryan Aiden's suited form exited the mining vehicle and swept his resentful eyes at the vast cavern turned into a mining outpost. Vast stretches of mining vehicles and mining equipment occupied the open ground before the entrance of the outpost. Alloy walls and menacing turrets prevented anyone from stirring any trouble. Numerous tall and menacing armored guards patrolled the interior of the crudely constructed base. The planet of Desala X was interspersed by lots of underground outposts like these. The giant, terrestrial planet was a frozen rock orbiting a listless red giant. Due to its harsh conditions, humanity decided not to turn Desala X into a livable planet. Instead, House Cantus of the Paramount Kingdom opted to turn Desala X into a resource extraction site. The Smiling Samuel Star Sector was an old and poor star sector in the galactic rim. Its glory days, however short they lasted, was long over. The star sector was so poor in resources that its decline hit every single state hard. The Paramount Kingdom was no exception. Once a great and powerful third-rate state, it had now degenerated into a shell of its former self. From the way its royals and nobles reveled and feasted, it was hard to see that House Cantus was no exception. Its long existence stretched back all the way to the heyday of the Age of Conquest. Subsequently, its descendants inherited the pride of their predecessors at their peak. Everyone who worked and toiled in the mines were very much aware that the cold, frozen, radioactive and lifeless planet they called their home was a cash cow to House Cantus. It wasn't enough for the greedy nobles to extract every possible value from Desala X. They wanted to reduce their expenses as much as possible, thereby raising the profit margin from the relatively low-value bulk exotics they extracted. Ryan hobbled over to the security checkpoint where a number of tall guards contemptuously ignored the suited miners that passed through the scanning devices. No one was allowed to smuggle any weapons or unauthorized objects into the outpost. Anyone who violated this rule would immediately be shot down on the spot. Ryan shuddered in his suit as he remembered the blood that sprayed on his hazard suit when he witnessed the guards gunning down his friend. His crime? Trying to smuggle a single pebble of Xanter iron into the outpost. Xanter iron was one of the most abundant and least valuable junk exotic on Desala X. A single pebble wasn't worth much at all, and it wasn't as if the miners could smuggle it out from an outpost that was almost completely controlled by House Cantus. Yet the rules had to be obeyed. For this reason, Ryan meekly subjected himself to the penetrating skin before shuffling through the gates while trying to attract as little attention as possible. A bedraggled town came into view. The cheaply made prefab structures showed lots of signs of wear and tear. An unending number of assembly, disassembly, and moving caused the container-like structures to gain an unending number of scratches. In addition, it was rare to see any structure that was devoid of at least some form of corrosion. In his entire years of existence, Ryan lived in these kinds of settlements without experiencing anything better. He lifted his helmet towards the cavernous ceiling. No sun or star shone down on him. Living underground was all he knew for his entire life. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to live under an open sky that was as blue as a verdant ocean. Such sights only belonged to the nobles and the privileged, Ryan had been taught. In contrast, poor and dirty miners like him deserved to live in poor, restrictive settlements like this outpost. His gloved fist clenched as he realized the indignity of it all. He was not a slave. He was a human. It was futile. House Cantus cared little for the miners. They saw people like Ryan as little more than free labor. There was almost no way for those born on this planet to escape the fate of becoming a miner. What passed for school on Desala X were only meant to give future miners the necessary knowledge to operate the mining equipment. Those who did well in school got to be in charge of better machines. Their reward? A better hovel to live in. Nothing else. There was no way for the miners to quit and depart from this planet. House Cantus fully controlled the only ships and shuttles that descended and ascended from the outposts. The miners weren't able to solicit help or make their distress known in the hopes that someone might come and rescue them. None of the miners had access to the galactic net. They didn't even own the fabled comms that Ryan had seen on wrists of the guards and overseers. After reaching a container-shaped housing unit, Ryan pressed his suited palm against the airlock, causing the front to slide open for a brief period of time. He hurried inside as fast as possible, which took quite some effort. After entering the chamber, Ryan briefly waited as the airlock started to scrub his suited form of contaminants before pumping in some stale-smelling air. At least it was breathable. Once Ryan emerged from the airlock, he barely paid any mind to the battered, makeshift junk metal furniture. Instead, he freed himself from his hazard suit as fast as possible. He carefully hung the suit onto a rack before pausing in front of a slightly polished surface that he used as a mirror. An ugly, dark-skinned form greeted Ryan. His skin was brown and rough. His yellow eyes looked sickly on his squashed face. His dark hair hadn't been washed in days due to the scarcity of water on Desala X. If anyone normal encountered Ryan, they would doubtlessly scream and mistake him as a demon. As Ves tapped into Ryan's senses and viewed his current host's appearance, he inwardly exclaimed at the shocking sight. "Damn it, system! Are you on stimulants or something? Of all the possible hosts you could have chosen, why pick a dwarf of all people?" It became clear that Ryan wasn't just short for a human. His short and very stocky body was clearly out of the norm compared to the standard human physique. Though Ves estimated that Ryan was only 140 centimeters tall, his muscular form probably massed more than 200 kilograms. For someone as poor and underprivileged as Ryan, there was no way he had cultivated this body through training or surgery. Instead, he had been born as a dwarf. As the child of two heavy-gravity variant humans, Ryan inherited the same artificial genes that House Cantus used to form an entire population of eternally bonded serfs. Slaves in all but name, Ryan had been taught throughout his entire life that dwarves like him were never equal to the so-called tall folk who controlled their lives. Real humans were different from lowly dwarves. They enjoyed something called human rights. That was what other dwarves had told him. If not for joining a resistance movement, Ryan would have lived the rest of his life with his fat and ugly head bent towards the ground. "We are also humans!" It was futile to speak those words. Though Ryan had learned from the resistance that human space also counted dwarves among the human race, House Cantus resolutely denied this statement. Ryan spent an hour resting in his small and cramped home. He opened a nutrient pack stored in his pantry and ate the tasteless nutrient with a numb expression. To dwarves like Ryan, real food was a fantasy. Only tall folk deserved to eat real food. The only food that dwarves were entitled to eat were recycled and synthesized nutrients the biochemical factories created out of the sewage produced by the outposts. As for water, Ryan carefully opened a bottle of water with his rough and clumsy hands. His strong fingers gripped the unusually resilient bottle and carefully sipped its contents. The water was clean and filtered. Each trickle of water that descended down his throat quenched the considerable thirst that he accumulated during his previous shift. On Desala X, water was life. With no source of water at all, it had to be recycled as efficiently as possible. Due to evaporation, spillage, and usage in many industrial processes, water constantly circulated out of the cycle set up by House Cantus. Transport ships frequently arrived at the outpost to deliver precious water. The vessels would then depart from the planet with cargo holds filled with junk-grade exotics. Ryan never saw a real ship in his life. These immensely huge and expensive vessels were the stuff of legends to the dwarves of Desala X. A ship represented freedom. A ship could bring them away from the bondage of House Cantus. A ship could provide them with a brand new future. Though most dwarves usually discarded these thoughts, Ryan was different. He may be a dwarf, but he was also a human. "It's time," he muttered. Ryan headed to his bed and slid it aside, causing the scratchy metal legs to scrape sharply against the metal floor. He knelt carefully, making sure not to lose stability. If Ryan lost his balance and fell, he would definitely suffer a severe wound. Desala X boasted gravity that was 4.6 times stronger than the so-called standard gravity that the tall folk frequently mentioned. Ryan couldn't imagine what it was like to live on a planet where the gravity was several times weaker than what he was used to. Would he float through the roofless skies if he jumped? Would he be able to live if he fell down a kilometer-long ravine? The dwarf may not be able to experience what it was like to live in this fabled environment in person, but there was another option available to him, courtesy of the Desala resistance movement. Once Ryan removed a floor panel, he pressed a button built into the side of a tunnel leading downwards. Nothing seemed to have happened, but according to the technicians that excavated the chamber underneath his home, this was a necessary step to prevent House Cantus from finding out what was going inside. Ryan carefully descended the shallow steps until he reached a chamber that was only slightly taller than his already short form. With his hair brushing the smooth rocky surface, he stepped forward while the interior of the cramped chamber lit up from the light strips installed around a damaged-looking machine. Following the instructions of the technicians, Ryan carefully stripped himself down to his underclothes before opening the crudely repaired machine. He employed the lightest amount of force he could manage, as he was always afraid he would break some component. Once Ryan slipped in place, he manually closed the top cover, sealing him inside a dark coffin. Locked within a lifeless cavity, the dwarf grinned savagely and spoke the phrase the technicians instructed him to say. "Simulator pod activate!" Chapter 1919 4.6. If Ves had eyes, they would have widened until they reached the size of dinner plates. A dwarf! Of all the humans the system could have chosen in the history of human civilization during the Age of Mechs, it chose a heavy gravity variant human. He resisted the urge to bash his consciousness against the walls of Ryan's mental walls. Though the specific variant that House Cantus used to cultivate the dwarves' Desolate X was not as extreme as the wildlings of Aeon Corona 7, Ves still couldn't get over the fact that his latest host was a dwarf. "Goddamn it, system! Can't you give me someone normal? Ryan doesn't even pilot a real mech!" Though Ves hated the system's decision to put him in the mind of a dwarf, he resented his host's circumstances even more. Ryan Aiden was a dwarf. On Desala X, that meant he was a minor. As a slave in all but name, Ryan never enjoyed proper schooling. He never attended a mech academy. He never received proper instruction from an experienced and seasoned mech instructor. He hasn't even piloted a single mech in his entire life. So what made him eligible to become the host of V's latest mastery experience? His simulator pod. Ves disdained the poor excuse of a pod the resistance movement salvaged from somewhere, and managed to make it functional again. The simulator pod was at least useful in estimating the approximate time period of this mastery experience. So far, VS hadn't been able to glean a lot of clues of his current setting. House Cantus strictly controlled the information supplied to the dwarves in order to make them as pliable as possible. It was a lot easier to control a population of ignorant sheep than clever monkeys. All Ryan knew about his location was what the rebel dwarves had mentioned to him in passing. VS gleaned the basic circumstances of the Smiling Samuel Star sector and the Paramount Kingdom. Both of them were in decline. For a time, it barely had anything going for it except for the modest deposits of slightly valuable exotics. Then these valuable exotics ran out. The humans living in states like the Paramount Kingdom destructively extracted as much value as possible to fuel their decadence and wasteful spending. Now, there was hardly anything to smile about in this poor and forgotten star sector in the galactic rim. There was one very relevant detail about Smiling Samuel, though. When the rebels once showed Ryan a galactic map in order to emphasize how small they were compared to the scale of human civilization, VS discovered that this star sector was not that far from his own. Certainly, VS would have to travel through several star clusters in order to reach Smiling Samuel, but it was very much possible to reach it within a year on a very fast ship. He mentally shook his head. This was no time to think about the possibility of meeting his mastery hosts in the flesh. His goal was to learn the essence of piloting a light skirmisher from the perspective of a mech pilot. He really didn't need anything more out of this than a thorough understanding of how a skilled mech pilot made the most out of piloting a light skirmisher. As soon as Ryan booted up the simulator pod, the dwarf didn't have that much to choose from aside from the pre-installed scenarios loaded into its databanks. The pod didn't possess a connection to the galactic net. In the time since Ryan first trained with the pod, he first learned the ropes by going through the virtual training sessions. Every simulator pod came loaded with a basic but foolproof virtual training program by default. This allowed potentates who weren't able to attend a mech academy for some reason or another to self-study their way into becoming a mech pilot. Of course, that didn't mean that physical mech academies had lost their value. VS knew that a true academy was countless times more effective in teaching mech cadets than a low-quality virtual training program. Any mech pilot who emerged from a cheap virtual training program always became a bottom-feeder pirate or gang member. This was because their poor and irregular piloting foundation was too worthless in the eyes of more respectable employers. Ugh! What is this performance? Does Ryan even know how to pilot a mech at all? He's making a complete mockery of light mechs. The training scenario Ryan selected first was a simple arena duel. The dwarf entered the virtual cockpit of a generic land-bound light skirmisher armed with 2 knives. His opponent? A heavy mech of all choices. Theoretically, light mechs were supposed to counter heavy mechs. If the latter was not a striker mech, then the light mech could easily run rings around the lumbering machine and stab through the weak points that didn't require as much force to damage. Though heavy mechs were often regarded as invulnerable shells that should never boast any weaknesses, VS knew very well that heavy mechs often exhibited a lot of holes in their defense. Every mech exhibited such vulnerabilities, especially on their rear. A skilled mech pilot and a swift and agile light skirmisher were therefore capable of neutralizing a mech that was at least 4 times heavier and more expensive. Therefore, it was very much worthwhile to dispatch light mechs to close in and disable these huge and sluggish mechs. Even if more light mechs fell than heavy mechs, it was still a worthwhile sacrifice. It was no surprise that the main rationale for light mechs was how cheap they were. Lighter and smaller than other mechs, they cost less expensive materials to build. Naturally, that also made them vulnerable to damage. Unlike larger and bulkier mechs, light mechs had to make do with the equivalent of a bedsheet as their armor. Aside from resisting small arms fire, they weren't very useful against resisting mech-grade ordnance at all. Just a few targeted hits from a normal ballistic rifle was enough to cripple their legs. For this reason, light mechs depended entirely on the poor man's version of armor, namely evasion. Dodging enemy attacks and evading various hazards was one of the most critical advantages of a light mech. In fact, light mechs didn't possess any other advantages aside from their superior mobility. It therefore became necessary for mech pilots to make the most out of the superior speed, acceleration, agility, and range of motion of these fast and nimble war machines. Ves expected Ryan to perform decently. The Desala resistance movement provided Ryan with a pod that only contained training scenarios that put him in the cockpit of a virtual light mech. The rebels wanted Ryan to become good at piloting a light skirmisher. Yet when Ves saw the virtual light skirmisher drunkenly dragging itself towards the virtual heavy mech, his heart began to sink. The light skirmisher wasn't accelerating as fast as it could. The mech model, which was a few generations out of date compared to the present, was capable of running so much faster. Ves didn't need to perform a detailed analysis on its mech model to realize that truth. Wait a second! This simulation takes place in a heavy gravity environment. It soon made sense why Ryan's virtual mech performed such awful motions. The dwarf was trying to pilot a mech built for speed in an environment that was doing everything possible to slow everything down. That said, from his experiences with the Vandals and Sword Maidens on Aeon Corona 7, he knew that there were much more efficient walking techniques to propel a light mech forward under these conditions. As the brief practice duel against the heavy mech proceeded, Ves saw to his dismay that Ryan wasn't only bad at walking. The heavy mech he faced was a sturdy knight mech. It wielded a thick tower shield and a sword that looked hefty enough to tear Ryan's mech in half. Though the heavy knight exhibited the typical sluggishness inherent to its weight class, its AI mech pilot was clearly more adept than its opponent. Combined with the reduced complexity of piloting a slower mech, the AI opponent skillfully kept pace with Ryan's clumsy attempt at circling around the heavy mech. Eventually, the AI mech pilot decided enough was enough. The knight mech's considerable bulk drove forth, causing its shield to slam in the path of the light skirmisher's circular route. Ah! Damn tall folk! I won't let you get the better me! Taste my dwarven ferocity! The light skirmisher awkwardly regained its balance. Ves surmised that Ryan learned how to regain the balance of mech quickly not because he systematically trained for it, but because he encountered this situation too many times to count. Though Ryan's mech managed to recover quickly, it didn't possess the right angle to attack the heavy knight's weak points. Only a solid shield and thick frontal armor was within reach. His light mech's knives would probably break sooner than the frontal armor cover of the knight mech. With the heavy knight on the offensive, the light skirmisher could do nothing to evade and distance itself from the heavy knight. Normally, a light skirmisher could easily disengage from an unfavorable brawl and generate some distance. However, the skill disparity between Ryan and the AI mech pilot was too vast. The latter piloted fairly close to the standard of a fresh graduate from an average mech academy. Meanwhile, Ryan piloted worse than what Ves expected out of a self-taught mech pilot trying to learn how to pilot at 4.6 G. The gravity is the real problem, Ves concluded. If Ryan went through a more standard training program first, he would have been able to form a proper foundation before branching out to heavy gravity operation. Mechs were originally designed to work between 0G and 1G. It took extra effort and a lot of adaptation on the part of both the mech pilot and the mech to make them suitable for planets such as Desala X. Yet because the rebel technicians foolishly modified the virtual training program to start off with 4.6G right away, Ryan's instructions started off flawed from the very onset. Those idiots! Don't these rebels have a single person in their employ who worked or piloted with an actual mech for once? This is ridiculous. Any half-decent mech pilot would have been able to point out Ryan's basic flaws. Seeing Ryan trying to disengage was a sight that would make any Larkinson mad. Seeing Ryan switching gears and trying to fight the heavy knight head-on was a catastrophe on multiple levels. With his clumsy knife swings ineffectually deflected by the heavy knight's solid shield, Ryan failed to pull his light skirmisher back in time to evade the painfully telegraphed counterattack. The heavy knight's solid sword sung across the lower torso of the light skirmisher with undaunted momentum. With just a single blow, the mech managed to chop at least half of the waist portion of the light skirmisher apart. Defeat. Ah! Ryan yelled in frustration inside his simulator pod. Almost! I was almost there! Victory will surely be mine next time! Ryan repeated the scenario 5 more times. Each of them resulted in swift defeat. Ves became more and more frustrated at Ryan's mule-headed use of his practice time. The stupid dwarf wasn't even aware of how bad he was. He had no idea how much better a real mech pilot performed in the same circumstances. Proper mech pilots such as Joshua or the Larkinsons could easily pass this scenario within a couple of minutes. All they had to do was skillfully adapt to the heavy gravity while adopting modified walking techniques in order to outpace the rotation of the heavy knight. Ryan's futile practice session lasted for 2 hours. That was all the time he afforded himself before he needed to emerge from his secret chamber and sleep for just 4 hours. House Cantus did not raise the dwarves to laze around. Their only purpose was to work as much as possible without causing them to expire too soon. Chapter 1920 Incompetence. Several days went by as Ryan ate and followed a very boring routine. Desala X was a mining planet. Nothing more. Hardly any amenities existed in any of the poor and bedraggled outposts that served as the hubs of all of the mining operations on the planet. Though accurate information was hard to get, Ves managed to pin down a rough estimate of how far he traveled back into the past. From the mining equipment, the gear worn by the tall folk, the simulator pod and other clues, he estimated that he traveled at least 70 years in the past. This was a fairly short time disparity. Was the system growing lazy or something? Just like Axlar, an opportunity existed for Ves to reunite with Ryan when he returned to the present time. Assuming that Ryan still resided in the smiling Samuel Star sector, it was very much possible for Ves to be able to meet his mastery host within their lifetimes. Of course, Ves had no intentions to meet with any of his former hosts, especially an inept mech pilot like Ryan. Over the course of several practice sessions, Ves witnessed failure and incompetence to a degree that he had never seen from any of his mech pilots. He's not a qualified mech pilot at all. He's too ignorant. To be fair, it wasn't Ryan's fault that the rebel movement foolishly tried to train the potentate they discovered among the planet's dwarf population without knowing anything about mechs. It was clear to Ves that the Desala resistance movement was not comparable to the more formidable rebel organizations he knew of. The Bentheim Liberation Movement and the Vesian Revolutionary Front were at least 1,000 times stronger. The main reason why Ves looked down on the DRM was because it consisted entirely of the indigenous population of dwarves. Without the support of a single outsider or tall folk who actually knew a thing about how mechs actually worked and how they fought against other mechs, the DRM stood no chance against the guard forces keeping the dwarves in line. If there was one detail that tilted the odds in the DRM's favor, it was that House Cantus invested very little in their operations on Desala X. The decadent nobles could have easily run a proper mining planet that was fully compliant with all of the standards of human space if they were willing to treat the dwarves like regular salaried humans. But no, House Cantus insisted on saving as much money as possible, and this included treating the main workforce like slaves. The lack of willingness to invest in their operations on the mining planet extended to other aspects. Most of the mining gear was several decades old and extremely worn out. Their frequent malfunctions and breakdowns probably cost the house more than replacing with cheap but brand new equipment. The guards consisted entirely of thugs and former mercenaries that didn't even properly meet the standard of household troops. They were nothing more than prison guards in all but name. Their equipment was fairly light and was oriented more towards detecting contraband and illicit goods than resisting a properly armed and properly trained raiding force. House Cantus is too cheap. Ves mentally shook his head. Admittedly, there is no need to invest any further to keep the dwarves in line. Against the captive dwarves who could employ nothing more than mining equipment to threaten the guards, this was enough. Of course, all of the mining equipment and mining vehicles were under the complete control of the overseers. Even the dwarves knew how futile it was to rely on this gear, as each of them incorporated many safeguards that forestalled any possible abuse. As for mechs, he had seen a couple in the distance to Ryan's eyes. Ves surmised that House Cantus only stationed the mechs at the outposts as a form of deterrence rather than a precaution. The chance that any of the dwarves could override all of the safeguards built into the formidable mining vehicles was low. Yet if that ever happened, the handful of mechs patrolling the outposts could easily wipe the civilian vehicles out with just a few attacks. The handful of mechs he had seen so far at Outpost 35 didn't impress him at all. House Cantus tried to be as cheap as possible, which wasn't easy as mechs were considerably more expensive to operate on heavy gravity planets. Most of the mechs consisted of frontline mechs. Due to the heavy disadvantages that ballistic weapons enjoyed in heavy gravity environments, the cheap and simple mechs were solely armed with laser weapons. Ves begrudgingly approved of the frontline mech models that House Cantus chose. Weak and low performance they might be, they fared quite decently under heavy gravity and wouldn't be falling apart anytime soon. A handful of other mech types made the rounds as well. Each dwarf cowered and scrambled out of the way of the domineering machines as they passed through the outpost. The mechs deliberately ignored the dwarves in their path. Sometimes, their degenerate mech pilots even entertained themselves by landing their feet just a few breaths away from a miner. There was no way for the dwarves to outrun a mech. The heavy gravity slowed everyone down, and dwarves didn't exactly boast the longest legs. Fortunately, the mech pilots only restricted themselves to terrorizing the local population of miners. Killing them off cost money to their bosses, so the sadistic mech pilots had to abide by the regulations that ensured the workforce remained as productive as possible. Though Ves hadn't been able to observe the patrolling mechs long enough to judge the overall skill level of their mech pilots, he guessed it didn't amount to much. Hardly any incident has happened on this planet that requires the intervention of mechs, he mentally surmised. There is no glory or honor to be found here. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Only the dregs of the piloting profession can be found here. All of those guards could easily fit in with pirates and other scum. Mech pilots who were willing to work as dwarf bullies desired easy pay and easy lives. Ves doubted whether any of the mech pilots even kept their rusted and untested skills up to standard by performing daily simulation drills and exercises. Desala X is a trash can of a planet, Ves concluded. Nothing here is up to standard. The entire planet should be condemned as far as I'm concerned. House Cantus only cared about the bottom line. Their short-sightedness and lack of moral fiber trickled down in the way the overseers and guards ran the outposts. Cutting corners was rampant. Nothing was up to date. The incompetence of the guards and mech pilots under the employ of House Cantus was only viable because the Desala resistance movement was just a band of disgruntled dwarves rather than a proper rebel organization. So far, Ryan hadn't met with his fellow rebels. Their work and sleep schedule was very tight. If there was one thing that was good about the breed of dwarf on Desala X, it was that people like Ryan were hardy workers who didn't require much maintenance in order to remain functional. This meant that Ryan had to work several shifts a day with hardly any breaks in between. Only when some unforeseen accident happened or some very infrequently planned breaks occurred did the miners enjoy some precious reprieve. Accidents happen all too frequently, sadly. When a nearby mining tunnel collapsed when the brakes of a mining vehicle no longer worked, 10 of Ryan's fellow miners had lost their lives. Of course, the tall folk hardly cared about the dwarves that perished. Instead, the high and mighty humans wanted to excavate the tunnel and recover as many vehicles and other hardware as possible. The brief interruption due to the shuffling of assets and personnel gave Ryan a rare break. As he and his fellow miners returned to the outpost, Ryan did not follow his usual path to his hovel. Instead, he turned to a different district within the outpost. After entering some alleyways and some other areas that were completely obscured by the unmaintained monitoring system, he passed through a secret entrance that was apparently built below the workshops without the knowledge of the owners of the outpost. The sheer incompetence of the guards were galling to Ves. Though he wasn't as obsessed about perfection as Gloriana, as a mech designer he hated it when something wasn't working properly. The guards aren't only incompetent, but also complacent. Decades without any major trouble from the dwarves had worn down the readiness of the guard forces. The miners obviously weren't capable of resisting their mechs, so why should they be so tightly guarded? Perhaps in the beginning, the quality and quantity of guards may have been adequate enough to forestall any attempts at insurrection. Yet over the span of several decades of milking the mining planet, House Cantus continually sought to make their operations more efficient. Funding and manpower slowly dried up, causing the guard forces to be understaffed. Combined with the laziness and general apathy displayed by the so-called tall folk, the dwarves were somehow able to get away with digging an entire underground base underneath Outpost 35. After descending a long tunnel guarded by a sparse number of dwarves wearing bits and pieces of metal scrap welded onto discarded hazard suits, Ryan passed one final tunnel before he entered into an open cavern that looked a lot more impressive than Ves initially thought. They have mechs? V's consciousness shook in astonishment. Wait a minute. Those aren't mechs. The vehicles he initially mistook as mechs turned out to be nothing more than scrapped and salvaged mining vehicles strapped with makeshift armor and weapons. The craftsmanship of these improved tanks, for lack of a better word, was abhorrent. It became apparent to Ves that the engineering knowledge mastered by the rebel technicians amounted to little more than welding random metal scrap onto machines. How could they have even restored a simulator pod if their war machines look like they are liable to collapse at the first blow? The tanks armed with mining lasers and other potentially lethal mining implements, as their armament might be impressive to the dwarves, but Ves knew that they were wholly incapable of defeating even a single frontline mech of the guards. These rebellious miners had no idea how powerful a mech could be, especially against war machines that enjoyed none of the advantages of a superweapon platform. Even if the heavy gravity handicaps the mobility and various other functions of a mech, they're still built for combat, which is a lot better than these repurposed mining vehicles. Just like how a converted carrier was not on the same level as a combat carrier, the makeshift tanks were completely weak against any form of attack. All of the scrap attached to the exterior of the mining vehicles didn't do anything to strengthen their internal structure. Like a fragile egg, once their fragile exteriors were broken, the soft internals would definitely collapse. Of course, an ignorant dwarf like Ryan didn't know any better. He gazed up at the 6 scrappy tanks with the same amount of reverence he directed towards the mechs operated by the guard force. Ryan clenched his fist and raised it to the surface. With these great battle wagons, we will fight our way to freedom. Ves mentally rolled his eyes. The chance of victory should the dwarves deploy the 6 sad excuses for fighting vehicles was virtually nil. That said, where are the mechs? Do the rebels even have any? The cavern might be large, but it only held enough room to hold the 6 giant battle wagons. If this was their only base, and the base consisted of just a single hollow cavern, then the rebels were more foolish than he thought. This is no rebel movement. This is a suicide pact. Chapter 1921 Guillaume Greybeard. So far, Ves was wholly unimpressed by his current mastery experience. Compared to the splendor of the Terran Confederation he witnessed while he rode in Axelar's mind, the shabby conditions on Desala X were completely opposite. Was this the system's attempt to express its perverse need for balance? Since Ves learned a lot from how some of the most powerful humans lived in one of the most prosperous territories in human space, perhaps it was only fair for him to be dumped in one of the poorest star sectors of the galactic rim. What am I even supposed to gain this time? Ves mentally scratched his head. Ryan is even worse than an academy cadet when it comes to his expertise in piloting mechs. He is hardly representative of the huge group of properly trained light skirmisher specialists who will become my next customers. There was little Ves could gain from observing a mech pilot operating a virtual mech. There were various aspects that were simplified or outright absent from a real piloting experience. Ryan didn't even possess his own mech. What was Ves supposed to do in Ryan's head? Was the system attempting to screw him by abiding by the letter but not the spirit of the transaction? I'd like to contact customer service to file a complaint. As Ves inwardly vented his ire at the system for sticking him in the head of one of the worst light skirmisher specialists in the history of the Age of Mechs, Ryan finally entered a tent where a number of solemn-looking dwarves garbed in various scrap-covered suits had gathered around a makeshift conference table. The dwarves all looked the same. Genetic diversity seemed to have been a low concern to House Cantus. Each dark-skinned dwarf looked uglier than the rest. It was very hard for Ves to muster up any sympathy for these rebels. While he found the ill treatment of the dwarves to be repugnant, enslavement and exploitation happened in many places. Ves was not a politician, visionary, or liberator. He was no saint who made it his life's mission to better the lives of the oppressed. He was a mech designer. His job was to sell mechs to paying customers like House Cantus. Certainly, Ves didn't like being confronted with how his customers abused his products, but strictly speaking it wasn't his responsibility to act as the galactic police. When Ryan stepped up to his seat, the dwarves around him all greeted him with respect. Our savior! How many mechs have you defeated in the simulations? Haha, with your genetic aptitude, defeating 100 mechs is trivially easy. Instead of telling the truth, Ryan conceitedly thrust out his barrel chest and slowly slapped his meaty hand against his belly. I can crush a mech in my sleep. Piloting a light mech is as easy as operating a mining vehicle to me. The guard mechs that keep up trapped inside Outpost 35 are as good as dead as long as I can pilot a mech. A voice that was deeper and older than the rest of the dwarves suddenly interrupted the banter. Good. You will have your chance to prove your skills against the tall folk very soon. Master Guillaume Greybeard, someone uttered with utmost respect. Every dwarf bowed as an old, robed dwarf entered the tent. Though his dignity was marred by his dirty clothes and the scars of age, Ves noted that Guillaume seemed to be a rare individual who possessed a talent for command. No wonder the shabby Desala resistance movement managed to survive so long without a single rebel dwarf selling the organization out. With a leader like Guion presiding over the poor but motivated rebels, the dwarves were much better organized than he expected. Then, Guion opened his mouth. "Ryan, our ace pilot, are you ready to crush the machines of the tall folk?" "I am," the enthusiastic but equally ignorant dwarf answered in reply. The old dwarf leader's eyes began to cloud as he recalled a memory. "Long ago, I have eavesdropped a conversation between the tall folk about the mythical ace pilots. They are able to defeat 1,000 mechs with just a single machine. One of the traits that turns a mech pilot into an ace pilot is their high genetic aptitude. According to the machine we used on you, your genetic aptitude is B+, which is one of the highest scores you can receive." "I have not wasted my talent," Ryan incredulously boasted. "While I am not ready to defeat 1,000 mechs piloted by the tall folk, I am confident I can liberate Outpost 35 as long as I have a mech." "Nonsense!" VS inwardly screamed. If Ryan was an ace pilot, then VS was a star designer. These dwarves were basing almost all of their understanding of mechs and pilots from scattered hearsay and blind observation. Due to their lack of understanding, the dwarves completely misinterpreted the information they gathered from the tall folk. VS even suspected that the guards and overseers were deliberately exaggerating what they said in the presence of the dwarves. It was a good way to instill more fear in the slaves. "I really can't believe that these dwarves believe that Ryan is an actual ace pilot." VS mentally shook his head. "You will have your chance very soon, my hero," Guion declared, causing the surrounding dwarves to look surprised. We aren't ready," someone protested. "Our mighty tanks are not fully under our control. We have been studying its programming for years, but we barely managed to identify some of the secrets that make the battle wagon surrender control to the tall folk." Guion grimly shook his head. "We must do what we must, because our time is running short. Have you heard about the recent mining tunnel collapse?" Everyone nodded, including Ryan. "It is not an accident. The large mining vehicle responsible for collapsing the tunnel was driven by one of our brothers." That caused every dwarf to sit up straighter on their short and stubby seats. "What has happened?" "I am not aware of the full details. However, before our brother drove the vehicle to collapse the mining tunnel, he passed on something remarkable to one of our other brothers. That heroic dwarf managed to take the excavated mineral away and hide it in one of our dead drops where we have stashed it somewhere safe." "What did our miners excavate?" Guion answered by activating a rickety projector that displayed the mineral in question. Everyone fell silent as they stared at a projection of a shimmering chunk of ore the size of a dwarf head. The dwarves were genetically engineered to possess a greater understanding of materials, but even Ryan didn't have to rely on his half-baked schooling to realize that the chunk of ore was different from the junk exotics they extracted from the planet on a regular basis. There was something about extraordinary valuable exotics that always seemed to reveal how much potency they possessed. Almost no one was able to mistake a low-grade exotic for a high-grade exotic because the latter always seemed more impressive. This is nothing like Xanter iron," a dwarf stated the obvious. "What is it? Does anyone know?" VS tried to study the lustrous exotic ore, delving deep within his metallurgy and other knowledge in order to identify its name and properties. He came up with nothing. Whatever it was, the ore was definitely at least a high-grade exotic. Even through a projection, VS could clearly observe that it was too exceptional to be put in the ranks of anything lesser. In fact, there was even a possibility that the exotic transcended the quality of a high-grade exotic. All of the money House Cantus spent on setting up and operating mines on Desala X was probably less than how much money this exceptional, or was worth on the open market. The overseer who was present at the mining tunnel called for an immediate halt of the excavation once this ore became visible. Guillaume recounted. After consulting the database on his comm, the overseer failed to identify this new exotic. A few dwarves looked dismayed. Then do we know anything at all, Master Guillaume? Ves inwardly cringed at the rebel leader's title. In much of civilized space, the title of Master had gradually become exclusive to mech designers who broke through the shackles of senior rank and realized their mech design. These exceptional mech designers were truly worthy to be regarded as masters of their profession. As for a dwarf like Guillaume, no matter how commanding he looked, there was no way Ves would ever call him a master. His appropriation of this sacred title was a profound insult to the mech designing profession. While the overseer and our brothers at the dig site have failed to identify this exotic, once it fell into our hands, we employed our own ways to identify it. This wasn't easy. Guillaume lowered his head. We had to sacrifice several of our brothers and sisters in order to access the internal network of the tall folk for just an instant. After cross-referencing the descriptions of high-value exotics to the ore we have secured, we have managed to learn the name of this material. Every dwarf, including Ryan, leaned forward to capture every word that escaped their leader's mouth. The rebel leader smiled and stroked his scraggly gray beard. The wonder material that we have obtained from our mother planet is one of the greatest treasures on this planet. When this ore is processed, it will yield a supreme material called Templa steel. Though none of the dwarves had any clue what Templa steel could actually do, they all reacted as if 1,000,000 MTA credits had fallen into their laps. While the dwarves went wild, inside Ryan's mind, a mental earthquake struck Ves. Templa steel. Why does that sound familiar? Ves did some mental digging. His existing knowledge base did not contain any mention of this simple-sounding name for what was clearly an exceptional exotic. It wasn't until he dug through the dusty memories he stuffed in some forgotten hole that he suddenly realized why Templa steel evokes so much attention from his consciousness. Templa steel is one of the materials demanded by the system. Now that he dug out one of his neglected memories, he quickly recalled the relevant mission details. Supply mission. Mission, Materials Supply 3. Difficulty S rank. Prerequisites, Advanced to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description. The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 49.53 kilograms of Templa steel. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 10 golden lottery tickets. I didn't remember wrong. The system truly asked for 49.53 kilograms of Templa steel. How much Templa steel can this ore yield? Someone who worked at an ore processing plant asked. At least 50 kilograms, Guillaume answered with certainty. From what little the database entry has taught us, even a single gram is enough to buy all of our lives. With 50 kilograms, the escape plan that we have been preparing all these years is finally complete. Everyone nodded in understanding. Our plan has always been to defeat the guards, overthrow the overseers, and hijack one of their transport ships while it is parked on the other side of Outpost 35 and escape from this star system. We will definitely succeed with an ace pilot by our side, a dwarf jubilantly boasted. Guillaume shook his head. That is true, but that is not the end of our enslavement. In my long service to the tall folk, I have overheard many conversations. There is a fabled organization called the MTA that is purportedly a guardian of all humans. The guards and overseers are clearly afraid at this righteous organization. Each time one of our brothers has mentioned this name, the guards always beat them up until they die. The MTA will save us fellow humans from captivity, We are dwarves! Guillaume slammed his powerful fist against the metal table. This was very impressive considering the gravity amplifying the impact. After much investigation, I have discovered to my dismay that the MTA consists almost entirely of tall folk. What? This cannot be? Surely they must have dwarves among their numbers? The MTA stands for all of humanity. This is where our temple of steel comes in. Guillaume grinned, making his ugly face look exceptionally terrifying. We may not know much of the ways of tall folk, but the transactions they conduct amongst themselves is something that is known to us. Temple of steel is the key of our salvation, because as long as some of our brothers manage to take control of a ship and leave this cursed planet, I hope that they will be able to take this treasure and offer it to the MTA as tribute in exchange for freeing those who are left behind. V's consciousness reacted with shock. He was impressed by Guillaume's astuteness. He was also abhorred at the thought of giving this valuable exotic. This cannot stand. Chapter 1922 Vulcan. The moment Master Guillaume Greybeard revealed that they managed to obtain an ore that could be processed into Templa steel, Ves couldn't help but feel shocked. Templa steel. This was the essential exotic the Mech Designer System demanded from Ves. For a long time, Ves paid no mind to the 5 supply missions the system issued. None of the materials mentioned by the system were average products that Ves could casually order from the galactic net. After realizing how impossible it was to obtain the materials needed to complete the supply mission, Ves simply decided to pay no further mind to them. He consciously pushed them to the back of his mind where they lay forgotten and covered in dust. In truth, a part of Ves simply didn't want to dance to the tune of the system anymore. In the last few years, Ves felt that he had largely outgrown the system. While he was very grateful for the help the system provided him during his early years, that didn't mean he was committed to making it essential to his progression. Now that he had reached his current strength, it was very much possible for him to work towards senior and master without relying on the amenities provided by the system. Even if the system decided to abandon Ves and take away all of its toys such as the Amistendra and his system comm, Ves would still be okay as long as his permanent enhancements were still intact. For this reason, he always adopted an opportunistic attitude towards the supply missions. As long as Ves caught word of one of the extremely valuable exotics demanded by the system, he didn't mind diverting from his current goals in order to pursue one of these exceptional materials. However, if Ves had to travel through half the galaxy in order to reach an auction house that sold one of these materials, then he would just forget about it. He was not ready to waste decades of his life and disrupt all of his long-term plans just to chase after some shiny rocks with a higher rarity than other high-grade exotics. It seems the system isn't happy about my disregard for its missions, Ves ruefully thought. This was a ridiculous situation. In order to push Ves towards completing one of his neglected supply missions, the system straightforwardly took advantage of his decision to acquire light skirmisher mastery to send him on an adventure that just happened to make him bump into enough Templa steel to satisfy one of its needs. This is a conspiracy. It wasn't enough for the likes of Ganso and Ashling to plot against him. Now, even the system showed that it wasn't beneath manipulating his circumstances so that he would be compelled to dance its tune. You're really forcing me down this road, is that right? For some reason, Ves had absolutely no doubt that the incompetent dwarves had misidentified the ore. It truly radiated a sense of excellence that hinted at the awesome power hidden within. As long as Ves managed to secure the ore and stash or ship it somewhere safe, it might be possible for him to obtain the Templa steel once he returned to the present. So it's not a coincidence that my mastery experience is situated in the Smiling Samuel Star sector. The system accounted for almost everything to get the Templa steel within its reach. The various hindrances that deterred VS from completing the supply missions no longer applied in this case. It was clear what the system wanted VS to do. It wanted him to assist the dwarves in their wild scheme to overpower guards and gain at least partial control over Outpost 35. That in itself would not help the dwarves gain their freedom. Desala X was a lifeless giant planet that was completely devoid of life. No other life existed on the planet instead of other dwarves, guards, overseers, and various other people working for House Cantus. Therefore, no matter if the dwarves managed to take over Outpost 35, there was no way for them to go any further because the forces under the control of House Cantus would certainly retaliate. Each of the dwarves knew in their hearts that the retribution from the tall folk would be terrible. Every dwarf from this underground outpost might be purged in order to squash any word of this rebellion. For this reason, Guillaume Greybeard's plan also included a follow-up plan. He wanted to capture one of the transport ships and dispatch as many dwarves as possible out of the star system. The rebels didn't expect to evacuate the entire population of dwarves at Outpost 35. There wasn't enough time. The ship likely didn't contain enough food and water to keep them all alive, and her life support systems were only able to accommodate a couple of hundred or so dwarves at best. Guillaume instead wanted to allow the most worthy and deserving dwarves to board the ship before hastily sending her off to a star system where they might be able to deliver their precious tribute to the MTA. As Guillaume patiently reiterated the steps of his plan, VS became more and more dismayed. The more he heard, the more he wanted to palm his face. These stupid dwarves don't know anything. There are too many holes in his plan. The worst part about this flawed escape plan was that neither Guillaume nor the other dwarves knew any better. None of them had ever lived a normal life, or enjoyed a proper upbringing that was more in line with what the rest of humanity enjoyed. The dwarves aren't to blame for their ignorance. He mentally shook his head. House Cantus may be miserly and inattentive, but they made sure to keep the dwarves in the dark. How could they ever fathom the power of a mech when they never witnessed them in true combat? How could they be so confident that their improvised battle wagons could actually become a worthy opponent to the mechs piloted by the guard force? How could they ever mistake Ryan Aiden as an ace pilot? How could they ever believe that hijacking a starship was anything but simple? There were so many loopholes to their plan that there was not a chance in hell they would succeed in their rebellion. Forget reaching the spaceport situated in the tall folk section of Outpost 35, the underprepared rebels wouldn't even make it past the first couple of steps in their wildly inflated plan. VS didn't really care about the dwarves. He possessed very little sympathy for Ryan. His mastery experience was supposed to enrich his understanding of how mech pilots made use of light skirmishers. Where was any of that when Ryan didn't even have access to an actual mech? Surprisingly, the dwarves didn't elevate Ryan to an ace pilot to serve as their mascot. Guillaume abruptly turned to their star and revealed something very impactful to the plan. Our mighty war machines may be able to overwhelm some of the mechs under the control of our enemies, but they possess at least a dozen of them. In order to crush these mighty weapons made in the image of the tall folk, we must rely on your strength to ensure our victory is total. Ryan looked solemn for a moment. I am confident I can single-handedly defeat all of their mechs, but... You need a mech. Yes, Master Guillaume. I long to pilot one of the machines of the tall folk. Once I become as tall or taller than our enslavers, I can finally exact revenge for all of the oppression they inflicted on us with their own weapon. Every dwarf either laughed or roared as they foresaw the punishment they would meet on their oppressors. VS was starting to boil over. The sheer hubris and ignorance displayed by the dwarves was too much for him to bear. There was no way the dwarves would ever succeed in their wild schemes. Unfortunately for him, if the dwarves failed to overpower the guards and hijack a transport ship, there was almost no chance for him to secure the Tempelus steel for himself. He needed the ore that the rebels managed to obtain. He needed it not because he was eager to obtain the mission rewards. He instead wanted to appease the system. Will you stop screwing with my mastery experiences as long as I secure this ore for you? I really hope this is the last time you put me in the head of a dwarf. In the meantime, Guillaume finally revealed his plan to provide Ryan with an actual mech. We will enable you to do what you have promised. The old dwarf smiled in an ugly fashion. The reason why I wanted you to learn how to pilot a light skirmisher is because there is an exiled son of House Kaltiz in this outpost. Every dwarf gasped. The mere mention of this hated noble house was enough to evoke both fear and fury in their short and muscular bodies. This son pilots a mech that the tall folk state is superior to the mechs piloted by the guards. Guillaume switched the projector to display a light skirmisher coated in white and bearing various noble emblems and insignia. The dwarves all gasped at this beautiful machine. They had never seen something so graceful before. They spent their entire lifetimes surrounded by rust, corrosion, and cheap materials. The serviceable mining equipment and the poorly maintained mechs operated by the guard force were anything but elegant. To the unknowing dwarves, this light skirmisher might as well be an ace mech. This mech is the other key to our salvation. It is just as valuable as the wonder ore we have excavated. According to what we have been able to gather, the Genie Pearl is the personal mech of Richard Cantus, a scion of the hated house. For whatever reason, he and his mech have been exiled to this planet. To VS, the mech actually wasn't half bad. The Genie Pearl was clearly a cut above the budget and bargain bin mechs of the guard force. He would classify it as a premium mech on the same level as the Black Beak or the Crystal Lord, though the light skirmisher was a few generations older. Unfortunately, all of the might of the Genie Pearl would probably go to waste if Ryan took control. The Genie Pearl is ours. Richard will be the first of House Cantus to die by our hands. Guillaume grinned. This mech is ours, no doubt about that. We just have to give Ryan an opportunity to reach this mighty machine. The entire purpose of our initial attack is to breach the central district of Outpost 35, reach the facility where the tall folk have parked the Genie Pearl, and take control over the mech. Once our ace pilot enters its cockpit, this prison is as good as ours. For victory! For Ryan! For the dwarves! VS couldn't take it any longer. Guillaume's plan was based on so many faulty assumptions that he could drive a battleship through its holes. There was no way the dwarves had any chance of success if they launched their foolish plan at this juncture. Since the success of one of his supply mission was dependent on the success of the dwarf rebellion, VS was not willing to hide in the depths of Ryan's mind any longer. Make way, Ryan! I'm going to make much better use out of your body than your ignorant self. With practiced ease, VS repeated the same action he performed against Axlar and bumped Ryan's consciousness out of its place. Due to the enormous spiritual strength disparity between the two, VS hardly expended any effort at all. Soon, his consciousness began to take over part of Ryan's mind and body. Heavy. Immediately, VS fell victim to the divergent conditions of his temporary body. The dwarf physique and the heavy gravity acting on the body exacerbated his clumsy attempts in gaining full control over the foreign body. What's wrong, Ryan? Unfortunately, his new body's jerky movements and abnormal convulsions immediately attracted the attention of Guillaume Greybeard and the other senior dwarves. Oh. VS wanted to address the rebel dwarves, but he wouldn't be able to impress them if he moved like an imbecile. He panicked a bit and did some quick thinking. He decided to resort to the most extreme possibility he had in mind to command the attention of the dwarves. He concentrated his consciousness. Due to some rules that VS wasn't familiar with, He somehow had access to much of his spiritual energy and spiritual strength, especially now that he had grown stronger. He began to construct a hasty image and inflated it with a dash of spiritual energy before donning it onto Ryan's mind like a mask. Due to his haste and lack of time, the aura that Ryan began to emanate was almost exactly the same as his own. To the dwarves, Ryan seemed to have changed. His eyes shone with an edge as the glow centered around him began to grow in strength until not a single dwarf was blind to how their ace pilot seemed to have become a different dwarf. Ryan! What? You are not talking to the friend you know. Ryan spoke with a shaky and slightly unstable voice. Then, rejoice, my children! You have received the honor of witnessing my descent to the mortal plane. Ves dramatically lied. Your cause is worthy, and as the patron of your people, I have decided to possess your hero's body in order to bestow my divine blessings to your rightful cause. Every dwarf widened their eyes. Even the old and wise Guion looked flabbergasted. The glow he emanated began to impress upon each the dwarves, lowering their instinctual shock, fear, and suspicion towards their suspected friend. Who? Do we have the honor of greeting? Ryan's body grinned. I am Vulcan, the great and powerful god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. As long as you worship me, I shall lend you my divine assistance and lead you to freedom. A god had descended upon the rebel dwarves. Chapter 1923 Ves the Benevolent. The glow emanating from the dwarf known as Ryan Aiden was unlike anything his fellow rebels ever experienced. The dwarves of Desala X were completely cut off from the rest of the galaxy. House Cantus held a vice grip on their slave population and would never let them learn more than they needed to mine the planet. In fact, in this suspected time period, the existence of glows shouldn't even exist because Ves hadn't even been born yet. Let alone regular people, the dwarves completely blanked out for a time as Ves strengthened his glow. Ves did not filter his glow too much. His spirituality was a reflection of his values, principles, and design philosophy. In essence, that meant that Ves was currently expressing his love for mechs and life. He exposed some of his typical Larkinson traits such as duty, courage, and fellowship. His mask filtered out some of the more irrelevant traits, such as his mixed feelings for dwarves. Instead, he tried to form a slightly favorable impression towards the dwarves. It was difficult. Ves didn't exactly possess a lot of optimism about the dwarves, but lying to others was a practiced routine for him by now. He just had to exert enough effort to come across as a friendly entity. So far, it was working. Many of the dwarves did not question the fact that a god had descended upon them at all. In fact, many of them weren't really familiar with the concept of gods, but the naked glow acting upon their minds at close proximity immediately converted many naive dwarves by virtue of the persuasiveness of the method. However, a few of the older and more jaded dwarves slowly shook themselves out of their stupor. Master Guion Greybeard adopted a stern expression as he faced the possessed Ryan with obvious suspicion. The old dwarf had been screwed around too many times by the tall folk to take a gift for granted. Vulcan, Guion carefully spoke with his low voice. We are honored by your presence. We are very poor dwarfs. We have never heard of your existence. Please excuse us, but could you? I am aware of your lack of awareness of my august existence. Ves spoke through Ryan's mouth. You are fortunate that I am a generous god. Out of all the variants of humans that exist, I cherish dwarves like you the most. The hardships that dwarves like you endure on an all too frequent basis is tragic, but this makes me love you even more. I know the dwarves have the potential to be great. Life is a test, and some tests are harder than others. It is best if dwarves like you are able to overcome your challenges by yourself. His control over Ryan's body gradually increased as time went by, but he still needed to stall in order to proceed with the next steps of the plan. Great Vulcan, if you are the protector of dwarves, why have you not shown yourself to us before now? Master Guillaume pressed, unwilling to surrender himself to what could possibly be a prank from the tall folk. Ryan's possessed head adopted a solemn expression. Many dwarves throughout human space require my assistance. As powerful as I may be, I can only assist the ones who need my aid the most. I am being hindered by other gods, demons, and eldritch entities at every turn. The entire galaxy is trying its best to prevent dwarves like you from ascending to your rightful throne. Do the tall folk possess their own god? Someone else asked. Yes. In fact, they enjoy the care and protection of many gods. Ves spontaneously spun a tale. The tall folk are the favored variant of humans in the galaxy. They are the original breed of your race, and while they are weak in many aspects, they excel at being cunning, deceitful, and strong. Many dwarves looked shocked. They bought his tale without any skepticism because it conformed to their elevated view of the tall folk. No wonder the lengthy humans were so powerful. They possessed the backing of many gods. How can you resist the might of these gods when they are so many? Ves randomly supplied the first answer that came to his mind. The tall folk have many gods, but there are too many normal humans to count. Most humans never even know of their gods because the great beings already have their hands full with their existing worshippers. And we are different. Yes. You are dwarves. You are special. Ves purposefully flattered them. As a powerful god, I have chosen to turn my back against the cruel and duplicitous tall folk. Instead, I chose to favor your race because I see greatness in you. Do not believe in the poisonous lies of the tall folk who are doing the best to press your people down. Dwarves are the most superior variants of humanity. Every dwarf, including Guillaume, perked up at his words. Their self-esteem was so low that any positive affirmation by someone greater than a dwarf evoked a lot of ecstasy and irrational pride in their bones. In the meantime, Ves not only gained more control over Ryan's body, but also refined his application of his spirituality. He had become increasingly more adept at manipulating people over the years. He especially liked to persuade crowds because it was easy for him to affect the overall consensus pattern through his spiritual manipulations. Lies alone weren't enough to hoodwink a crowd of people. Most words didn't go much further than confusing someone's logic. In order to make his audience believe his words, he needed to manipulate their hearts. Even if their mind and logic warned them that his words had issues, as long as Ves managed to capture them on an emotional level. As Ves observed the rebel dwarves through Ryan's eyes and his spiritual senses, he noted that aside from a couple of old dwarves like Guillaume, the others quickly fell under his sway. The dwarves of Desala X were pretty much the opposite of the rational and enlightened people who populated much of human space. They developed many scattered beliefs of their own. Adding yet another myth in the form of Vulcan, the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship did not sound so strange when their rudimentary culture was already rife with superstition. Of course, the holdouts just happened to be the most senior dwarves. Their age and wisdom elevated them slightly above their more gullible dwarves. These skeptics just happened to be the people that Ves needed to persuade the most. Though Ves could easily fool the younger dwarves among the rebels, they weren't capable of launching a rebellion on their own. Respect for their elders was ingrained among the dwarves, and witnessing a split between their familiar leaders and an unfamiliar god would prove devastating to his attempt to correct the course of their foolhardy plan. Guillaume Greybeard stared straight into Ryan's eyes. You stated earlier that you are a god who helps the dwarves that need your help the most. Since you have decided to appear before us, does that mean that our escape plan is flawed? Finally, Ves had been waiting for this question. His possessed body grinned. I admire the audacity of what you are planning. I applaud the resourcefulness of your rebel movement for setting up this secret base. Dwarves like you are strong, honest, and talented in craftsmanship. The mighty battle wagons that you have built are impressive considering the limitations constraining your efforts. A couple of dwarves wearing tool belts and technician overalls beamed with pride. We have spent years to arm and modify our mining vehicles. The tall folk will tremble at the might of our great war weapons. Ryan's face turned serious. Is that what you believe? We do? A tense silence descended in the tent as the conversation took a darker turn. In order to emphasize the seriousness of his next statement, Ves tweaked his glow so that it started to restrain his positive attributes while amplifying his negative attributes. An invisible aura that expressed his worry, paranoia, and fear of greater threats began to engulf the dwarves in an illusion of hell. The battle wagons may have been the best that you have managed to build, but the tall folk are so much greater than you. The guard force hired to guard Outpost 35 possess much better gear and machines. Even a single mech can crush all 6 of your battle wagons without falling in battle. As the protector of dwarves, I implore you not to attack the tall folk in your current state. This dwarf body of mine will never have the chance to pilot the Genie Pearl because it is impossible to breach the central district at your current strength. Despair struck the dwarves as they believed in his words. Even Guillaume seemed swayed as the doubts he carried in his mind suddenly came to the fore. As the leader of the Desala resistance movement, the dwarf master was used to fostering optimism among his dwarves. If he didn't do so, morale among the slaves would quickly drop, thereby splintering his rebel group before it even had a chance to fulfill its purpose. Though Guillaume tried his best to set a good example for his fellow rebels, in his heart he possessed a lifetime of scars inflicted by the tall folk. It didn't take that much effort for Ves to reach inside the old dwarf's heart and tear open the scars. A couple of dwarves howled and cried with grief. Were the dwarves meant to suffer their entire lives? Were their children and grandchildren destined to become the playthings of the tall folk? It was only in the darkest of times that a single light reached its maximum value. Like a profiteering merchant who purposefully starved a planet of food before arriving with a shipment of nutrient packs, Ves inwardly grinned like a shark as he completely reversed his glow back to normal. All of the doom and gloom in the tent disappeared. The breath of life and the limitless potential of mechs started to lift up their darkened moods and grant them some much-needed hope. Before the dwarves could question Ves further with their inane and ignorant questions, he forestalled them by slowly standing up from his short and sturdy chair. Words are the weapons of the tall folk. I am aware that dwarves aren't as good at them. Let me borrow your tools and show you a glimpse of my power. Ryan's body slowly turned around and stepped forward with shaky but increasingly more confident steps. The other dwarves robotically followed after the descended god as if they were no longer in charge. Even if leaders such as Master Guillaume wanted to assert their authority, no one would listen to them right now as long as Ves commanded the full attention of the rest. As Ryan's body stepped out of the tent, the other dwarves in the vicinity all stopped and stared at the dwarf they previously hailed as their ace pilot. What is the matter? Why is Ryan different? He is no longer Ryan. He is a god. A what? Make way, make way. A god called Vulcan has descended upon us. He is a patron of dwarves, a master of mechs and the embodiment of craftsmanship. He is on his way to prove his might and demonstrate his godly power among our blessed people. That certainly caught every rebel's attention. Word quickly spread and dwarves continued to hobble over as quickly as possible. Their bodies strained against the heavy gravity as they reached one of the central workplaces where a lot of tools and materials were strewn around. Once the dwarves came within a certain distance of Ryan, they noticed that he was the source of the odd and pleasant aura that affected their moods. None of the dwarves came up with a reasonable explanation of why Ryan seemed so special. What was happening to them right now was completely unprecedented in the history of the dwarves of Desala X. Guion trailed after the rest of the curious and eager dwarves. Both worry and hope welled within his eyes. Would the rebels? Chapter 1924 Showmanship. As much as Ves could keep droning nonsense to the crowd of dwarves, he knew it wasn't enough to secure his command over the rebel group. To put force into his words and convince the most jaded among them that Ves was an actual god, he needed to demonstrate his divine might. He had to impress the dwarves by doing something so far out of their reach that they were unable to rationalize what they witnessed. In other words, Ves had to hoodwink the rebels into believing that he was performing a miracle. As Ves calmly used Ryan's senses to inspect the shabby tools and stock of low-quality parts and materials at hand, he tried to figure out the best way to convert the dwarves into his believers. He thought back on his interactions with religion. In particular, his thoughts strayed in the direction of the myth built around Prophet Ylvain. Of all the religions he came into contact with, he was most familiar with the Ylvainian faith. While his knowledge of the scripture and tenets of the faith was not that extensive, he still knew enough about its founder that he was a good showman. Naturally, some people preferred to use the less charitable description of a conman to describe Prophet Ylvain. The ease in which he seemed to convert decent, rational people into fanatical believers was too unreal. How could the so-called prophet amass a following of trillions if he didn't possess a talent for scamming people? Whether the prophet acted in good faith or bad faith, Ves had no doubt that this historical figure excelled in showmanship. It was not enough to convert people to a new belief than dropping some religious scripture in front of their faces. People needed to be persuaded in a more visceral way. As a designer and seller of mechs, Ves knew all about how necessary it was to impress his customers with his product offering. He treated this opportunity in a similar fashion to his product reveal events. His goal was to turn his audience into his customers or supporters. As long as he managed to dazzle them with his show, Ves would succeed in solidifying Vulcan's place as their god. Of course, because Ves aimed to perform a good show, he couldn't take too long to demonstrate his divine might. The dwarves might be a patient folk, but they probably weren't willing to wait for hours until Ves produced a great tool. He needed to do something that would impress the dwarves without taking too much time. He had to make an immediate impact so that they were much less likely to question the truth behind his inexplicable appearance. As Ves finished his brief survey of the tools and resources he had at hand, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The dwarves obtained most of their tools and resources from junkyards and discarded piles. House Cantus didn't bother to invest too much in trash disposal on this planet. Valuable salvage would be shipped out of Desala X when the next transport ship arrived. Scrap that was too poor in value would cost House Cantus more to recycle than dumping them into the nearest pit. Evidently, the overseers failed to take into account that their slaves managed to find a way to smuggle all kinds of goodies from these junk pits. The upside to this was that the dwarves managed to salvage all kinds of goods, both intact and broken. The downside was that the goods they appropriated for themselves were inevitably awful. Their quality ranged from poor to abysmal. What grated Ves the most was that the dwarves failed to establish a proper recycling operation. Their limited technical competence and lack of proper equipment meant that their attempts to break down scrap and separate its constituent materials was half-hearted as best. Every bar of metal and alloy contained a substantial amount of impurities. Not only did this weaken the properties of the materials, the varying proportions of materials in each poorly refined bar of alloy also caused them to be highly inconsistent. This was a massive no-no in the mech industry and many other industries. If one bar of steel was weaker than the other bar of steel, the resulting product built with these materials would inevitably be riddled with weak points. Ves imagined that Gloriana would go berserk if she saw the state of this workplace. Nothing was proper, and everything was wrong in some way. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time he worked under awful conditions. Right now, Ves wasn't trying to impress a crowd of knowledgeable mech insiders. He only needed to exhibit enough flashiness to impress the dwarves. It didn't matter if his creations failed to pass muster if he presented it to Gloriana or someone who actually knew something about real craftsmanship. As Ves contemplated many possibilities, he decided to opt for an expedient but very impactful creation. His choice would also make the Desala resistance movement a little stronger. He started off by grabbing a hefty plasma cutter the size of Ryan's current legs. Plasma cutters were common enough tools, but they devoured a lot of energy to operate, so the dwarves only used them if they had no other choice. Another downside to plasma cutters was the myriad of precautions built into the hardware of software of the heavy devices. They were never supposed to be used as weapons and would forcibly shut its systems down if it detected any flesh or organic materials in their way. With all of the knowledge that Ves had at his disposal, this was an easy problem to solve. It also happened that the plasma cutter was a very outdated model from his modern perspective. He easily managed to gain access to the core of its programming by hooking it up with an interface and exploiting one of the known security exploits that had long been patched in the present time. After fiddling a bit with the programming, he managed to override the software locks and tweak many different settings to the point where the plasma cutter operated completely different from the norm. This isn't enough, he mentally concluded. To truly impress the dwarves, he needed to re-engineer its hardware as well. With the clock continuing to click, Ves tried to move faster. As his control over Ryan's body continued to improve, Ves began to disassemble portions of the plasma cutter in order to remove or modify the parts. He wasn't able to implement a better version of what he wanted to create due to the lack of proper facilities, but he was still inventive enough to craft a lesser version. His knowledge of jury rigging and extensive familiarity with hands-on work served him well. Despite the lack of options, he managed to make do with what he had in order to effect substantial changes. All this time, Ves also made sure to keep his spirituality active. Ryan's body continued to emit the glow that the gathered rebel dwarves all started to associate with Vulcan, the god of dwarves. He wasn't improvising something at random either. He followed a truncated design cycle that was tailored for modifying existing mechs or objects. Ves may not have designed and built this specific plasma cutter, but he could slowly make it his own as long as he worked on it long enough. As he hastily managed to tweak the internals to his liking by applying a couple of fast and easy tricks, he looked at the plasma cutter and saw that it still looked too much like a mundane tool. The dwarves wouldn't be as impressed by his work if he showed off something that looked identical to what they were using on a daily basis. He needed to show the dwarves the true meaning of craftsmanship. Ves looked around the workplace and identified some rudimentary hammering and forging machines. While they weren't as capable or versatile as a 3D printer, there was no way the dwarves could steal something so advanced and expensive under the noses of the tall folk. He wasn't discouraged, though. This may be one of the worst workshops he'd been exposed to, but at least it was better than working with medieval tools. Though Ves extended the completion of his creation, the dwarves showed no impatience. The way Ves worked with the tools and equipment of their makeshift workplace was a sight to behold. Unlike the dwarves whose technicians had only been taught the basics of maintenance, Ves was a fully fledged journeyman mech designer. The disparity between their technical expertise was as vast as the void between star systems. Though Ves had to move slowly in order to maintain his control over Ryan's possessed body, Every move and decision he made expressed his skill and confidence in craftsmanship. One surprising advantage of dwarves was that their movements were surprisingly precise when needed. Ves was able to manipulate Ryan's limbs as if the dwarf was an experienced mech technician. This didn't surprise him very much. Dwarves were designed to perform manual work. Operating tools and driving vehicles were literally programmed in their genes. However, just because dwarves possessed an excellent aptitude in manipulating tools didn't necessarily mean they were born craftsmen. The dwarves of the Desala X lacked the systematic education and upbringing that proper professionals enjoy. By applying the wealth of techniques that Ves learned from school and experience, he easily managed to open the eyes of his audience to what they could have become. What made the sight even more impressive was that Ryan's body was doing all of the work. The sight of a dwarf expressing so much skill and expertise presented a model of what a dwarf could become. Their people weren't worthless. Dwarves were capable of matching or exceeding the tall folk in creating great works. Vulcan himself demonstrated what their stocky bodies were capable of as long as they were free to follow their own pursuits. A tear streaked down the eye of Master Guillaume Greybeard. There was a sense of beauty in the craftsmanship on display. To a dwarf who yearned to free his people and lead them to paradise, the sight of a dwarf operating the machines with greater skill than the tall folk in their better-equipped workshops was a dream come true. "It is complete," Ryan's body announced. Anticipation welled among the dwarfs surrounding the workplace. They tried to lean over the shoulders of their fellow dwarves in order to catch a better glimpse of what Vulcan had produced. Ves mentally wiped the sweat from his non-existent brow. It wasn't easy trying to modify a low-quality plasma cutter into something different. Along with all the previous disadvantages, he also had to account for the heavy gravity. Fortunately, adjusting to the gravity hadn't hampered his end product that much. As Ves picked up his creation, he showed off its full appearance to everyone. It looked like a magnificent piece of art. Gone was the functional barrel-like contours. Gone was the scratches and marks of corrosion. Ves completely stripped the exterior of the plasma cutter and put brand new parts in their place. Each of the exterior components were not only smooth and polished, but Ves also applied a bit of creative artistry by decorating them with some aesthetic flourishes. The plasma cutter had become something different. It had become something more. The dwarves all gasped with admiration as they beheld one of the most beautiful objects they had ever seen in their lives. The plasma cutter now resembled a barrel shaped in the form of a green dragon. The most impressive part about the cutter was the way Ves managed to work the metal until the front muzzle was shaped like the jaws of a celestial beast. Aside from its visual appearance, its intrinsic glow also appealed to the dwarves on an emotional level. The dragon-shaped creation exuded an aggressive and inviolable impression. This immediately enhanced the impression that the object was a genuine divine creation that could have never been produced by anyone other than God. "What? What is it, great God?" Ryan's body grinned as he grabbed the handles of the object. He carefully turned it online and waited for it to finish its warm-up cycle. He then proceeded to look around before aiming it at a stash of broken plates. Pwish! When Ryan's body pulled the trigger, an unstable bolt of plasma propelled from the muzzle. Almost instantly, the plasma bolt impacted the messy pile of plates, instantly engulfing them with superheated matter. Some of the dwarves yelled in fright. The closest ones jumped away in order to avoid the wash of heat and nasty fumes. As soon as the light and dust settled, a huge chunk of metal plates had turned into debris. "It's a weapon," Ves addressed the dwarves. "As long as you embrace my help, I shall craft many wonders that will help you defeat the tall folk. Now, will you kneel before me and accept me as your god?" It only took a few seconds for the dwarves to drop to their thick knees en masse. "Vulcan! Vulcan! Vulcan! Chapter 1925 Too Many Disadvantages. Once Ves completed his weapons, the dwarves instantly regarded it as a divine creation. In their ignorant minds, only a god could turn a regular plasma cutter into something that was both powerful and beautiful. As Ves inwardly grinned at the sight of the dwarves prostrating before he possessed his body, he knew he succeeded in commanding their obedience. Even the oldest dwarves such as Giln Greybeard bent his weary knees in front of the entity known as Vulcan. His willingness to surrender authority to this powerful but unfamiliar god reflected his recognition that he was no longer the ultimate dwarf in charge. No matter how much Giln worked to build up the Desala resistance movement, his diligent efforts over several decades paled in comparison to the show that Ves performed in just over an hour. This was the hour that marked a permanent shift in direction for the Dwarven Rebellion. No longer would the dwarves be forced to fend for themselves. With the god on their side, their fear towards the tall folk inevitably dropped. The dwarves possessed even more confidence that their escape plan would succeed. Though Ves was glad he managed to fool the dwarves, that didn't mean that success was guaranteed. In his heart, he knew that he wasn't really Vulcan. He was Ves Larkinson, a journeyman mech designer from the Komodo Star sector. He couldn't waste too much time on this mastery experience. The LMC and Larkinson clan needed him as well, and the longer he took to free the dwarves, the more time he would waste in the present time. As much as he looked down on the inadequate security arrangements of House Kentis, the mechs guarding over Outpost 35 were still formidable war machines. No matter how cheap they were or how much their maintenance had suffered, they were still capable of crushing any insurrection attempt with ease. The main reason he wanted to take charge of rebel dwarves was that their plan was completely doomed from the start if they continued to hold their false assumptions. Half an hour after Ves managed to convert the dwarves, he met with Giln Greybeard in a private meeting. No further shows were necessary. Even if a couple of skeptics still remained, the consensus of the crowd ensured that alternative viewpoints wouldn't be accepted. He retracted his glow and weakened its outwards expression in order to lighten the burden on his spirituality. While he still emanated enough of a glow to make it clear that he was more than mortal, his presence wasn't as blinding anymore. He still managed to make Giln nervous, and that was good. Ves did not want this wise and sober dwarf to question his godhood. "What is it you require, my lord?" Ryan's body slowly strode forward until it reached a projector placed on a table. Ves activated it and navigated its heavily outdated interface until it projected a view of one of the dwarven battle wagons next to a view of one of the guard mechs. "Tell me honestly, Giln. If this battle wagon confronts this mech, which one will win?" "Our mighty tank will win." Bang! Ryan's fist slammed against the surface of the metal table. Due to his dwarven physique and the heavy gravity, the slam actually dented its surface. "You are the greatest dwarf among your rebels. You are responsible for their lives. While it is commendable that you have managed to keep up their spirits, it is not the time to boast on the eve of your breakout attempt. Now tell me your true opinion. Which machine will win?" Greybeard lowered his head. "The mech." "Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Tell me in your own words why you believe the mech will vanquish over the battle wagon." The old dwarf sighed. "I may not be anywhere close to good with machines as your godly eminence, but I fear that our large tanks may not be as good as a mech. According to the technicians who turned the scrapped and discarded mining vehicles into fighting machines, the battle wagons are large and slow. A normal mining vehicle is already rather slow, but mounting all of the extra armor and weapons onto its chassis will slow it down even further. Your battle wagons possess a decisive mobility disadvantage." Ves nodded in agreement. "That wouldn't be so bad if not for the inadequate protection. Don't think that they are tough enough to withstand mechs because they are big. In the eyes of a divine craftsman such as myself, there are countless holes in their design and construction. Mining vehicles themselves aren't built to resist mechs, so your so-called tanks have inherited their weak internal structure. Not that it matters, because the reinforced shell your dwarves have built around them is just as poor at keeping them alive. Ves began to describe all of the major issues he discovered. The list could go on, but after pointing out a dozen critical flaws, Guillaume had already gotten the message. I knew our battle wagons weren't as good as we all made them out to be, but I never knew they were so weak. It is not necessarily a detriment if your battle wagons aren't as promising as you boasted. It is only a problem if your opponents are able to field stronger machines. Ryan's body put the projection of the battle wagon aside to focus on one of the typical frontline mechs of the guard force. Look at this mech. It is a medium mech that has very few virtues compared to other products of this nature. Yet despite its many constraints and obvious neglect, it is still a serviceable war machine. What makes this mech better, my lord? There are too many aspects to count, Ves replied. His borrowed body pointed at the laser barrels mounted at the side of the armless mech. Since ballistic weapons encounter all kinds of constraints in heavy gravity environments, House Cantus opted to arm the guard mechs with laser weapons as their primary ranged armament. Laser weapons are characterized by their lack of impulse and relatively weak penetration power against well-armored mechs. This normally makes this frontline mech model weak against other machines. Just not this time. How fast can this mech defeat our battle wagon? It depends. Ves didn't answer straightforwardly. There are ways to stack the deck in your favor by employing clever tactics and making use of the advantage of surprise, but even then the mech will still be able to burn holes through your battle wagon before it suffers any serious damage. That bad? Any mech-scaled laser weapon will be able to penetrate the poorly designed armor cover of your battle wagons with ease. The plating is highly heterogeneous. On top of that, their fit isn't even seamless, which means that their surfaces are riddles with weak points that almost entirely negate the work your dwarven technicians have done to reinforce their outer surface. The words struck Guillaume like a barrage of punches. The old dwarf looked completely defeated. What about our own ability to harm the mechs? Will we be able to inconvenience the tall folk at all? The extra mining lasers and other mining implements that you've managed to mount on your battle wagons are fairly interesting. Assuming that you have managed to override all of their safeguards and backdoors, they can indeed threaten a mech. But only until the mechs of the guard force promptly crush your hardware with their superior machines and numbers. The quality and quantity disparity is simply too big. Even if you try to split up the guard force and make the most of your initiative advantage, you will still run out of battle wagons long before the guard force runs out of mechs. Guillaume looked downcast for a time before he suddenly lit up a bit. Wait, our battle wagons aren't the only machines we intend to use against the tall folk. As long as we hijack the genie pearl and put the dwarf you possess inside its cockpit, we can turn the tall folk's own weapon against them. With this great mech under our control, we will certainly be able to defeat our oppressors. Ryan's body looked grim, causing Guillaume to lose his optimism. It won't work. As I've said, the battle wagons are too weak to allow you to breach the walls impeding any dwarf from entering the central district. Even if you manage to smuggle Ryan into the central district, mechs are anything but easy to hijack. In many cases, the machines are locked to a designated mech pilot, meaning that anyone else won't be able to commandeer the mech. Did you dwarves even account for this problem? No. Ryan's body shook its head. Let me ask you an important question. Is this body the only mech pilot among your rebels? The old dwarf nodded. Yes. We have managed to salvage a scrapped medical machine that can be used to detect whether someone possesses the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. Ryan is the only one among us who scored positive in the machine. We had a number of other dwarves who possessed the right genetic aptitude, but they are no longer among the living. I see. So in effect, out of all of the dwarves in your band, the only one who is capable of wielding the weapons of your enemy is this body's owner. That is certainly problematic. Ves paused for a moment in order to list out his available resources and assets. He quickly realized that any attempt at breaking out of this mining planet would not succeed if he attempted to put all of his hopes on a single mech pilot. It was still possible to succeed, though. The dwarves may be weak on their own, but with a journeyman from the future by their side, they could turn into something completely different by the time Ves was done with his preparations. You can still succeed, Ves spoke, causing Gion to look towards the god of dwarves with hope. We need time to overhaul the battle wagons. They need to be a lot hardier in order to ensure they will be able to fulfill their roles before they inevitably fall against the enemy mechs. As for hijacking the genie pearl, the plan needs to be changed if we want this risky gambit to succeed. Ves briefly outlined a revised plan that refined the straightforward assault the dwarves had in mind. Though Ves wasn't a tactician or military officer, he had lived through plenty of battles. The key that he kept hammering on when he offered the revised version of the dwarven plan to Gion was that they needed to make the most out of the few advantages they possessed. The tall folk can field at least a dozen mechs. They have eyes and ears everywhere. The outpost features many checkpoints and fixed defenses. The guards on foot can easily wipe out your poorly equipped dwarves. These are the advantages of our enemy. They are large and they are significant, but that does not mean they are invincible. Gion prostrated himself before a god yet again. Great Vulcan, I implore you, please teach us how to defeat the tall folk. As long as you follow my instructions and provide me with unrestricted access to all of your assets, I shall bless your rebels with my divine creations and godly wisdom. As the protector of your race, it is my obligation to rescue you from this prison of a planet. It is just. The old dwarf questioningly raised his head at the god. What is it, my lord? I require sacrifice from you in return. Ryan's body stretched out its large and rough hand. I believe you have come into the possession of a very remarkable ore. Instead of offering it to the MTA as tribute, I demand that you hand it over to my possession. This is my price for my blessing. The dwarf widened his eyes. My lord! That is the precious treasure that we are all depending on to free our folk. You don't need to offer the MTA such a special treasure in order for them to exact justice on behalf of your dwarves. Gion looked dismayed. Then what will we be able to use to encourage this mighty organization to rescue my people? I have my ways, Ves vaguely replied. I will address this issue once our escape plan succeeds. Right now, I want you to make a choice. Surrender the Templa steel to me or try and escape this planet without the blessing of a god.